Di ba, pala sa GC ko pala na-send ang bagang script para sa ngayong araw. Man, mabase man lang gyapon sa script.
Welcome. Before we begin our meeting, please be informed of the following video conferencing etiquette. Number 1. If using a laptop, tablet, or mobile phone, make sure that
what I want, you got, and it might be hard to handle, but like a flame that burns a candle, the candle feeds the flame. Yeah, yeah, what I got, full stock of thoughts and dreams that scatter, and you pull them all together, and I can't explain. Oh yeah, well, you make my dreams come true. On a night when bad dreams become a screamer, when the medicine with the dreamer, I can laugh it in the face, twist and shout my way out and wrap yourself around me, 'cause I ain't the way you got me, and I'll never be the same. Oh yeah, well, 'cause you make my dreams come true. You make my dreams come true.
morning, gentlemen and gentle ladies. This is again Jovin Alcibara Jr., your master of ceremony, and I welcome you to the 21st IIE BICOL Regional Conference Day 2. Before we start, I would like to give thanks to all of you, those who participate in this success of the event. Thank you for binding us together in creating success. And now let us proceed with the long-awaited resource speakers for the technical sessions. Hello. And now let us proceed with the long-awaited resource speakers for the technical sessions. He was awarded as the IIE Most Outstanding Electrical Engineer in the field of consultancy and design in the year 2019. He has been a PAE since 1985 and backed up with 30 years combined with work experience in design construction, maintenance, and training. He is the president and CEO of Eneropt Incorporated and the chairman of FC Varona Consulting Corporation. Let us welcome Engineer Florigo C. Varona with his topic, Project Estimating and Costing Using BIM. Please give him a round of applause.
Thank you. Can I share my screen? Okay, so I'll be sharing my screen. Can you see my screen?
Yes, sir. Clear, sir.
Okay, I'll put this in slideshow and start from the beginning. Okay. Can you see?
Yes, sir.
Yeah, my topic is about project estimating and costing, and I've been actually lecturing this since 2000, but this time the project estimating and costing will be using technology. We call that the BIM, or the Building Information Modeling. So that's the focus of my presentation. And definitely I'll come up with a demo of how it is being done. Okay, so I have been introduced already. Okay, then this is the outline of my topic. Up to what time I'll be discussing? Up to 8:30, or I can stand a bit more. So introduction, then I'll come up with a 4D to 7D beam in project phases. Then I'll be discussing about the estimate spaces in a project life cycle. It's just an overview, then come up with a demo. Normally, actually, if you take the full course, that will be around 2 days. But definitely in 1 hour discussion, I'll provide you the gist, or what's the highlights of the project estimating. Okay, as an introduction, I'll come up with the idea on. I'll show you the idea about BIM through a video. Okay, I'll stop sharing. I was not able to share the sound, and then go back again. Okay, share the sound. That's it. Then, okay. This is about the integrated design delivery, wherein we are using BIM for you to have an idea about it. So, bakit hindi ko maano? Yan. Parang mabagal or what? Bakit hindi siya ano? What's the scenario here?
You can try to play it, sir. It's like, seems like I hindi mo na full screen.
Hindi gumagana yung video.
Yes po, sir.
Ba't kaya? Tingnan ko yung iba ha, muna, bago ko ano. Gumana yung video.
Hindi po, sir. Hindi po.
Ha?
Hindi po, sir.
Ano nangyari? Gumagana ito sa iba. I'll stop sharing and see if I can do this without sharing first, just to test, because I have tested this
Okay,
last
sir.
night.
Take your time, sir.
Okay. I'll first do this. Okay, so I'll open it again so I can have, or maybe the okay, open again. Okay, I'll just see if I can do this. I'll go to the other computer. I have to stop sharing. Maybe you can use this is online, so I can use the not the online. Let's see. Maybe I have to restart my computer. Is it okay with you? I just have
It's
to
okay, sir.
restart.
It's okay, sir.
Okay, I'll just have to restart.
Due to
I will-
technical difficulties, we will play a short.
Okay, so can I again share my screen?
Okay, sir, you may continue.
Okay, I just restarted my my computer. Share sound, share. Okay. Can you see already?
Yes, sir, yes.
Okay.
Loud and clear.
Okay, so let's see if we have the voice.
Yes, sir.
Okay, so we are using Beam for the virtual presentation of our design. We use that also in the construction. We construct virtually, and of course, estimation is more accurate on that particular scenario because we are first building the structure virtually, resolve all problem like classes, constructability issue, all the design issue. We are able to determine the all the elements, the cost of it, and your proper scheduling and so on. Now, I just show you the BIM through a walkthrough. This is an actual presentation of BIM with a client. Okay, I'll show you.
Sige, go ahead, read.
Ayan. So, we presented this last Wednesday. This is our first landscape presentation on for to the team. So pinakita namin tong model, inikutan namin isa-isa including the pavilions, the gazebos, pati yung mga lighting, tinitingnan talaga nila yan. Pinakita rin namin yung mismong pool tsaka yung mga naka-reflect na rin, pinakita namin reflected na dito yung mga underwater lighting. Yan. So, yung mga ganong detail kasi gusto rin siyang makita ni client. Tapos, upon checking our model, i-consult nila ngayon to kay lighting consultant, kay landscape, kung meron pa silang gustong pabago. For example, So, ito naman yung loob ng level 5 namin. So, bale, this is the interior design finishes naman. So, pinapakita namin ang importante sa kanila dito. Isang pinaka-importante nila dito is yung sa ceiling. Kung kung maganda ng tingnan yung ceiling nila. Ayan, so for example, may makikita pa tayong piping dito. Pupunahin nila yan.
So, kasama yung client, no? During
Yes.
sa mga... Okay, client.
Yes, sir.
Okay.
Yes, sir, kasama si client during walkthrough. Tapos usually ang pinaka nagtatanong sa amin ito is yung PM. Kasi sila yung sila yung parang leader dun sa project, sa construction. So lahat yan, chine-check ni PM isa-isa, pinapatingnan sa amin, pinapaikutan.
So that's
Ayan.
good. I mean, that's good. Good to hear na kumpleto, no, involved si client during your presentation. Yung iba kasi, yung ibang mga client, binibigay na lang yung responsibility sa mga PM nila or yung sa appointed design team nila sa mga ganyan na technical matters. Pero okay, sige.
Isa rin tong napansin ni client, yung mga card readers na to. Before kasi, ang nagamit naming family dito is parang kahon lang, yung pinaka junction box lang. So, ang gusto talaga nilang makita is yung card reader. So, yan, pati yung mga ganyang simple na fixtures sa electrical, pinapaano talaga nila sa amin, pinapalagay sa model para makita nila yung magiging itsura ng card reader natin. Yan, for example, itong mga to. Yung mga parang detail-oriented din sila pagdating sa mga ganong specifics.
Yes, normally kasi pag yung mga owner hindi yung nung wala pang beam, no? Pag nakikita lang nila sa 2D, hindi nila ma-visualize yung mga location or height placement ng mga small items, no? At least
Yes,
na-meet nyo yung objective nyo sa beam model nyo sa client. Okay, that's good.
Yes, sir.
Okay, so BIM is a tool that we can actually use not only in the estimating but also showing the client that about the project, how it will looks, the details. If we apply that to electrical, the lightings, we can actually show even the details of the wiring, and of course, the estimates is more accurate. And we are using that already. Okay, so what is BIM in the project? Now, this is basically the typical project phases, and we use 2D and 3D during the conceptualization and design, but it's better if we will be using the BIM from the very beginning, and then the 4D, 5D, 6D during the execution, and 7D in the closeout. So when we see 2D or 3D, these are just geometry, and when we see 4D, the elements has some timestamp so that we can do scheduling and simulation. And if it is 5D, we have the cost stamp so that we can do project estimating and costing. If it is a 6D, it has the spatial property for us to do some testing on our part. On our case, like in the electrical, that will be the energy efficiency, the illumination, it can be tested. And of course, in the 70, putting all the information needed before it is handed over to the owner, so that all the necessary information is there particularly relevant information for operation and maintenance. Okay, so the first is, we call that the conceptual model, then the design model. And as you have seen, it will be for visualization, walkthrough. As you have, the previous slides was showing the walkthrough. We can you can come up with class detection. And then we have the construction model, wherein we can have the material take-off, quantity take-off, build-up quantities, build-up materials. We can also reflect a real-time costing and estimating. That's the new scenario for now, and it's not being done manually. It's just extracted from the model. And then if we already have that, we can do some construction planning, the simulation and sequencing, scheduling, and we use this for the integrated project delivery. And then also for reporting, we can use that value engineering, estimating the savings that we could have, perform redesign. And the last one for the 7D, that will be for the life cycle management. COBI means the construction operation, building information exchange, the energy efficiency and conservation. And we call this the FM model, intended for the operation and maintenance. That's the highlight of the use of the BIM. Now, these are the details of the models, but anyway, I have discussed that already. And as of now, we are using the cloud. We are doing it in cloud because of the work from home scenario. Our staff are working at home, but still able to work because the things that we are doing is in the cloud. So this is the new platform that we are using. It is complete from the design, wherein it's done collaboratively. Then in the management, wherein we plan and do some procurement, it's still done in the cloud. So we have a more accurate planning and more accurate cost management. And then when we do the construction, it's first simulated virtually before we do it in the physical. So this is the what we call the BIM-based cost estimating, as I have shown you. I'll go to the details of some basic about it. Not really the details, but definitely this is the new product paradigm now that I'm sharing with you in terms of project estimating and costing. And this is, I'm just showing you an overview of the estimating phases. The first overview is basically the budgetary estimate, and then we can use the massing. As I've shown in the previous slides about BIM, we can do massing and produce the budgetary estimate. Then we can also have the programming estimate that's based on the major elements or the major aspect of the project. And then eventually, if we have already the details of the model, we can already come up with the schematic estimate, and then the preliminary cost estimate. When a contractor would like to have the bidding, we can provide them with the model that is more accurate, so they can also provide a much more accurate offer with us. If you are on the in the contractor side, you are more comfortable with what you are sharing, and then during the actual construction, you can do value engineering. You can come up with proper constructability, the proper sequences and so on. You can have pre-fabrication. It's more accurate so that when you are on site, it's just like assembling all the parts. And then lastly, you can compute really accurately the savings that you have, the 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 time saved in doing the work, and also the resources that you have saved. So that's basically possible when we use BIM. And well, these are the details. Anyway, I'll just show you the uh, the demo just using BIM. Now, for that to have a demo, this is one example. Basically, this is exporting the information. You can export the information to a database. Uh, but since we are using BIM 365, the information can be on the a cloud-based database. But if you have your database, local database, you can also export that. So this is one example. So okay, so this is basically about how do you import the information. If you will notice, we can segregate the electrical portion of the project. We can select that and then also get the information uh, that we would like, and basically it's just exporting all the information from the model and then to a database. So this is just an example since our model is connected to a database. So I have connected this to a database that we have from our office, and our SQL is on a server, and it's being accessed remotely. And once the data is on the server, it can be utilized using other programs for not only for estimating, but for other purposes from the procurement and so on. Now, you can also extract the quantities directly into the model. So this is one example of it. I'll show you. So in the authoring tool, we can have that. Now, this one is directly into the model. For example, the conduit. We can select the conduit and select the necessary information that we would like to see, like the type, the size of the conduit that we would like to know, and the length. Now, so therefore, when we have that selected, when we press OK, then what happened is all the information about the pipe is there already. So something that we do for a so many duration of time can be done in a click. And you can also change the unit from, for example, in this case, we are okay, it's about total. What I'm showing is you can calculate also the total in this case. So we have the total already, but this one is in millimeters. So we can change actually the unit of measurement from like millimeters to meters. So we can have that. Now, basically now we have the in meters, and let's see what happened. And then But since there are some values which are in decimal points, then there's a need for us to adjust the decimal points. We can also change that. And definitely, uh, we can customize this one for us to be more accurate from 0 decimal places. Then the selected is the 3 decimal places, and then when you press OK, then it is already now into metric 3 decimal places. So it's like that. So if you will notice, it took only around 3 minutes, and that's an actual demo of how you get the value from the Revit. Now we can also browse the data directly from the SQL if you do not have the authoring tool, and the data has been already exported to the database. So this is how it is being done. So you go to the database, and anybody who does not have the authoring tool can also get the information that has been exported to the database. And if your database can be accessed remotely, it's good for a situation like now, wherein we are on a community quarantine, and so therefore the works can be segregated, so that the one doing the model can do the model, and the one doing the estimate can do the estimate from home. And of course, doing this is appropriate now that we are on a work from home situation. Actually, we were able to work just like what we do in a normal scenario, even if our workers are at home. We allow them to bring the computers at home, and then provide them internet allowance. Now, as you can see, it's comparing the information in the model, and also the one in the database. So it's like this. This is basically in the database, the value, and we have here from the model. In the model, we have set that to be 3 decimal places. So this is the value. In the database, we have not set that, but you will notice that the information is the same. And this is the better way of doing, instead of doing that manually. Now, you can also extract the information to Excel. It can be done from the authoring tool to Excel, or from the database itself. I'm showing you the exporting the information from database to Excel worksheets. So this is the example. So the Excel actually can be connected to a database like this, what I'm showing you. So connecting to the database, whether it is local database or remote database, can be done. Of course, in the remote database, we have to connect that using an internet. And definitely, like this one, we can do for example, they can do it as our example, and we get the information directly from the database. It's now in the Excel. So therefore, what happened is that you can, if you are much more familiar on the Excel, you can now get the data from these sheets and connect that to your formatted data, which you have been using in estimating, but this time with more accurate data, because it's not done manually and it is really fast. Okay, so here it's showing the result from the Excel to the Revit, that just to compare. Okay, so it's comparing now. Uh, so the data has been extracted from the database, and now it's compared with the data from the model. So you will notice the total. We now compare the total from the authoring tool like Revit to the Excel. So it's the same actually. While in the Revit we set that to 3 decimal places. On the Excel we have not set that, but uh, the result is almost the same. Okay, then we can also have a formatted bill of quantities. So like this one, this is from the Revit, and I'm showing you the formatted already. So if you have a template like this one, you can already have the uh, the formatted bill of quantities. So like that one. So if you have some changes in the model, it will be reflected immediately. So that's the beauty of it, and so therefore you can really have a real-time costing. So any changes in the model will be reflected in this bill of quantities, so that if you extract the new bill of quantities based on updated model, you already have the quantities that you need. And if it is connected to, if you have the cost stamp in the element, you can also generate the latest estimate. So that's how it is being done, and it becomes easy. Uh, Most of the question is really is that they are telling that what will happen to the estimator. Does it mean that because of this technology we do not need anymore the estimator? Of course, we still need the estimator, but this time they can actually estimate faster and can handle more project, can handle big project, not the small one, because you are now using technology in order to do the estimate. So like that. Now, so these are basically the extracted. How do we call that? The extracted values. So ito yon, na extract na siya doon. So you can already have a an estimate that is really more accurate, and you are more confident that when you offer this on your bid, you know that you will not hindi ka malulugi. And if you are the owner, you know also that your basis for awarding is something that is really uh, you have the confidence that if you award this one, it will be finished, because we have quantities that are more accurate. So I think that's all for my presentation. This is just an overview. Hopefully, if we can have maybe to offer a course virtually, wherein we can really discuss further about this one, so you can use also. We are actually doing this, and this is what I would like to share with you, and hopefully you learn from my short presentation, and thank you very much. I'll stop sharing for some questions. Okay, that's all for my presentation now.
Thank you very much, sir. For those who have questions, you can type in the chat box or you can ask sir directly. And due to the limited time given, our technical speaker can only entertain and handpick up to 3 questions. So, is there any question?
So we have 127 participants. Can they interact with me directly, or they just have to put on the chat? But anyway, it's okay with me. Just maybe those who would like to have a much more detailed answer for this one, just email me. Maybe we can have a course that is really a 2-day course, so that we will have better learning about this new technology. Is there any question already? Moderator?
In the chat box, there is a question. Do you have to model, sir, the conductors in order for them to have an estimate?
Yeah, of course. You need to have a model, and if you do not know how to model, the first thing to do is changing the paradigm. Normally, we use CAD, but for now, because of the technology in the CAD, we cannot really do the estimate properly, and it will really take a lot of time for us. So that's why I'm sharing with you the new way of doing things that is faster and much more accurate. Now there are groups who do the modeling, so it can be outsourced actually, and then if you have the model already, it's easier to have the estimate. Back to the moderator.
Is there any other questions? If so, you can ask sir directly later. And now we will present to you a certificate of appreciation to Engineer Florigo C. Barona in recognition of his valued contribution as a resource speaker on the topic Project Estimating and Costing using BIM, using the 21st Virtual BICOL Regional Conference held on July 16 to 17, 2021, bearing the theme IIE at 2021, Transcending the Challenges in the New Normal by Embracing Resiliency and Complementarity, given on the 17th day of July 2021, signed by Mr. Pedro L. Labayo and Engineer Rosalito S. Ortiz. Please give him a round of applause.
Thank you for the certificate. I really appreciate that you have invited me to discuss about this one. I'm willing to share with you again if you have the conference also. With that, thank you very much.
Thank you very much, sir. And now, moving on to our next presenter. Let us continue learning with Engineer Alwin Lunas, who is a professional electrical engineer since 2019. He was a former BICOL Regional Governor on 2016. At present, he serves at the Institute as a professional practice committee member. Let us give him a warm welcome to Engineer Alwin Lunas with his topic of IIEE, New Code of Ethics and Rules in Handling Complaints.
Hello, good morning.
Morning, sir.
So I'm going to share my screen. Wait a minute. Ma'am MB, nandiyan ka po ba? Pwede po i-share ang aking screen na lang.
Okay, sure.
Okay.
Yan, sir. It's already projected, sir.
Ma'am MB, unahin mo po yung rules in handling complaint po. Yun. Thank you. Yan, so good morning everyone. Parang wala akong narinig na sagot.
Good morning, sir.
Morning, sir.
Ay, thank
Morning
you.
na, sir.
Good morning.
Good morning
you.
na, sir.
So, nakikita ko si Sir Florego. Siya po ang isa sa mga hinahangaan ko na sama ko sa 2016 Board of Governor. Ayan, Sir Florego, thank you. Narinig ko yung presentation mo, ang ganda. At gwapo ka pa rin. And kita ko yung buhok ni Sir Florego ngayon, medyo puti na ng kaunti. Magtatanong na lang ako sa lahat. Bakit kaya ang buhok sa ulo maraming puti, isa dito sa baba? Ayan. Ayan si Pres Peter, good morning.
Morning po, sir. Ganda
Good
naman,
morning,
ganda naman
Pres.
ang tanong mo.
Ayan, magtatanong muna ako. Kasi bakit kaya ang tao mabilis maraming puti na buhok sa taas, isa sa baba? Yan. So,
Ba't naman yan?
ako na ang magsasagot. Baka hindi na ako sagutin ni Sir Rico. Dito kasi sa taas, Pres Peter, dito, kaya maraming puti. Pero hirap. Sa baba, pero sarap. Ayan. So yan po ang yan po ang maikling sagot doon, ano. So good morning everyone. Yes, Peter, good morning to you. Gob Lito. Hindi ko makita, hinahanap ko. Siguro nag-aasikaso ng mga bisita.
Yes, sorry, sir. No. Naka-live siya.
Okay, so to Press Alan Alvarez, good morning, and to Exicom, to the Board of Governors 2021, good morning to everyone. Sa bumubuo ng team of Press Peter, sa lahat ng Sorsogon chapter, magandang umaga po sa inyong lahat. So, ang aking presentation ay maikli lang naman po, siguro mga 20 minutes lang naman ito. It's all about IIEE rules in handling complaints. Malinaw po ba, Press Peter, ang dating ko?
Sir?
Malinaw po ba?
Okay lang, sir. Maganda.
Thank you. So, good morning again. IIEE rules in handling complaints adopted through IIEE Board Resolution Number 2014-07-72 presented by the Professional Practice Committee. The members of the 21 PPC, led by Governor Ariel Duran, Vice Chairman Johnny Agtrap, Secretary Gob Elmer Casao. The members are Gob Roslyn Rocio, Gob Yoli Hudan, Gob Primo Beltran, Gob Alvin Lunas, Gob Denny Horneja, Gob Ramil Ombina, Gob Willie Canizares, our NSEC Albert June Herrera, our advisor Larry Cruz, 2016 National President, and our staff Engineer Brian. So authority, rules in handling cases was promulgated by the PPC pursuant to Article 8, Section 3.6 of the Constitution and Bylaws of the Institute of Institute of Integrated Electrical Engineers of the Philippines Incorporated, which best authority to the PPC to take charge of all matters relating to the professional practice consistent with the Republic Act 7920, otherwise known as the New Electrical Engineering Law, and other related laws. Jurisdiction. The PPC shall act on all matters brought before it in accordance with the IIE Constitution and bylaws. Rule 1, Section 4, Jurisdiction of PPC. Jurisdiction, all action arising from acts or omissions violating the rights of another relating to the practice of electrical engineering, RA 7920, IAA Code of Ethics, Electrical Engineers Code, IAE Manual of Professional Practice, and Constitution and Bylaws of the Institute, Rule 1, Section 5. Acts or omissions allegedly committed by the IIE member or by a non-member which has infringed upon the right of an IIE member. Rule 2, Section 6C. No anonymous complaint shall be entertained unless there is obvious truth or merit to the allegation therein or supported by documentary or direct evidence, in which case the person complained or may be required to comment upon discretion of the PPC. Ayan, di ko siya makita. Okay, so next slide please. Rules, complainant. The complaint should be written in a clear, readable, simple, concise language, a systematic manner, to apprise the PPC of the nature and cause of the accusation against the person complained of, and to enable the person to intelligently prepare his defense or answer following the format provided. Rule 2, Section 6. Then another rule, person complained of. Upon receipt of a complaint which is sufficient in form and substance, the PPC shall require the person complained of submit a counter affidavit, comment under oath within 15 calendar days from receipt thereof. Rule 2. Next slide. The complaint shall at least contain the following. And first, full name and complete address of the complainant. Letter B, full name and complete address of the person complained of. Letter C, narration of the relevant and material facts shows the acts or omission allegedly committed by the IIEE member or by a non-member which has infringed upon the right of an IIEE member. Letter D, certified true copies of documentary evidence and affidavits for witnesses, if any. And last one, certification or statement of non-forum shopping. In the absence of any one of the aforementioned requirements, the complaint shall be dismissed. Rule 2, Section 6. When and where to file a complaint. Yan. Kailan at saan to file ng complaint. A complaint may be filed at any time with the PPC, which may be lodged directly to the IIE National Office, regional or chapter offices. Rule 2, Section 7. Complaint against an IIE member shall not be given due course unless it is in writing and subscribed and sworn to by the complainant in accordance with the Constitution and bylaws of the Institute. However, in case initiated by the proper disciplining authority, the complaint need not be under oath. Rule 2, Section 6. Ayan. Good morning, Pres Ariel Doran. Kita na kita. Then, withdrawal of the complaint. The withdrawal of the complaint does not result in its outright dismissal, nor discharge the person complained of from any liability, where there is obvious truth or merit to the allegation in the complaint, or where there is documentary evidence that would tend to prove the guilt of the person complained of, the same should be given due course. Ayan, so pag submit na kayo na, okay, so mamaya ko na-explain. Preliminary investigation, this involves evaluation of documents, records submitted both by complainant and the person complained of, where both are given the privilege of submitting affidavits and counter affidavits. Failures of the person complained of to submit his counter affidavit within the reglementary period shall be considered as a waiver thereof, whereby the case will be adjudicated based on the documents submitted. Rule 2, Section 10. If necessary, both parties may be called for further clarification. If counter affidavit is received, PPC may decide whether it warrants the formal investigation shall proceed. Fact-finding investigation follows, which serve as preliminary investigation for the proceedings. Yan. Yan, duration of the investigation. Pag may investigation na, a preliminary investigation shall commence not later than 15 days from receipt of the complaint by the PPC or earlier, depending upon the merit of the case, and shall be terminated within 60 calendar days thereafter. Rule 2, Section 11. An investigation report. Within 15 calendar days from the termination of the preliminary investigation, the investigating officer shall submit the investigation report and the complete records of the case to the PPC and bank. Rule 2, Section 12. So we'll come now to a decision or resolution after preliminary investigation. If a prima facie case is established during the investigation, a formal charge shall be issued by the PPC. In the absence of a prima facie case, the complaint shall be dismissed. Rule 2, Section 13. Formal charge to the respondent. After finding a prima facie case, the person complained of shall be formally charged. The formal charge shall contain a specification of the charge or charges, a brief statement of material or relevant facts, accompanied by certified true copies of the documentary evidence, if any. Sworn statement covering the testimony of the witnesses. A directive to answer the charge or charges in writing under oath within 15 calendar days from receipt thereof. An advice for the respondent to indicate in his answer whether or not he elects a formal investigation of the charge or charges. Notice that he is entitled to be assisted by a counsel of his choice. So, pwede kayong magsama ng inyong abogado. Next, formal charge to the respondent. If the respondent has submitted his comment and counter affidavit during the preliminary investigation, he shall be given the opportunity to submit additional evidence. The PPC shall not entertain requests for clarification, deals of particular, or motions to dismiss which are obviously designed to delay the administrative proceedings. If any of these pleadings are interposed by the respondent, the same shall be considered as an answer and shall be evaluated as such. Rule 2, Section 14. Answer which is in writing and under oath shall be specific and shall contain material facts and applicable laws, if any, including documentary evidence, sworn statements covering testimonies of witnesses, if there be any, in support of the case. It shall also include a statement indicating whether or not the respondent elects a formal investigation. Rule 2, Section 15. Failure to file an answer. Pag hindi nakasagot. If the respondent fails or refuses to file his answer to the formal charge within 15 calendar days from receipt thereof, the respondent shall be considered to have waived the right thereto and formal investigation may commence. Rule 2, Section 16. Conduct of formal investigation. Even the respondent does not request a formal investigation, one shall nevertheless be conducted by the PPC where from the allegation of the complaint in the answer of the respondent, including the supporting documents of both parties, the merits of the case cannot be decided judiciously without conducting such investigation. Conduct of formal investigation. Yan na, mag-imbestiga na ang PPC. The investigation shall be held not earlier than 15 calendar days, not later than 30 calendar days from receipt of the respondent's answer. Said investigation shall be finished within 60 calendar days from the issuance of the formal charge or the receipt of the answer, unless the period is extended by the PPC in meritorious cases. Ayan. Rule 2, Section 7. Pre-hearing conference. On the commencement of the formal investigation, the PPC may conduct a pre-hearing conference for the parties to appear, consider and agree on any of the following. First, stipulation of facts. 2, simplification of issues. 3, identification and marking of evidence of the parties. 4, waiver of objection to admissibility of evidence. 5, limiting the number of witnesses and their names. 6, dates of subsequent hearings. And last, such other matter as may aid in the prompt and just resolution of the case. The parties may submit position, paper, memoranda, and submit the case for resolution based on the result on the pre-hearing conference without any need for further hearings. Rule 2, Section 18. Amicable settlement. Ito dapat ang mangyari. Amicable settlement. Ito lagi ang gusto namin sa PPC. Laging may amicable settlement because we are one. Amicable. At pinakamaganda sana sa lahat, wala nang case para wala kaming gagawin sa PPC. I do hope and pray. Yeah, from this time onward, wala nang sasabit na case sa PPC. So, amicable settlement, tawa si President. Parties may enter into an amicable settlement or submit to any of the alternative modes of disputes, resolution at any time during the pendency of the case, but before the PPC has rendered a decision. Rule 2, Section 19. And continuous hearing until terminated or postponement. Hearing shall be conducted on the hearing dates set by the PPC or as agreed upon during the pre-hearing conference. Where no pre-hearing conference is conducted, the parties, their counsel and witnesses, if any, shall be given a notice of at least 15 calendar days before the first scheduled hearing, specifying the time, date, and place of the said hearing and subsequent hearings. Thereafter, the schedule of hearings previously set shall be strictly followed without further notice. A party shall be granted only 2 postponements upon oral or written request. A third postponement may be granted only upon the written request and subject to the discretion of the PPC. If the respondent fails or refuses to appear during the scheduled hearings, despite due notice, the investigation shall proceed ex parte, and the respondent is deemed to have waived the right to be present to submit evidence in favor during those hearings. Rule 2, Section 20. Order of hearing. Yan. Pag dinirinig na ang inyong kaso, unless the PPC directs otherwise, the order of hearings may be as follows. A, the prosecution shall present its evidence subject to the pre-hearing agreement. Cross-section examination by the party. C, there may be redirect and recross-examination. D, the respondent shall then offer evidence in support of his defense following the same order. E, the rebuttal or sub-rebuttal, if any. When the presentation of evidence has been concluded, the party shall formally offer their evidence either orally or in writing, and thereafter objection thereto may also be made either orally or in writing. after which both parties may be given time to submit the respective memorandum, which in no case shall be beyond 15 calendar days after the termination of the investigation. Again, failure to submit the same within the given period shall be considered a waiver thereof. Rule 2, Section 23. Decision of the case, the IIEE Board of Governors shall render the decision on the case within 60 calendar days from receipt of report of investigation. Ang PPC po ay recommendatory lang, pero ang magdidesisyon ay ang Board of Governors. Filing of motion for reconsideration. The party adversely affected by the decision may file a motion for reconsideration with the IIEE Board of Governors who rendered the same within 15 calendar days from receipt thereof. Rule 3, Section 34. When deemed filed, a motion for reconsideration sent by email shall be deemed filed on the date shown by the postmark on the envelope, which shall be attached to the records of the case, and in case of personal delivery, the date is stamped thereon by the proper office. Rule 3, Section 35. Grounds for motion for reconsideration. Ayan, so yung binigyan ng hatol ay pwede kayong mag-file ng motion para sa pag-reconsidera. The motion for reconsideration shall be based on any of the following. New evidence has been discovered which materially affects the decision rendered, or the decision is not supported by the evidence on record, or errors of law or irregularities have been committed prejudicial to the interest of the movement. Rule 3, Section 36. We have a limitation. Only one motion for reconsideration shall be entertained. Rule 3, Section 37. Then, the effect of filing. The filing of a motion for reconsideration within the reglementary period of 15 calendar days shall stay the execution of the decision sought to be considered. Rule 3, Section 38. Filing of appeals. Ayan, yung may mga appeal. Decision imposing a penalty exceeding 30 days, suspension or expulsion from IIE membership may be appealed to the IIEE Board of Governors within the period of 15 calendar days from receipt thereof. Pending appeal, the same shall be executory except where the penalty is expulsion, in which case the same shall be executory only after reconfirmation by the IIE BOG. Rule 3, Section 39. When case is remanded for violation of respondent's right to due process, if the case on appeal is remanded to the PPC for further investigation, the PPC shall finish the investigation within 3 calendar months from the date of receipt of the records, unless the investigation is delayed due to the fault, negligence, or petition of the respondent, or an extension is granted by the IIE BOG in meritorious cases. The period of delay shall not be included in the computation of the prescribed period. Within 15 days from the termination of the investigation, the IIE BOG shall render its decision. If at the end of the said period, the IIE BOG fails to decide the case, the decision shall be vacated and set aside. The respondent shall be exonerated of the charge. Rule 3, Section 40. Recommendation for reinstatement of membership. Ayan. So, pwede pang recommend to reinstate the membership. In meritorious cases, upon the recommendation of the PPC, the IIE BOG may commute or remove penalties or disabilities imposed upon IIE members, subject to such terms and conditions as it may impose in the interest of the IIEE. For this purpose, a petition for a favorable recommendation for the grant of clemency may be filed by a disciplined member with the IIE BOG upon the submission of the following: A, certified true copy of the decision in the disciplinary case with a favorable recommendation by the PPC. B, certification for 3 reputable IM members who votes that the respondent has become a practitioner of good standing. C, proof of non-pendency of an appeal petition for review relative to this disciplinary case before any court or tribunal. Rule 3, Section 41. Penalties. Penalties will be provided in detail in the IA Manual of Professional Practice, but it is not limited to the following. Una, suspension. Magagaan lang naman. Pangalawa, removal from IIE members. Ayan. Pangatlo, institution of legal action. Rule 4, Section 42. Ayan, the 2615 PPC, Antonio Guibarra, Jess David, Ariel Soriano. Ayan, lahat ito governor. Ito, classmate ko to, Roland Deo, Gob, Jupiter Gonzalez, si Jeff, si Sir Salvador, Dennis, Leo, former national president, Leo Cabasag, at ang ating, ang chairman noon ay si Gob Marlon F. Parot. Yan, thank you very much. Good morning, and I still have one topic. Aabot ako sa oras. 9:01 pa lang naman. Thank you, Sorsogon chapter. Yan, so the next one is the 21 Professional Practice Committee. Ayan, Professional Practice Committee. Mayroon naman akong kwento kasi bagong topic to eh. At least nakita ko si Presbyter. Pag dumiti si Presbyter, magkukwento ako. Ito, math subject to eh, sa math subject. Sabi nung teacher ay, class, word problem tayo ngayon sa mathematics. Sabi nung teacher, halimbawa, class, ako ay mayroong 5 anak sa aking asawa. At pagkatapos, nagkaroon ako ng 3 anak sa ibang lalaki. At nagkaroon ako ng 2 anak sa isang lalaki. Ayan. So, sabi ng teacher, mayroon akong ano. Ayan. Ayan. Ang minimi ng teacher dito ay kung ilan ang naging anak niya. Pero nagkamali siya ng tanong. Sabi niya, mayroon akong. Ayan, mayroon akong. Class, mayroon akong. Sabi ng isang bagong gising na estudyante, ma'am, mayroon kang kaso. Ayan. So, hindi sinagot nung estudyante kung ilan yung anak ng teacher, kundi ang sabi niya, kasi nakatatlong lalaki, ma'am, mayroon kang kaso. Ayan. So, isa pang kwento. Sabi nung umuwi yung estudyante, ayan, sabi niya, Daddy, tingnan mo ang grades ko magaganda. Ayan, ang nakalagay sa remarks ko, Daddy, ay puro F. Ayan. Sabi nung teacher, ang galing mo naman, anak. Ang galing mo. Sabi nung daddy niya, ay, anak, ano bang ibig sabihin ng F? At hindi ko rin yan maintindihan. Sabi nung anak, Daddy, ang ibig sabihin ng F sa remark ay fasado. Ayan. Fasado. Galing talaga ng anak ko. Puro fasado ang grades mo. Ang akala ko niyan, sabi nung daddy, ang akala ko, ang meaning ng F ay perfect. Ayan. So, yan. Good morning. Good morning, everyone. Good morning, Ma'am Alma. Nakangiti si Ma'am Alma. Ayan, hello. Ayan, so 2021 Professional Practice Committee. Hanggang 9:30 pa naman ako. May 24 minutes pa ako. So marami pa akong kwento. Dito ako babawi kasi hindi ako nakapunta personal dyan eh. So IIE Code of Ethics, revised and amended as of June 27, 2020 during the 6th Regular Board of Governors meeting. Forward. The electrical practitioner shall uphold and advance the integrity, honor, and dignity of the engineering profession. Ayan lagi itong sinasabi ng ating BE, si Sir Francis Mapili. The integrity, honor, and dignity. Dapat nasa IIE members lahat ito. Dapat meron tayo lahat nito. The three magic word, integrity, honor, and dignity. At sana lahat tayo ay mayroon ito. Now, I'm praying. Letter A, using his knowledge and his skill for the enhancement of human welfare. Being honest and impartial and serving with fidelity the public, his employers, employees, and client. Is striving to increase the competence and prestige of the engineering profession. Ayan. So sana mayroon tayo lahat nito mga IIEE member. Next. Ano ang objective natin ng Code of Ethics? First, to have a guide in performing our duties and responsibilities professionally. To be our basis in making sound decision. To earn respect for our electrical profession and to ensure the members are clear to the mission and vision of the organization. Ayan. Yan ang ating objective. Then I will not read the mission. Next slide, please. What is Code of Ethics? Ano ba ang Code of Ethics? It is a guide of principle designed to help professionals conduct business honestly and with integrity. Inulit na naman yung salitang integrity. It is a set of official standard of conduct that members of an organization are expected to uphold. Next. Why is Code of Ethics important? Because it develops loyalty and attachment toward the organization. And it clearly lays out the rules for behavior and provides the preparation for a preemptive warning. Yan, fundamental canon. What is fundamental canon? Fundamental canon is the pangunahing panuntunan, pangunahing pamantayan o pangunahing alituntunin ng IIEE. We members of the Institute of IIEE, in recognition of the constant involvement of technology in uplifting the quality of life and in accepting a personal obligation and dedication to our profession, its members, and the communities we serve, do hereby pledge and commit ourselves to the highest ethical and professional conduct and agree to. Yan. Mag-agree tayo, IIE member. First, accept responsibility in making sound engineering decision consistent with the safety, health, and welfare of the public, and to disclose promptly the factors that might endanger lives and the environment. Ayan. Number 2, avoid real and perceived conflict of interest or disclose existence of such to affected parties. Ayan. Ano yung mga conflict of interest? Ayan, lagi natin itong naririnig. Ayan. Example, hiring an unqualified relative to provide services to your company. Ayan, nag-hire ka ng isang empleyado. Pinapasok mo sa iyong kumpanya, hindi siya qualified, pero siya ay iyong kamag-anak o iyong kapamilya. Yan, that is a sample of conflict of interest. Pangalawa, starting a company that provides similar to your full-time employer. Ayan. So yung kumpanya mo, meron kang pinapasukan na kumpanya, nagtayo ka rin ng kumpanya, same product. Ayan. So, kinocompete mo yung kumpanya mo. Number 3, failing to investigate co-workers' wrongdoing because they are your friend. Ayan. Hindi mo iniimbestigahan ang kasama mo sa trabaho dahil siya ay iyong kaibigan. Ayan, conflict of interest po yan. Sharing confidential information with a supervisor or subordinate. Ayan. Yung mga importanteng bagay sa kumpanya mo, sinishare mo sa iyong mga subordinate. Ayan. Mga dapat di malaman, nalalaman ngayon ng inyong mga kasama sa kumpanya. And then, dating or having a romantic relationship with a supervisor or subordinate. Ayan. Boss Peter, wag kang gagawa nito dating with your subordinate. Ayan. Kahit maganda, iwasan mo to, Pres Peter, ano? Kasi conflict of interest po siya. Ayan. Then, posting to social media about your company's weaknesses. Pinopost mo sa social media yung mga hindi ka nais-nais o kahinaan ng IIEE. Huwag mo namang gawin yun. Kasi pag nasira ang IIEE, kasama kang masisira doon. Ayan. So, number 3, be honest, objective, impartial, and realistic in stating claims or estimates based on available facts. Ayan. Avoid all cost, graft, and corruption in all its form. Paulitin ko baka hindi natin narinig. Avoid all cost, graft, and corruption. Nawa, wala sa IIA nito. Number 5, improve the ethical understanding of technology and its appropriate application. 6, continuously improve practitioners' technical competence. So ito mga ginagawa natin, tulad ng ginawa ni Sir Barona. Let us improve practitioner technical competence. Lagi tayong makinig sa mga webinar at sa mga tulad nitong regional conferences para madagdagan yung ating idea. 7, discuss full pertinent professional and technical limitation. 8, seek, accept, and offer constructive criticism. O ito, nahihirapan ng iba dito, yung mga iba nating kasama sa IIEE. Nahihirapan silang tumanggap ng mga constructive criticism. Ayan. So, nawa, mawala ito sa atin. Seek, accept, offer constructive criticism of technical work, acknowledge and mitigate errors, and give credit where it is due. Parangalan yung dapat parangalan. Next. Number 9, equally treat all persons regardless of race, gender, physical condition, age, or national origin. 10, protect and avoid injury to others' life, property, or livelihood by false or malicious action. Number 11, observe utmost transparency, responsibility, due diligence, and fairness, and accordingly, not manufacture. Ayan. Spread or disseminate false, incorrect, unverified, and misleading information or data against any co-member or the IIEE. Wag na its officer, employees, and representative or agents in any form whatsoever, whether verbally, in writing, or published, or whether through electronic means or otherwise. Specifically, if such tends to discredit, besmirch, sinisiraan mo, besmirch the honor and integrity or impute a wrongdoings on the part of co-member of the IIEE, its officers, employees, and representative or agents. 12, support colleagues. Yan. Support colleagues and co-workers in their professional and technical development and assist them in complying with this code of ethics. 13, timely and fully comply and abide with any and all of his obligation to a member of the IIEE, the IIE itself, or any third party. And 14, does not engage in or commit anti-competitive, fraudulent, deceitful practices in any form, and uphold free and fair competition. Ayan, so salamat sa inyong pakikinig, mga kasama ko sa Sorsogon chapter at sa buong mundo na kung saan mayroong nakikinig sa ating regional conference ngayon. Ang panghuli ay honesty is being truthful. Sabi nga, honesty is the best policy. Sa Tagalog, si honesto ang magaling na pulis. Honesty is being truthful, sincere, and free from deceit, while integrity. Oh, inulit na naman. Paborito ito ni B.E. Mapili. Inuulit-ulit talaga sa Code of Ethics. Minsan nakakabingi ito. Itong word na ito. Paulit-ulit na lang. Pero sabi sa Bible, pagka ang isang bagay inulit-ulit, ito ay napakahalaga. So, ibig sabihin, ang salitang integrity ay napakahalaga. Integrity is loyal adherence. Pakibalik. Diba ako tapos? Minamadali muna ako. Ayan. Loyal adherence to a strict moral or ethical code toward excellence. Ayan, tapos na po. Ayan, salamat. Nahalata ko, minamadali nyo na yung presentation ko eh. So, pag may tanong po, ay nandyan si Pres Peter, tanong lang po kayo sa kanya. Yan. Or i-send nyo na lang po sa ating group chat. At sasagutin po kayo ng grupo ng PPC. Nandito po sila lahat ngayon, nakaabang sa aking presentation. So, good morning, Pres Peter. Good morning, kumparing Tolits Orticio. Press, ulitin ko, Press sa buong Execom, buong DOJ, at sa buong PPC team, headed by our handsome and very energetic Chairman, Gob Ariel Duran. Yan, salamat po. Hanggang dito na lamang. Magandang umaga, Sorsogon Chapter. God bless you all.
Thank you so much, sir.
Salamat.
Thank you very much, Sir Alvin Lunas.
Sir Juvenal, good morning.
For those who have questions, you can put it in the chat box or you can directly message Sir. Thank you. Now to give the certificate of appreciation to Engineer Alvin Lunas in recognition of his valuable contribution as a resource speaker on the topic IIEE New Code of Ethics and Rules in Handling Complaints during the 21st Virtual BICOL Regional Conference held on 16 to 17 of July 2021, bearing the theme IIE at 2021, Transcending Challenges in the New Normal by Embracing Resiliency and Complementarity, given on the 17th day of July 2021. Thank you very much, sir.
Thank you. Salamat. God bless.
And now, proceeding to our next topic, let us all call our IIEE Senior Member and Professional Electrical Engineer, Engineer Florencio Berengel, with his topic of Power System Analysis, Voltage and Short Circuit Calculations. Please give him a round of applause. Thank you. Good morning, Sir Florencio. While waiting for Sir Florencio, please stay put as we will play a short virtual statement for you. Thank you. Since Engineer Florencio is here, let us all give him a round of applause. Sir, are you ready, sir?
Yes.
Okay. You may now present, sir. Thank you.
Ano ba ito? Okay, good morning. I would like to hello, good morning.
Good morning, sir.
Nadidinig niyo ba? Nadidinig.
Morning po.
Yes, po, loud and clear.
Okay, good morning. Before I proceed to my topic, I would like to greet first our national president, Engineer Alan Alvarez, member of the board, of course, your energetic governor, my good friend, Dito Orticio. Members of the board na nakita ko nandito, Woody Irama, Elboy Gonzalez, Roland Vasquez, Olvin Wagan, Christian Maligro, and of course, our good friend from Northern Luzon, John Lucas. Of course, I would like to greet your untiring president, Engineer Peter Labayo, former Gov. May natutunan ako kay Alvin kanina, yung lahat ng grade F, Fasado at saka perfect. Dito, Alvin Lunas, Lito Vargas, my co-governor in Southern Luzon, Roslyn Rocio. Of course, andyan din si Hilo Sares and Ariel Duran. And of course, my good friend, Cyrus Canto. And of course, nandyan din ang members ng committee, ng APEC committee, headed by our chairman, Flor Barona. And of course, Larry Cruz. Of course, ganito daw, pagka gusto mong patagalin ng lecture, babati ka muna ng babati. Our former president, Joby Panhilason, and our energetic and dedicated staff, Alma and Kat. Okay, the topic for today is about the power system analysis or voltage drop calculation. So, our outline is the load calculation, electrical design, voltage drop calculation, per unit calculation, or fault analysis and short circuit calculation. So this is my term TER, technical engineering report. So this is line 2, San Jose line 2 of Angat Hydroelectric Power Plant of National Power Corporation. This is the station service transformer, the 1 MVA power transformer, and this is the group of motor, and this is the tiebreaker. So pag nag-fault dito sa San Jose line 2, lilipat lang tayo sa San Jose line 1. And this is the tiebreaker. This is the 2 station service transformer, the transformer A and B. Okay, so this is the backbone of the San Jose line 2. This is the our breakers. This is our isolating breaker. This is the 122 MVA power transformer. This is the generator 1 and 2, main generator 1 and 2, 50 megawatt each. So kumuha tayo dito sa papunta sa station service, and this is my technical engineering report from here up to the station service and the group of motors. So from the main distribution panel bus B, so this is the tiebreaker. So going to tiebreaker. This is the tiebreaker, and this is the load. Panel 1 to 13. So this is the, we have 2 spare. This is the NDP 3 up to all of this. This is the interconnection, our breaker, transformer, and etc. So power system analysis is something like this motor load calculation. Paano ko ba ito alisin sa ibabaw?
So, examples in Gober oil pump, 20 horsepower, 480 volts, 3-phase, 60 hertz, 80% power factor, and 90% efficiency. For the calculation of full load current is equals to the 1 horsepower is equals to 746 watts, or equals P divided by square root of 3 divided by the rated voltage, power factor, and efficiency, or equal to 24.926 ampere. For the conductor ampacity and size of wire from Philippine Electrical Code 2017, section 2.10.2.1, page 76, the branch circuit not more than 600 volt. Yeah, 600 volt. The allowable ampacity of conductor is equals to full load current multiplied by 100%, or 24.926 times 125% is equivalent to 36.156 ampere. From Philippine Electrical Code 2017, table 3.10.2.2.6 B, number 16, 2.5 and 2.5, 0.6.13 and 10.1.1.1.1, use 38.0 mm square plus 5.5 ground THW at 27 mm diameter of EMT. Oh, so this is the table of from Philippine Electrical Code, Article 3.10, conductor of general wiring, page 174. From table 3.10.2.6b, 16, the allowable ampacity of insulated conductor rated up to and including 2000 volt at 60 degrees to 90 degrees, not more than 3 current carrying conductor in a raceway, cable, or earth direct burial based on the ambient temperature of 30 degrees. So this is 8.0. Our size of wire is 8.0 and our current is 50. So if titingnan natin dito is 35. So from Philippine Electrical Code 2017, Article 2.5, grounding and bonding of page. So our size is 5.5, yung grounding. Ang ating current is 35, so this is 40. Dito tayo kukuha dos. 5.5 yung ating size of grounding cable. And now, from PEC 2017, Appendix C, page 967, table C.1, maximum number of conductor or fixture wire in electrical metallic tubing or ENT based on the chapter 10, table 10.1.1.1 and table 10.1.1.4 and table 10.1 to page of 967. So our conductor is number 8. So dito tayo kumuha. Pwede rin tayo dito sa number 21, but I choose 217 considering this is a group of motor at hindi natin alam ang layo at ang ililiko, no? So mahirap magbatak ng wire pagka maliit yung TNT. For the governor oil pump, 20 horsepower, 480 volt, 3-phase, 60 Hz, 0.8 at 90% efficiency. The thermal overload setting is from Philippine Electrical Code 2017, page of 691, section 4.03.1, 4.03.1. For all other motors equals to full load current multiplied by 115%. So the overload relay is equals to 24.926 times 1.5 is equals to 28.663 ampere. So set the overload setting to 28.663. Huwag niyong babaguhin yan kasi yun yung nakuha natin sa computation. Disconnecting switch is equals to full load current multiplied by 125%. So IDS is equals to 35.156. Use from 35, use 40 ampere trip over 100 ampere frame disconnect switch. For the computation of branch over current protection is equals to 150 full load current multiplied with 250%. So from Philippine Electrical Code 2007 standard, the fuse of table is equal to table 2.40.1.68, page number 86. So that our choice is equals to nalalagyan nito eh. U70 ampere trip 100 upper frame power fuse. So this is our table, this is our 8.0, this is our breaker 70 ampere, this is our disconnecting means 40 ampere, and this is our overload relay or 628.663 setting, and this is your motor. So bakit mas mababa dito kaysa rito? This is your upstream and this is your downstream. Pag pinagparehas natin ito, alin ang magti-trip pag nagka-trouble? That's why we limit our downstream to 125% and 250% in our upstream. Ayaw nang lumakad. Yan. Article 4.0, motors and motor circuit and controller. Table 4.30.3.2.1, page of 351. Separate overload device. A separate overload device that is responsible to motor current. This device shall be selected to the trip or shall be rated at no more than the following percent of the motor's nameplate current rating full load. So motors with marked service factor 115% or greater is equal to 125%. For the motors with a marked temperature of rise to 40 degrees or less is equal to 125%. And for all motor is 115%. Kaya pinili natin sa setting as 115% for all motors. This is for all motors. Also, from Philippine Electrical Code 2017, page 86, this is our standard fuse rating. Table 2.40.1.68. Again, for governor oil pump 20 horsepower, 480 volts. This is the total computation is the table of branch circuit number 2, power distribution center 1, 480 volts, 633 phase, backup. Meron kasi itong backup yung bus A. So pare-pareho lang. So for governor oil pump, this is the data, 20 horsepower, 20.722 kVA. Ang nakuha natin is sa full load current is 24.926. Our setting is 28.665. Size of wire is 8.0. Size of ground is 8.0. RAC is 32, 40 ampere trip, 70 ampere trip for the disconnect means at sa circuit breaker or the downstream and upstream. For governor oil pump 20 horsepower, the main feeder wires ampacity is equals to 125% of the full load current of big motors plus the total current remaining motor. So besides the biggest motor is 24. If you take look at this, 24, 24, 18, 20. So pinakamalaki is 24. So the big motor is 24.926 multiplied by 125% plus the total current lagi nakakonto eh. Total current is 106 2.290. So total current is 106.443. The total, the allowable ampacity is 137.951 ampere. So again, from Philippine Electrical Code 2017, table 3.10.2.16, use 50 mm, 350 mm square plus ground 14 at 63 AMT diameter. So balik ulit tayo dito. Ayan. So ating wire is 50 at 100. Nagugulo ko dito sa kuno to eh. at 137. So pinili natin is 140. Paano ba ito i-minimize? Ayaw maalis eh. Maharang sa aking presentation.
Okay na naman.
Dali lang ah. Inaayos ko lang. Hindi ko makita yung ibang presentation. Ayaw mawala yung ruler. Vale. Isut-isut ko na lang. Tsagay ko na lang isa. Okay. Ayaw na naman. Okay. So this is the size of wire. Copper conductor grounding. At 100, wala nang 100. So 134. So dip balik tayo sa 200. From Philippine Electrical Code 2017, Appendix C, page 967. So our wire is 50 or 1/0 sa AWG. We choose 63. Pwede rin tayo sa 53. Ang problema lang dito sa 53, pag may mga bending, mahirap hilahin. So I chose 63 size of conduit. Governor oil pump, again, from the main feeder trip breaker. The main feeder branch overcurrent protection is equals 250% of the full load current, big motor plus total remaining motors. So equals to 24.926 multiplied by 2.5 plus 106.433 or 168.748 ampere. So again, from Philippine Electrical Code, choose 175 ampere trip, 200 ampere frame trip breaker. So tabulated computed load of the main distribution panel. So this is ito na yung pinakita ko kanina na madaming sa pangatlong slide ko. This is sa number 1, table number 1 is 12 kilowatt transformer, power distribution center 85, a total of 106 ampere, and so on. So with a total of 1,096.83 kVA or a total of 1,454.687 total full load current. So for the power system analysis, so this is our electrical design. The transformer sizing, the station service transformer is equals to the total kVA demand or sum of individual maximum demand multiply by your demand factor. I assume 70% demand factor, assuming that one motor is running and the other one is back up or standby. So from the total kVA load of 1,096.83 kVA, 4160, 480 volts, three phase with applied demand factor of 70% is equals to 767.81 kVA. So use 1 MVA for 4.16 over 0.48 kV, 3-phase 6-third station service transformer. For the computation of load at primary, the full load current is 1 MVA divided by square root of 3 divided by 4.16 volt or equivalent to 138.786 ampere. For the conductor size of full load current, 125% is equals to 173.483 ampere. Again, from Philippine Electrical Code, Table 3.10.2.51C, 73, 1, and 2.5, 50.6.13, use 350 mm plus 14 mm squared ground XLPE 4160 kV power cable. So XLPE na tayo dito from table 3.10.2.51. Again, from the primary side, from Philippine Electrical Code table 4.5, 50.1.3a, page of 385. The maximum rating or setting of the overcurrent protection transformer over 1000 volt as percentage of transformer rated current, fuse rating is multiplied by or equivalent to 300%. So from the station service branch overcurrent protection is equals to 300% multiplied by the full load current or equivalent to 416.358 ampere or use 500 ampere fuse, power fuse. So ito yung mga sinusungkit-sungkit ni Meralco, ni cooperatives. At secondary side, full load current is 1 MVA divided by 1.732 divided by 480 volts is equivalent to 1,202.813 ampere. For the conductor size, is a full load current multiplied by 125% is 1,503.516 ampere. From Philippine Electrical Code, use 5 sets of 250 mm square plus 30 mm ground at 103 mm diameter EMT. So bakit hindi natin ginamit yung 500? Bakit nag-250 tayo para 3 sets lang? Again, from secondary side, that's disconnect switch. Is equals to full load current multiplied by 125%. So this is your downstream. The station service transformer direct disconnect switch is equals to 1,503.5163 ampere. Use 1,006 ampere trip at 2,000 ampere frame disconnect switch. Also from Philippine Electrical Code 2017, table 4.5, 50.1.3b, the maximum setting of the overcurrent protection transformer less than 100, 600 volt and less. Again, from secondary side, calculating the branch overcurrent protection multiplied by 250% is equivalent to 3,007.033 ampere. Used from the standard 4,000 ampere trip, 5,000 ampere frame power fuse or circuit breaker. So this is our single line diagram from 115 kV three-phase line, that's San Jose line 2. This is the 122 MVA power transformer. This is our disconnect means the 150 ampere. This is our power fuse. This is our station service power transformer, 1 MVA 13.8 kV. This is our 4,400 circuit breaker, and this is our 1,600 power fuse circuit breaker of the downstream, and this is your 5 sets of 250 ampere, 250 mm square. Now for the voltage drop calculation. In general formula, the voltage drop is equals to current multiplied by the impedance of the wire. The impedance of the wire is equals to square root of R square plus X square, or resistance and capacitance square. So for single phase, the voltage drop is equals to multiply by the current, full load current, and multiply by the conductor of the wire, multiply by the length divided by 3 in meters divided by 305 in meters, multiplied by 1 over the number of parallel path. So for 3 phase, is equivalent to the square root of 3 multiplied by current, multiplied by your impedance, multiplied by length, divided by 305 meters, divided by multiplied by 1 divided by number of parallel path. So since the wire impedance of table from table 10.1.1.1.9 of the 2017 Philippine Electrical Code, page of 942, is from the line to neutral. Therefore, the voltage drop to line is the 3-phase voltage drop is equal to square root of 3 multiplied by current multiplied by the impedance square, as equation number 1, where BD is the voltage drop in volt, I line current in ampere, and C is the total impedance in ohms. So for the number of conductor in parallel, again, voltage drop is equals to square root of 3 multiplied by the current, multiplied by your impedance, multiplied by length of feeder, divided by 305 meters, multiplied by 1 divided by number of parallel path. So therefore, where L is the length of meter in conductor, so therefore, the voltage drop from the transformer, the 1 MVA transformer going to main distribution panel, your computation voltage drop is from the transformer up to the farthest point of your motor installation. So that's why here from station service transformer to main distribution panel, then from main distribution panel to branch circuit, and then from branch circuit to individual motor. So tatlong stage. For the computation of voltage drop, the main feeder substation, so from cable 250 mm of table point 10, the impedance 0.1.9 of the Philippine Electrical 2017, page 942. The impedance line to neutral is equivalent to our R is equal to 0.029 and our XL is equal to 0.048, or equivalent to 0.0561 ohms. So saan ang galing yun? From table 10.1, 0.1.9 of Philippine Electrical Code 1 to 2017. So this is your resistance for uncoated copper wire steel. Ito, 0.029. This is your reactance, 0.048 at 250 mm square wire. So for the voltage drop of voltage calculation of feeder station service, 5 sets of 250 mm square, length is 50 meter from the station service transformer to the main distribution panel with a load of 1,202.813 ampere taken from transformer sizing load calculation, secondary current. The voltage drop is equals to square root of 3 multiplied by the current 1,202.813 multiplied by the impedance 0.561 multiplied by yung length of feeder is 50 divided by 305 multiplied by 1 divided by number of parallel path, 5 sets divided by 5 is equals to 3.8306 volt. The accumulated voltage drop is equivalent to percent voltage drop divided by 480 volts, or equivalent to 0.7980%. So the accumulated voltage drop from receiving end is equivalent to 480 minus 3.8, or equivalent to 476.169.4 volts. So from table of voltage drop, station service, from this is the voltage drop from station service to main distribution panel. Sorry. Our current is 1,200. Our equivalent impedance is 0.561. Our equivalent voltage drop is 3.8. And the accumulated percent is 0.78980. And the total voltage at the receiving end is 476.1694. Now, from main distribution panel to power panel board number 3 of the branch circuit, equivalent to our R is equals to 0.12 square plus 0.055 square is equals to 0.132 ohms. So at 50 ampere, at 50 mm square size of wire, we have accumulated of this is our R 0.12 and this is our XL or reactance of 0.55. Now for the voltage drop calculation of feeder and base at 50 mm square at 75 meters length. Our current is 131.359 taken from chapter 4 at table, at yung table na ginamit ko. So voltage drop is equals to square root of 3 multiplied by current 131.359 multiplied by impedance 0.132. The length of feeder is 75 divided by 305 multiplied by 1. So 1 set lang. So number of parallel path is 1 is equals to 7.3853 volts. So the accumulated voltage drop is equals to 7.83853 divided by 476 our. Ito naman yung ating sending voltage. Multiply by 100% is equals to 1.551 ohms. Pag inad natin yung from station service transformer to main distribution panel is equivalent to 2.39%. So the accumulated voltage drop at receiving end now is 468.7841 volts. Ayaw na naman. Yan. So this is the voltage drop calculation from main distribution panel to branch circuit. So ano na siya ngayon? The receiving voltage is 468. The total voltage drop is 2.3. This is the voltage drop from MDP to branch circuit. This is the impedance and this is the total current. Now, calculating voltage drop from branch circuit to individual motor. So, ang ginamit natin is yung overall pipe natin na 20 horsepower, the voltage drop from cable 8 mm square, table of 10.1.1.9 of Philippine Electrical Code 2017, page of 942. The impedance is equals to square root of 0.78 square plus 0.065 square is equals to 0.7827 ohms. So therefore, the voltage drop from the motor of 200, this is the 8 mm square. Our length of feeder is 100, yung layo niya. From the installation PPB branch circuit number 2, the individual motor with the data from the table. So the voltage drop is square root of 3 multiplied by the given current 24.926 multiplied by the impedance 0.7327 multiplied by 75 divided by 305 is equals to 8.3, or the voltage drop of kanina ang total natin is from 8.3 divided by 468 receiving end is equals to 1.7726 plus yung total kanina is 2.3, and now the total voltage drop is equivalent to 4.126%. Accumulated voltage drop is equals to 460.747 volts. Now, how can we determine kung pumapasok tayo sa voltage drop? So this is ito lang yung data sa Philippine Electrical Code. Yung 0.78 na resistance at 0.065 na reactance at 8 mm square wire. So this is the table. Our current is 24.926. Our impedance 0.7827. Our equivalent voltage loss is 8.3. The total accumulated voltage drop is 4.12 and the voltage at receiving end is 460 volts. So, how do we know kung pumapasok tayo doon sa voltage drop calculation natin? From the National Electrical Code, branch circuit. This FEN recommend you to size a branch circuit conductor to prevent a maximum voltage drop of 3%. The maximum total voltage drop when combining both branch circuit and feeder lines should not exceed 5%. So another one, feeder size size of feeder conductor to prevent a maximum voltage drop of 3%. The The maximum total for a combination of branch circuit and feeder should not exceed 5%. So, ang nakuha natin is 4.1216%. So, pumapasok tayo. Hindi dapat lalampas ng 5% ang out. The total voltage drop from this transformer up to the farthest connected load. Why do we calculate the voltage drop? Addressing the voltage drop from break the circuit into several parts, certain circuit run, and increase wire size. Pagka hindi natin ma-address, mag-reduce tayo ng load. O kaya naman, hatiin natin. Or yung 100 meters ka at bagsak sa voltage drop, ilapit mo. Now, the best is to increase the size of wire. Kasi kung kagaya sa akin, in our case in Angat, naka-install na yung motor doon. Of course, use higher efficiency device. Another one. Replace conductor with higher conductivity also. But the best is to increase the size of wire. Now, why do we need to calculate short circuit current? Because this is mandated by the Philippine Electrical Code 1.3.2.1, design analysis. If you observe now, lahat ng establishment ay hinahanapan na ng power system analysis. Number 2 is to correct the interrupting current capacity, rating, and overcurrent protection device. Philippine Electrical Code, Article 1.10.1.9, the interrupting ratings. Data is needed in R-class studies sa Philippine Electrical Code 2017, Article 1.3.2.1, F6. And use in protection, coordination, Philippine Electrical Code, Article 2017, Article 2.40.1, 0.12.1, and 7.8.4.5 use of the isolation coordination. Okay. So kaya kailangan natin ang protection coordination. Now, what is the type of short circuit calculation? Type of network fault. We have open fault. We have symmetrical, and short circuit fault. Open fault. So kami sa planta, tinatawag lang yan na single phase. Open current, also called series fault. This is due to the failure of one or more conductor. Kung nalaglag yung isa, lumog yung isa, nag-single phase. So open fault yun. Commonly caused by jointing failure and cable and overhead lines. And this failure, one or more phase in the circuit breaker is loose pag nag-loose na siya. O kaya nasunog, melting of fuse or conductor in one or more phases. Lead insulation failure and short circuit fault. It mislead as insulation failure and short circuit fault. So this is the type of open fault. Naputol yung isa, nag-single phase na. Naputol yung dalawa, o naputol lahat, open fault. Pero most commonly, ang nangyayari dito, in item 1, single phase open circuit. So nagsi-single phase. Short circuit symmetrical fault, also called balance fault. Fault occur when all three phases are simultaneously short-circuited. Mag-short circuit lahat silang tatlo. Symmetrical fault, this is most common fault. The unbalanced fault will cause the unbalanced current in the system. So we have line to ground, line to line, and line to line to ground. Method of calculating circuit current. 1, ohmic method. 2, point-to-point. And 3, per unit method. So, ito malimit na. Ito, lahat ito ay ginagamit natin. So, short circuit per unit calculation. This is from This data is coming from the Angat Hydroelectric Power Plant and NGCP North Luzon. So this is the fault level of the Angat sa MBA short circuit at 3-phase line to ground or line to line to line to ground is 2,530.7. The X over R is equal to 14.9594. Sa 2 line to ground or line to ground is equals 2,635.4 and X over R is 15.3744. Sa single line to ground or single line to ground is equal to 2,600.74.3. X over R is 15.52. Line to line is 2,143.2. X over R is 14.63117. The data is available at the National Grid Corporation, Northern Luzon. So for the computation of per unit data, considering the MBA base is 100, the short circuit MBA is 100, the 3 line to grounds is 2,530.7, the fault level, and the X over R is equal to 14.9594. Ito yon. Itong una na to. So for the computation of per unit impedance is equal to MBA base divided by MBA short circuit. Equals to 100 divided by 2,530 or equivalent to 0.03951 per unit. The resistance per unit is equals to impedance per unit multiplied by the arc cosine of tangent of cosine of arc tangent of X over R is equivalent to per unit impedance is equals to X over R is equals to 0.0264 per unit. And the reactance per unit is equal to say PU is equivalent to arc sine of arc tangent of X over R is equivalent to 0.03591 multiplied by arc tangent of 14.95 is equals to 0.03943 per unit. Number 2 is a single two line to ground or line to ground. The same MBA base, the fault current is 2635. So the safer unit or MBA base divided by MBA short circuit is equal to 0.03794. 3794 multiplied the per unit resistance is equal to 0.03794 multiplied by cosine of arc tangent of 15.3744 equivalent to 0.00246 per unit. Reactance per unit is equals to 0.03794 multiplied by sine of arc tangent of 15.3744 equivalent to 0.03786 per unit. Now for number 4, single line or line to ground or single line to ground. The MBA base is 2674.3. The say per unit is equal to 0.03739. And then the per unit resistance is equal to 0.03739 multiplied by cosine of arc tangent of 15.5231 or equivalent to 0.00240 per unit. Reactance per unit is equals to 0.03739 multiplied by sine of arc tangent of 15.5231 or equivalent to 0.3732 per unit. And now for the line to line, it's equivalent to per unit impedance is equals to 2,100 divided by 2,143.2 or 0.04666 per unit. Resistance per unit is equals to impedance multiplied by cosine of arc tangent of 14.6317 is equivalent to 0.00318 per unit. Reactance per unit is equals to impedance per unit 0.04666 multiplied by sine of arc tangent of 14.6317 equivalent to 0.4655 per unit. Now, for calculating the generator data per unit calculation, considering that the MBA base is 100, the nameplate rating is 55.55 MBA or 50 megawatt. power factor is equivalent to 90%. The summation of horsepower is 55.555 MVA or kVA. The initial the line voltage is 13.8. So therefore, per unit impedance is say 1 over 100 multiplied Bm squared divided by Bs squared multiplied by MVA base divided by MVA of the motor, equivalent to 2. Nangyari. Okay. So equivalent to say 1 per unit impedance equivalent to, so therefore this say sub 1 is 10, say sub 2 is 10, say sub 0 is 3. Then the x over r is 60, x over r sub 0 is 40. So therefore, say sub 1 is equal to 10 divided by 100 multiplied by 13.8 over 13.8 square multiplied by MVA base 100 divided by MVA of the motor 55.555 or 0.818000 per unit. Reactance per unit is equal to say per unit divided by square root of 1 plus 1 over x over r square is equals to 0.17998. And the resistance per unit is equals to reactance per unit divided by x over r or equivalent to 0.17988 divided by 60 is equal to 0.00300 per unit. Now the sub-zero, the impedance sub-zero is equal to say sub-zero divided by 100 divided by voltage multiplied by voltage motor and descending motor multiplied by MVA base divided by MVA of the motor 0.054 per unit. Again, the same impedance divided by square root of 1 plus 1 over x squared, x over r squared is equivalent to 0.05398 per unit. And per unit impedance sub-zero is equal to 0.00135 per unit. For the transformer data, transformer at the station service, at the power transformer at the 122 MVA base, MVA is 100 and the MVA of the transformer is 122.2. X percent impedance is 8, x over r is 40. So per unit impedance is equals to impedance in percent multiplied by MVA base divided by MVA transformer equivalent to 0.08 multiplied by 100 divided by 122.2 or equivalent to 0.6547 per unit. The resistance per unit is equal impedance per unit multiplied by cosine of arctangent of x over r is equivalent to 0.6547 multiplied by cosine of 40 is equivalent to 0.0164 per unit. And impedance reactance per unit is equivalent to say per unit multiplied by sine of arctangent of x over r or equivalent to 0.6545 per unit. Now for the cable of 115 kV ACSR, the size of in mm is equal to 242 mm or equivalent to from 477,000 circular mil equivalent to 242 mm square. Set of conductor is one. Type of conductor is ACSR bare. The resistance in ohms per 305 meters is equal to 0.40168 or equivalent to 0.202 ohms per miles. And the reactance per unit is equal to the reactance in ohms per 305 meter is equal to 0.08142. or equivalent to 0.43 ohms per miles. The length of feeder is 65. So therefore, resistance per unit is equals to resistance multiplied by the length divided by 305 divided by sets of wire multiplied by MVA base divided by KB square, the given voltage square, or equivalent to the resistance is 0.40168 multiplied by 65 meters divided by 305 divided by 1 multiplied by 100 divided by 1,000 or 115 square from 115,000 volts, equivalent to 0.00006 per unit. And the reactance per unit is equals to X multiplied by L divided by 305 divided by sets of wire multiplied by MVA base divided by KB square is equals to 0.08142 multiplied by 65 divided by 305 divided by 1 multiplied by 100 divided by 115 square is equals to 0.00013 per unit. Now, for the station service transformer, the MVA base is 100 and the total MVA as computed is equals to 1. The impedance percent impedance is 3x over R is 40. So say per unit is equals to say multiplied by MVA base divided by MVA of the transformer or equivalent to 100 divided by 1 multiplied by 0.003 or 3 per unit. So therefore, the per unit resistance, again, per unit impedance multiplied by cosine of R tangent of X over R is 0.07498 and per unit reactance is equals to per unit impedance multiplied by sine R tangent of X over R is equals to 2.999906 per unit. So this is the table of the ginamit ko dito hook, yung ACSR equivalent to 477 circular mill at 26 over 7 standing. Now the resistance is equivalent to 0.43 and the reactance is equivalent to 0.2121. So ito yung kanina. Ito. 477 circular mill, resistance 0.212 and reactance of 0.430. Now calculating the bus bar. Bus bar instead of wire bus bar, the MVA base is 100. Voltage given voltage 13.8 kV. Size of bus bar is 1/2 by 5 inches. Set 3 sets. The type is the copper 11100. The resistance per ohms put is equals to 0.00000035 and X in ohms per foot is 0.0000419 ohms per meter. So R is equals to R multiplied by L, parehas di kanina, divided by 1 multiplied by the sets of bus bar multiplied by MVA base divided by KB square. Equivalent to R is equivalent to 0.0000035 multiplied by the length of feeder is equivalent to 115 divided by 1 multiplied by number of sets is equals to 3 multiplied by MVA base 13 MVA base is 100 divided by given voltage 13.8 kV or 0.0007 per unit. So the reactance is equivalent to 0.00084 per unit. For bus bar number 1 and bus bar number 2 is the same. So identical sila. Now for bus bar from circuit breaker to transformer 1, ito is from generator to circuit breaker. Dito naman from circuit breaker to transformer. So the length is 200. The difference is the length is 213. So the same data. only the difference is the length, equivalent to 0.0013. The per unit resistance and the per unit reactance is 0.00156. So this is typical, so the same. Now for the computation of cable of the medium voltage station service transformer, our size of cable is 35 mm XLPE. The type of cable is XLPE 15 kV, considering that our voltage is 13.8. So we use 13 kV voltage XLPE. The resistance per 1,000 meter is equal to 0.669, and the reactance is 0.143. The length of wire is 60 meter. So per unit resistance is R 0.669 divided by, multiplied by the length 60 divided by 1,000 divided by number of set, only one set, multiplied by 100 divided by 13.8 kV square, or equivalent to 0.02108 per unit. The reactance per unit is equivalent to 0.00451. So cable number 2, main distribution panel. So this is from medium voltage to transformer. Now this is from the medium voltage to main distribution panel B. The sets of wire, this is our primary and this is our secondary side. So MVA base 100 voltage 0.48 kV, size of wire 250, number of parallel path is 5. The resistance in ohms per 300 meters 0.0229, and the reactance is 0.048. The length of feeder is 50. So the resistance per unit is 0.4128, 41268, and the reactance is 0.68306 per unit. Now, for the summary of cable impedance of main generator 1 and 2 sa bus number 1, cable impedance for utility is a transformer number 115 kV. The ACSR is 242 plus ground 8. Equivalent to resistance in ohms per 305 meters equals to 0.4017. The reactance is 0.08147. The resistance per unit is equivalent to 6.47282 exponent negative 5, or 0.000647282. And X per unit is equal to 0.000131. So impedance per unit is equivalent to 0.0006 plus J of 0.113, or equivalent to 0.00015 angle of 63.75563 ohms. For the cable impedance of circuit breaker at bus number 1, this is the from generator to bus bar. Ang nakuha natin is number of bus bar is 9. Considering 3 sets, ang size natin is 1/2 by 5. So therefore, the resistance per foot, ito yung nakalagay na data natin kanina, 0.000035, and our reactance is 0.000419. The resistance per unit is equivalent to 0.00069,847, and the reactance is 0.00084. Considering this is typical, so this is the same. So therefore, the per unit impedance is equivalent to 0.003 plus J of 0.0042, or equivalent to 0.00042 angle of 85.26915. For the impedance of circuit breaker bus bar number 2, dito na pala tayo. Group of motors. So the impedance is, our XLP is 3 wires, number of 3. Ang size of wire natin is number 35, the ground is number 25. So our resistance per 1,000 foot is equal to 0.6690. The reactance is 0.143. Per unit impedance is 0.021077505 and reactance of 0.004505. Your impedance per unit is equals to 0.021078 plus J of 0.00451 or equivalent to 0.021554 angle of 12.06431 per unit. Now for the tabulation of the group of motor, lump sum motor impedance table. So this is the group of motor, this is the load for motor circuit number 2 is equal to 80%, number 3, 76, and so on. A total of 1,096.83 kVA ampere group of motor with a total of 65% load or 461.63 kVA with 480 volt, 80% power factor. So therefore, the per unit impedance is equal to 0.0541561 plus J of 21.66245 or equivalent to 21.669217 angle of 88.5679. Wherein XPU is a double prime of D over 100 times 100 over kVA over 1000. Per unit is X over U over X over R. For the utility bus impedance, this is a symmetrical of the utility impedance that provided by the National Grid Corporation. The MBA base is square root of the ampere. Equivalent MBA short circuit multiplied by 1000 divided by square root of 3 divided by the given voltage. Equivalent to 12,705.22 for 3-phase fault, 13,230.36 for 2-line to ground fault, 13,426.5 for single line fault, and 10,759.8 to line fault. So, ito na yon. So for the generator set impedance, say 1 is equal to say 2. Generator is equal to generator 2. So our impedance is equal to 0.09 angle of 89%. While the transformer, our impedance is equals to 0.016365 plus J of 0.6546. Now for generator at sub-zero, our impedance is equal to 0.027 angle of 88.5679 or 0.00067 plus J of 0.002699. Now going to short circuit calculation. For plant is a group of motors, and considering this is a generating plant, I use the generating plant as my reference for this computing the short circuit calculation. So this is the sets of 242 mm square ACSR or 477,000 circular mil. This is your our 145 kV 3150 ampere 40 kA 3-phase load. This is our 122 MVA power transformer. And this is generator 1 and generator 2 composed of 50 megawatt each. This is the station service transformer. This is disconnecting. This is the power fuse. This is the station service transformer. And this is the wire. And this is the group of motor. So assigning the fault here, fault number 1 at the bus of the 122 MVA. Fault number 2, papunta na ito sa distribution line. Fault number 3 and fault number 4. Fault number 3 sa generator set number 1 and fault number 4 dito sa going to station service. For the given data, the utility wire is a 242 mm square is equivalent to 00264 plus J of 0.003943 per unit. This is the size of the from the transformer. This is our power cable. This is our transformer. This is our power cable of XLP 0.006 plus 0.0013. Ito naman ang ating power fuse 0.00164 plus 0.00645. So ito given na yung data natin kanina. This is from the generator, from the bus bar, and from the bus bar from generator to breaker, from breaker to transformer. The same. This is from generator, this is generator to breaker, and this is from breaker to transformer. This is the size of XLPE, medium voltage cable. This is the station service transformer, and this is the wires of the medium voltage, and this is the individual motor, group of motor. For reducing the reduction of fault current number 1, so what we are going to do is to reduce here. Lahat natin, kunin natin yan. From here, if this is our fault, this is series. This is series. This is series. This is series. This is parallel to here. This is parallel to here. And the total of this is parallel to fault current number 2. So, to calculate the sum of series impedance of group of motors, here, 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. From the generator to THHN wire to medium voltage station service transformer. So the total is 25 or 1.0503 plus J of 25.34908. I-add lang natin yan. Yan, 5.54, 0.412, 0.0218, 0.07. The total is 1.05030, and this is 25.34908, or equivalent to 25.37083 angle of 87.6274. Calculation of series of generator number 2. Generator number 2. This generator number 2. 1, 2, 3. I-add lang natin ito. So the total is 0.00320 plus J of 0.182338. Equivalent to 0.018241 angle of 88.99519. Pag pinagsama na natin yon, yung group of motor at generator is parallel, di ba? Magiging parallel na yan. Equivalent to 1 over the summation of impedance of equivalent motor of GM, group of motors, and generator number 2, or equivalent to 0.097768 minus 5.5200632 J, or equivalent to 0.003207 plus J of 0.1810882, or equivalent to 0.18111 angle of 88.98543. Now, calculating the sum of series generator number 1, kagaya rin yung kanina. Parehas lang nito, 0.0181. Ito, series lang din sila. So the total is 0.0. Baba ka na. 0.88241 angle of 88.9519. So now here is parallel to the group of motor, the summation equivalent of group of motor and generator 2 is parallel to generator number 1. So kung makikita natin, pag reduction natin, reduce na. Again, as I mentioned, this is series 1, 2, 3 series. This is series, parallel, parallel. So, ito na yung summation nito kanina. Ito na yung fault current number 1. This is the series equivalent of generator 1 and 2. And this is the group of motor. So, pag pinagsama natin ito, parallel dito, parallel doon. So, ito na siya, equivalent niya. I-parallel natin itong tatlo, paparallel natin doon. So, the total is from the utility is 0.0170 plus J of 0.6658. The utility is considered a zero fault. Why? Because I am presenting the generating plant. And the total of this is equals to 0.061601 plus J of 0.090865. This is the per unit impedance. This is now our per unit impedance. So therefore, pag pinagsama natin equivalent of the group of generator, group of motor, generator 2 and generator 1, the total is, ito na, yung total nitong tatlo. Equivalent to 0.09088, angle of 88.99027, or 0.001601 plus J of 0.90865. So ito na ngayon yung per unit impedance natin. So this is the presentation. Considering that I am presenting the power plant, the power plant is supplying the power to distribution, transmission and distribution line. That's why I consider voltage 1 equal 0. So this is our equivalent to total impedance 0.0161 plus J of 0.90865. Now calculating the line to ground circuit fault. So this is the summation of bus number 1 is 0. Pag inad natin yung tatlo, yung kanina, equivalent to 0.5418 plus J of 0.376 or equivalent to 0.054131 angle of 3.966632. Now calculating the fault current of bus current number 2. San Jose's line of fault current number 1, the given voltage is 1 angle of 0, so 1. Given voltage 13.8, MVA base is equals to MVA base over square root of 3 multiplied by KB or equivalent to 1,100 100,000 divided by square root of 3 divided by 13.8 equivalent to 4,183.6976 ampere. The given base voltage is 100 and the per unit is 0.09088. So the short circuit per unit is equals to B per unit. Our B per unit is equivalent to 1. Our equivalent per unit fault current number is 0.9088 or 0.909. Therefore, the per unit short circuit is equals to 11.006 per unit. Now, calculating the short circuit fault, a three-phase fault is equivalent to I short circuit per unit multiplied by I base. And I base is equals to 4,183.6976 or equivalent to 11.0036 per unit multiplied by 4,183 equals 46.0357 kA. This is calculating fault current at bus number 2. Calculating line-to-line short circuit fault. The given is 0 point wherein say 1 is equals to say 2. Positive but negatively charged equals to 0.0988. The line-to-line fault is equals to MVA base divided by KB multiplied by say 1 plus say 2. So MVA base is 100 is equals to KB is equals to the given voltage is 1,000. So therefore 13.8 multiplied by 0.908 times 2 is equals to 2.5083 or 100 divided by 2.5 is equivalent to 39.8681 kA. Now calculating line to ground fault, the short circuit current line to line down. The zero impedance is usually smaller than the positive and negative impedance value of the generator. So, say 1, say 2 is equivalent to 0.09088 or 0.0909909, and the zero impedance is 0.543. This is our zero impedance, 0.05431. So therefore, the total of the summation of the impedance is equal to say 1 plus say 2 plus say sub 0 is equal to 0.2361. So the short circuit line to ground is equal to 3 multiplied by MVA base divided by the square root of 3 divided by the given voltage KB 13.8 divided by say 1 plus say 2 plus say sub 0 is equivalent to 53.1664 kA. Calculating line to ground short circuit or 2 line to ground. So equivalent to 3 multiplied by MVA base divided by multiplied by say 1 over say 2 sub 0 divided by square root of 3 multiplied by given voltage divided by say 1 plus say 2 divided by say 2 say sub 0 over say 2 sub 0 is equivalent to 62.9110 kA. Now calculating line to ground. Therefore the fault duty of 13.8 generator bus bar number 1 when the utility power factor is offline shall be 46.0357 kA. The single line to ground fault is higher than 53.1664 kA. So the fault duty of the low voltage bus is in terms of MVA base shall be the square root of 3 multiplied by 13.8 multiplied by 3 multiplied by the given fault equals square root of 3 multiplied by 13.8 multiplied by 3 phase fault is equals to 13.8 multiplied by 46.0357 is equals to 1,100.37 MVA. So this is the short circuit fault. Now, calculating the fault current number 2. So, given na kanina yung mga data natin, this is our say sub per unit impedance is equivalent to 0.15657. So, paano nakuha natin? So, dito, fault current number 2 is our fault current number 2. So, kanina nakuha na natin yung buo nito. Ito, nakuha na natin ito kanina. So our total here is 0.01601 plus J of 0.90865. So therefore dito, nakuha na natin yon. Kukunin na, i-add na lang natin dito. And then parallel doon. So the total is 0.01601 plus J of 0.9865 plus the total nung dalawa. Total itong dalawa is equivalent to 0.00170 plus J of 0.6558. So i-add natin to, nakaparallel sa doon. The total is 0.00331 plus J of 0.515654. Again, the given voltage is 1 over 0, angle of 0. So now calculating bus number 1, fault current number 2. So 1, the given voltage is 1, given voltage is 13.8 kV. IBA base equals MBA base divided by square root of 3 multiplied by KB or equivalent to MBA is 100,000 multiplied by square root of 3 multiplied by 13.8 equivalent to 4,183.6976. So therefore, the per unit impedance, the same formula, the three-phase fault is equivalent to 26.72067. So calculating line to line. So line to line, the same formula. The line to line current is equivalent to short circuits is 23.1408. Now computing line to ground, kunin muna natin to. This is say 1, say 2, say 3. Yung kanina papunta doon sa fault current. So therefore, say 1, say 2 is 11.1566. Say 2 is equals 0.156 and say sub 0 is 0.01051, a total of 0.4182. So therefore, the line current to ground short circuit is equivalent to 30.096. To compute, again, the line to ground, the same formula. The total is 34.2217 kaik. So therefore, the fault duty at 115 kV over 13.8 kV at 122 MVA power transformer bus number 2 shall be 26.7207 kaik. The single line to ground fault is higher than 30.0096. Mas mataas dito sa ating line to ground. So therefore, the fault duty of the high voltage switchgear bus number 2 San Jose line in terms of MVA shall be 638.686 MVA. Now, for the short circuit summary, before we go to the short circuit summary, here, kung makita natin, is that fault current number 1, fault current number 2, fault current number 3, fault current number 4. In fault current number 1, na-series na natin to kanina, total, series doon, and parallel doon. Fault current number 2, series ng total dito, parallel doon. Fault current number 3, series ito, at yung ito, total nyo lang ito sa series parallel, ito na yung fault current number 3. Fault current number 4, isi-series mo to, series mo to, i-series mo to, parallel lang dito. So yun na yung fault current number 4. So for the summary, the short circuit summary, fault current number 1, a three-phase fault is equal to 46.0357, 13.8 kV volt, line to line. The fault current is 39.8681. Single line to ground, 53.1664. Double line to ground, 62.911. So the recommended kaik rate of circuit breaker is 65 and the standard 65, recommended is 100. Fault current number 2, the fault current three-phase fault is 26.7207 at 13.8 volt. Line to line, the fault current is 23. Line to ground, single line to ground, 30.096. Line to ground is 34.2217. The recommended is 50. The standard is 30. Now for the fault current number 2, the three-phase fault is equal to 22.9354 at 13.8 kV. Line to line is equal to 19.8627. Line to ground is equal to 29.7986 and single line to ground is 42.512. Standard is 50. The recommended is 65. For fault current number 3, the three-phase fault is 23.1003 at 13.8 kV. The line to line is equals to 20.054 kaik. Then single line to ground is equals to 29.9812, while the double line to ground or line to ground is 42.77003. Standard is 50 and the recommended is 65. So ito na ngayon yung ating three-phase fault. So fault current number 1, our fault current is equal to 46.0357 kaik. Fault current number 2, 26.7207. Fault current number 3, 22.8 9354 and fault current number 4 is 23.103. Ito na yung fault current natin sa our three-phase fault. So with that, thank you very much for your listening and I hope you at least nakakuha kayo ng konting idea with regards to power system analysis.
Sir, good morning.
Good morning. Paano ba ito?
Engineer Argon, sir. Sir, may ano lang ako, clarification. Pwede
Yes,
ba
sir.
tayong mag-impose sa mga cooperative na i-publish nila yung kanilang available fault current so that we can help them how to protect their own lines. Kasi dito sa amin napakahirap kumuha ng available fault sa kanila.
Actually, tama
Kahit sa NGCP, ang hirap eh. Yun lang, sir.
Actually, dapat talaga yan. Lagi pa natin ito nire-request sa kanila, hindi pa nila ibigay ng
kasi actually sa
lalo na yan,
sa Middle East nakapublish na siya eh. Alam mo na kaagad yung available fault nila, makakapag-compute ka kaagad. Eh dito sa atin, pahirapan pa ng paghingi.
Pwede nating i-request sa through IEE sa BOD. Andiyan naman si our good National Secretary, Engineer Jude Herrera. Pwede paki-take down, please.
Hindi, yun talaga siya problema natin. Yun ang pinoproblema natin mga PE. Kasi pag magde-design tayo, siyempre kailangan nating available fault sa sistema. Tapos ihingi tayo ng kuan sa kanila, ang dami pa daw dadaanan, lalo na pag humingi ka sa substation ng NGCP, napakarami pa daw dadaanan
in other words, ang hirap mag-request.
Yes,
pero
yes.
kung tutusin, dapat ibibigay na nila kagad
Opo,
yun.
dapat libre na yan kasi protection din yan sa kanila eh.
At hindi naman nila kailangan ipagdamot yun dahil
Opo. Available dapat yung data na yon para at least matulungan din natin sila na ma-protect yung kanilang linya.
Sige, siguro with the help of our organization, baka naman pwedeng nadidinig naman tayo ng ating Board of Governors. Baka can I request to help the request of the BICOL region, particularly not only the BICOL region but all the practitioners, particularly in IIEE, lalo na doon sa magme-mentor and doon sa mga gusto pang maging PE kasi yan ang talagang kailangan, yung fault level.
No. Okay, sir. Thank you, sir.
Thank you. Thank you also for inviting me for this regional conference, although I consume more than the specific time that given to me. Kasi sobrang haba talaga, hinapit ko na nga, hindi ko dapat kasi I usually talk this in 2 hours.
Thank you, Gabong.
Thank you, Gabong. Thank you. Noted dun sa kanina.
Okay, thank you, Mr.
Bong, Atoy Laines.
Yes, sir. Magandang umaga po, sir.
Morning. Clarification lang dun sa pinakita mong computations kasi because you showed so many example calculations which yung mga other practitioners natin would like to follow, no? Ang ano ko lang is I just would like to clarify ano ang rationale kasi given ka halimbawa from the utility different short circuit levels, 3-phase short line to line, line to ground, double line to ground. And for each of these utility fault duties, kinompute mo yung per unit impedances for each of the different fault levels. So I just want to understand the rationale for going through the rigor of computing each of the impedances when basically ang kailangan mo lang naman computein sa given fault duties coming from the utilities the positive, negative, and zero sequence impedances of the utility tapping point. Thank you.
Thank you, sir, for the question. Pero usually ginawa ko lang po yun para sa to show the computation po. No? At the same time, my case is different kasi
Para sa mga mag-PPE.
Opo, I came from the power plant. Usually pagka sa utility po baligtad, ang zero naman ay yung planta. Sila naman yung may load. In my case po, baligtad, kami naman yung nagsusupply ng power sa National Power Corporation.
Ano ko lang kasi theoretically kasi parang I see it na kailangan mo lang kasing computin coming from the kasi parang sa utility side is yung the reason why humihingi ka kasi ng fault duties is for you to be able to compute ano ang equivalent impedance sa tapping point, di ba? Of which a single line to ground and a three-phase fault duty will be sufficient or depende kung iba yung C1 is not equal to C2. So you need three parameters, three-phase, line to line, single line to ground to calculate for positive, negative, and zero sequence impedance of the tapping point. So yun lang naman yung medyo puzzled ako. Why go through the rigor of computing all this? Parang ang nakikita ko kasi is they are not really that essential, no? Ang essential lang kasi determine mo yung positive, negative, and zero sequence impedances at the tapping point coming from the fault duties that were provided by the utility or in your case NGCP. Thank you.
Okay po sir, thank you sir. Well noted po yan kasi sabi ko po as part of the presentation, that's why I compute the lahat po yun. Yan lang naman po ang naging purpose ko doon.
Thank you very much, Engineer Berengel. If you have any more questions, you can just PM Mr. Berengel or type it in the chat box, for we have a limited time constraint. Thank you. And now to give the certificate of appreciation to Engineer Florencio D. Berengel in recognition of his valued contribution as a resource speaker on the topic Power System Analysis, Voltage and Short Circuit Calculations during the 21st Virtual BICOL Regional Conference held on July 16 to 17, 2021, bearing the theme IIEE 2021, Transcending the Challenges in the New Normal by Embracing Resiliency and Complementarity, given on the 17th day of July 2021. Thank you very much, sir. Please give him a round of applause. And now, moving on to our next topic will be a sponsored technical presentation to share us the new technologies and services brought to you by Panasonic Manufacturing Philippines Corporation. Let us welcome Engineer Jennifer Silverio with the product presentation. Please give her a round of applause.
Hello, good morning po sa lahat. Naririnig po ba ako? Okay naman yung audio?
Yes, loud and clear.
Okay. So I'm just gonna share my screen po. Can you see my screen na po?
Yes, ma'am. Yes.
Okay, so first of all po, I would like to say thank you po for inviting us and for lending us your time for this webinar. So basically, I'm gonna discuss po yung wiring devices ni Panasonic and also our new and upcoming products this year. So few reminders lang po during our webinar. So please turn off your camera, well, of course, yung mga ano po, yung mga panelists pwede naman po. And then turn off your mic para po hindi po ma-disturb yung ating discussion. And then please don't click share. And if may questions po, pwede pong mag-ask sa chat box. So duration po ng webinar natin is pilitin po natin na 30 minutes. And then again, my name is Jennifer Silverio from Panasonic Life Solutions Group. Okay, so the outline of our presentation would be the background of Panasonic, and then our wiring devices, and then our quality. So brief background regarding our company. So Panasonic was founded by Mr. Konosuke Matsushita in 1918, and then specifically March 7, 1918. And then right now our headquarters is in Kadoma, Osaka, and our present president is Mr. Kazuhiro Chuga. So right now, estimatedly, we have 385,000 employees worldwide. And in the Philippines, Panasonic was established last 1967 as Precision Electronics Corporation or PEC. And then last 2003, so previously it was known national, but it was changed to Panasonic as a unified global brand. And in 2005, the name was officially Panasonic Manufacturing Philippines Corporation. So basically, we are 53 years here in the Philippines and 103 years in worldwide. So for Panasonic wiring devices, of course, alam ko po na very familiar po kayo sa mga series namin. So of course, we're gonna discuss the full color series, the wide series, and then the colored version, which is Refina, and also the Slim Art. So for our lineup, first of all, we have the full color series, which is on the left. So ito po yung tinatawag namin na classic series. So if you're familiar with the Panasonic or the national brand na outlet and switches, so na-retain po namin yung mga specifications nun here sa full color namin. It's just that pinalitan lang namin yung branding namin na Panasonic, and of course, nilagyan namin siya ng series name, which is full color. So ang lineup po niya, we have switches, outlet, and then we also have the auxiliary types, which is yung LAN, yung television, and yung telephone. So for the plates, we have plastic and also yung aluminum and stainless. So going to the right side, we have the wide series. Ito yung isa rin sa pinaka-known na series dito sa Philippines, and gamit na gamit siya sa mga projects natin. So wide series, as the term suggests, so mas wide siya compared sa classic series natin or full color series. So lineup natin, we have switches, outlet, and then auxiliary. And also, meron tayong available plates in plastic and also yung stainless natin. For the shapes of the plate, we have the round type and we also have the rectangular type. So, and yung color din po is available in white and colored gray. Next series that we have is the Slim Art series. So ito po yung pinaka-baby actually na series ni Panasonic.
Wait lang po. Good morning po. Naka-freeze po yung presentation. Naka-freeze.
Wait lang po.
Okay. Okay na po.
Can you start, ma'am, from the very start?
I mean yung presentation po. Freeze. Naka-freeze ka.
Ayan,
sige po, mag-try ka na po next.
Ulitin ko po.
Okay na po, ma'am. Okay na po.
Anong slide, sir, yung napapakita na?
Yung may outline po. Nasa outline.
Okay. And then, right now po, sir, itong history.
History? Wala po. Nasa outline pa rin po tayo.
Wait lang, sir, baka medyo may na lang siguro yung internet ko. Lang po.
Take care. Alam ko na po, ma'am. Yeah, i-click po yan. Yan po na PowerPoint. Presenting PowerPoint.
Ayan, sir. Right now po, naka-ano ko, presenters, ano.
Hindi po nag-process sa screen namin. Ay, nasa last page ka po ngayon. Panasonic. Hello.
Wait po. Let me lang po ulit share.
Okay po, take your time.
Sorry. Sorry, sir.
Okay na po.
Visible na po ba?
Yes po.
And pag next po na slide, visible na po.
Gumagala na po yung slide.
Alright, alright. Kanina po, sir, saan po tayo nag-stop? I mean, yung screen natin.
Doon po, ma'am. Yan, sa outline po.
Okay. So, okay, like na po, medyo bilisan ka lang para hindi po masayang yung
Opo.
oras nyo.
Take your time.
Okay po. So, again, for the history of Panasonic, so it was founded by Mr. Konosuke Matsushita last March 7, 1918. And presently, our headquarters is in Kadoma, Osaka. And our president is Mr. Kazuhiro Chuga. And right now, estimate we have 385,000 employees. So last 1967, nag-start po yung Panasonic dito sa Philippines. Ang una pong pangalan niya is Precision Electronics Corporation. And then last 2003, from National, it was, the name was changed to Panasonic para magkaroon ng unified global brand. And then 2005, so pinaka-pangalan na po ni Panasonic sa Philippines is Panasonic Manufacturing Philippines Corporation or PMPC. So our main office is in Taytay, Rizal. And we also have factory or plant sa Santa Rosa, Laguna. But on our group, Life Solutions Group, nasa ano po kami, Makati. Nakabase po kami sa Makati. So globally, we are 103 years and in Philippines, 53 years na po si PMPC. So for the series na mga wiring devices natin, so of course, we have full color, wide series, Refina, which is the colored version of wide series, and also yung Slim Art. Once again, for the classic series or full color series, so basically, this is the national na outlets and switches. All the specifications and characteristics of national is na-retain here sa full color series natin. And for the wide series, so basically, it's wider than the classic series or full color. And available color po natin dito is white and gray. And we also have our options to have plates na plastic or stainless or aluminum. And then, next po natin is, again, yung pinakabago po naming series, which is si Slim Art series. I'm sure yung iba po sa inyo is nakakakita na po nito sa mga hardware stores and sa mga DIY such as yung mga Wilcon, CW Home, kasi may mga stocks na rin po sila nito. So, Slim Art was launched last February 2017. And trivia lang po, this is actually designed and conceptualized by Filipino and Japanese professionals. So what happened was, pumunta po dito sa Philippines yung mga Japanese na designers namin of Panasonic, and they've interviewed several Filipino professionals para po mag-come up sa bagong magiging itsura ng series natin, which is ito na nga si Slim Art. So last 2017, ang pinakauna po nating nirelease na color is color white. But 2019, because of the demand na rin po ng Slim Art, so we release additional 2 colors, which is metallic black and metallic gray. So ang pinaka-features po natin is mas wider po yung device niya compared kay full color and sa wide series. And yung pinaka-plate po niya is manipis, around 6 millimeters lang po yung thickness. Okay. And ang color po niya is color Snow White, and may inad po si Panasonic na material to resist color fading. So compared po kay full color na medyo naninilaw kapag kakatagalan na, so kay Slim Art, rest assured na kahit gaano po katagal yung establishments ninyo, white pa rin po yung color ni Slim Art. Next line na po natin is yung colored version ni Wide Series. So this is known as the Refina series. So for Refina series, we have 7 different colors. We have the white, metallic gray, metallic black, metallic gold, metallic brown, and metallic dark brown. So this also comes in modular pieces. So any color combination po na required ni client or gusto ni client is pwede po. Example, yung device natin or yung switch natin is color white and then yung plate natin is color metallic gold. So pwede po yun. But take note lang po na sa Refina series, ang may different color variations lang po is yung switch and yung plate. Pagdating po sa outlet, ang color available lang po is white and gray. So for the module setup po natin for the switches, so this is only available in Slim Art and Refina kasi sila po yung may iba't ibang sizes or module size ng switches. So for 1 gang, we have options na ito pong parang regular natin, or we have another option na yung pinaka 3 gang plate natin is masasakop niya. For 2 gang, we have this option A, and we have also option B. For 3 gang, of course, ito lang po yung pinaka-options natin. So take note po again, nasa Slim Art and Refina lang po yung available itong module setup na ganito. So for the switches, we have 2 classifications for our lighted ones. So we have the glow switch and illuminated. I'm very sure, very particular, and alam na alam niyo na po ito. Sa glow switch, nag-on lang po yung ilaw ng switch kapag po naka-on yung load. And sa illuminated, of course, naka-on po yung ilaw ng switch kapag po naka-off yung load natin. So this is basically to locate kung nasan po yung ilaw kapag po nandun tayo sa madilim na area. Other series po natin is yung Platima series. So ito pong Platima series namin is actually hindi po siya yung ini-stock ni distributor namin or ni Avesco. This is an indent type. So project-based lang siya. If may requirements, saka po namin siya pinoprovide. So ito pong Platima, as the name suggests, so flat lang po siya. Yung pinaka-plate po niya kapag naka-install po sa wall is around 2 millimeters lang po yung thickness. And then yung pinaka-body po niya is aluminum plate po. And ang available lang po nito sa switch is yung 3-way switch natin. And kaya po siya project-based and kaya hindi rin po nag-stock si distributor. It's because medyo pricey rin po siya. And the price depends on the minimum order quantity of the client. So for example po natin is itong 1 gang switch. So nag-range po siya ng 1,500 to 2,500 per set. So isang set lang po siya. That's the reason why very few lang po na mga residential units and establishments yung may installation nito sa Philippines. So to name a few of them, so isa po sa mga house din ni Manny Pacquiao meron nito, and si I think Chavit Singson din po. For other types of switches, so we have the dimmer switches na available for incandescent, and we also have our new release na available for dimmable LED bulbs. And for other types din po ng switches, we have the sensor. So ang tawag po namin dito is passive infrared sensor. So it detects po yung human temperature. We have different types of it. So una po is itong pinaka regular natin na kapag naka-sense or naka-detect ng human presence, so automatically yung nakakonect po sa kanya na ilaw is mag-ooperate or mag-on. We also have another type of this sensor na dual sensing po siya. So basically kapag po na-detect niya na may tao but nasa-sense niya na enough pa yung liwanag na nanggagaling sa sikat ng araw, so hindi niya po bubuksan yung ilaw. So mas tipid po sa kuryente. Medyo may kamahalan lang po ng very slight compared dito sa regular natin. We also have other types ng sensor which is yung high ceiling naka-area ng 15 meters. For other types po ng switches, we have the timer switch. So this is basically a combination of clock and switch. Ayan, available, ang pinaka-applications po niyan usually is for residential, commercial, industrial, agricultural, and also yung pinakamarami po namin ito is yung sa mga restaurants. Pagdating po sa mga signages nila. So pagdating halimbawa ng alas 6 ng gabi, so mag-on, and then pagdating ng alas 7 ng gabi, so automatically mag-turn off na. For outlets, so of course our standard types, we have the round type. And for the round type, isa lang po yung available natin dito, which is yung non-grounding. For the also have the duplex with grounding. For the universal, of course, pwede po yung flat and yung round. So, meron din tayong 3 types nito. Non-grounding, with grounding, and then yung duplex with grounding. Ito pong sa flat and universal natin, available din po siya sa may safety shutter or yung meron pong takip. So, this is to prevent, especially yung mga bata po na mahilig magtutusok ng mga daliri sa outlet. So, yun po yung pinaka-purpose ng safety shutter natin. And we also have our multiple type socket. So, ito po pwede na po yung any types of outlet. So, hindi na po natin kailangan ng adapter. So, for the multiple type of socket, binibenta po natin to ng nakaset. So, may device and may plate na po. But for our other standard types ng outlet, so binibenta siya ng modular. So, walang plate. And our ingress protection for our standard types ng outlet is IP20. For the aircon naman po, we have tandem grounding receptacle for 15 amperes and 20 amperes, available in 2 colors, white and gray. And for our twist lock, meron din po tayong available niyan from 15 amperes to 60 amperes. For the GFCI, meron din pong available si Panasonic, but we call it EL guard or earth leakage guard. So basically, ang available na colors po natin dito is white and gray. And for our auxiliary outlets, so ito po yung pinakabago namin, yung USB charging port. So we have available in Slim Art and also in wide and Refina. So ito po, 2.4 ampere na po yung pinaka-output niya. So fast charging na siya. And available siya sa 1 port and 2 port. Ito po siya. So for the 2 port, ang ano po niya, pinaka-total po niya na output is 3 amperes. We also have available outlets for LAN or internet, which is Cat5e and Cat6. For the TV terminal, meron din po tayong different options. And pinakabago din po namin is yung HDMI, but I think si Avesco po is hindi pa po siya nag-release ng SRP and nag-distribute sa mga DIY stores. But sooner po, within this year, mapoprovide na po yan. And then we also have our telephone ports. So for our floor outlet, so we have different types of floor outlet. Actually, we have already 4. So pinakauna po namin is yung round type na floor outlet. Ito po yung pinakamura namin and ang body niya po is composed of plastic. So basically, ang pinaka nagiging customer po namin nito is yung mga BPO companies, but they are putting it po dun sa mga tables nila. And then, for the floor outlets, we have yung pop-up floor outlet. So ito po, nakaangat yung pinaka-device kapag po ginagamit. And then we also have ito pong aluminum die cast, which is half closed. Ito pong nasa kanan, half closed siya kapag ginagamit. So nasa loob yung pinakasaksakan. And yung pinakabago namin is what we call the shallow type floor outlet. So last ano lang po ito ni-release 2019. So kaya po namin siya tinawag na shallow type kasi po itong tatlong nauna nating floor outlet, itong round type, pop-up, and aluminum die cast, ang depth po o yung pinakalalim nung sa utility box niya is around 52 or 56 millimeters po. Pero kay shallow type, nasa 42 millimeters lang po yung depth niya. So we are actually parang ni-recommend namin siya sa mga projects or mga buildings na may multiple story buildings and hindi po ganun kakapal yung mga floorings nila. And then ang special feature din po ni shallow type natin is kapag po halimbawang hindi na natin siya ginagamit or tinanggal na natin yung pinaka naka-plug sa kanya, so automatically i-close niya po itong pinaka-lid or takip niya. So yun po si shallow type natin. For our special types of products, so we have yung extension cords po natin. Sa extension cord po natin, we have 2 types. So if you see on the left side, this is the heavy duty extension cord, and on the right side is our econo type extension cord. So for the heavy duty extension cord, ang pinaka nakikater po namin dito is commercial and industrial projects or establishments. Yun po yung pinaka na-market po namin dito. Pinaka-feature po ng extension namin na heavy duty is, ang body po is made of urea resin. So later on, magpapakita po ng video about sa plastic material na ginagamit for Panasonic wiring devices. So yun po, ang pinaka-body niya is made of urea resin. And meron po siyang built-in na breaker and reset button. So yung pinaka-load capacity po niya is 3,500 watts yung pwede. And if halimbawa mag-sobra po si client or si customer sa pagsaksak, so automatically, magte-trip po ito and i-reset lang po yung button. So other feature po nito, ang pinaka-length po ng wire is 5 meters. And then, because hindi po namin nakikita yung market sa residential dito sa heavy duty, so nag-release po kami last 2019 ng Econotype extension cord. So sa Econotype extension cord naman po, usually ang mga bumibili po is sa mga ano lang din, yung mga bahay-bahay lang, ganyan. So ang feature naman po nito is 2,500 watts yung pinaka load limit niya, and ang length po ng wire niya is 3 meters, and then yung pinaka harap po niya is made of urea resin din yung plastic material. So price wise, si heavy duty extension cord po nag-range ng 3,000 to 3,500 watts. So depende po dun sa klase kasi may 2 types po yan. Yung una, itong 3 outlets na may individual switch. Meron din po yung 5 outlets na may isang master switch. So dito naman po sa Econo extension cord, so ang pinaka-price po nito is 999.99 pesos. And available color po natin is white, combination ng white and gray sa likod, and we also have all black. For the pink and blue, so maybe po ilalabas namin siya if magkaroon na po ng mataas po talaga na demand for Econotype extension cord. And then special types of outlet, we have outlet with switch. So as the name suggests, outlet po siya na may switch. And feature po niya, meron po siyang double pole switch, meron siyang safety shutter, and printed na on and off indicator. Available color po natin, we have 5 colors. So we have white, ito pong, ang plate niya is metallic white, metallic gray, metallic black, and metallic brown. For special types po ng wiring devices, we also have yung smoke alarm natin. So ito po, stand-alone po tong smoke alarm namin na to. It is battery operated, so lithium battery, good for 10 years. And aside po dun sa pinaka tone niya, so ito pong smoke alarm namin is meron din po siya, nagsasalita din po siya. So meron siyang for pre-recorded voices for fire, for problem checking, for operating normally, and for low battery. Okay. Available po to sir sa mga DIY stores, kay Avesco, and then sa mga hardware stores din po. So for our lineup po for the hotel use, so I'm sure meron po sa inyo or marami po sa inyo na may mga projects for hotel. So pwede na rin po nating or i-offer po namin sa inyo yung mga dalawang series namin for hotel use. So una po is itong unahin na natin itong pinaka-right. So ito po yung full color wide series for hotel. So basically, meron lang po tayo ditong yung indicator na switch and lamp for do not disturb and clean my room, and meron din tayong doorbell na switch. Meron din po tayong shavers outlet. And then for other series natin for hotel, meron po tayong V-Hotel series. Ito po, pinakabago din siya. Kasabayan po siya ni Slim Art na na-release last 2017. So for Slim Art, ang kaibahan lang niya kay full color series for hotel, na white lang yung in-offer na color. Kay V-Hotel po, meron tayong all white, combination ng silver and black, and if may special request po, pwede pong all black. Pwede yung plate niya is black. So kay V-Hotel, in-introduce din po namin yung multi-gang panel plates. So this is an example of an 8-gang plate, pero yung pinakamahaba po namin is 9, and yung pinakamarami po namin is 18 device. So it's a big plate na merong 3 rows na tiga-6. Yan po. And then for if may projects po kayo for hotel, so lahat po ng mga wiring devices requirement is pwede na pong i-supply ni Panasonic. Pagdating po sa outlet, sa switch, sa keycard switch, sa multiple device port, and for the EL guard, meron na rin po. And if in any case po na ang pinaka preferred po ni client is V-Hotel for the whole hotel po na itatayo, pwede po nating i-customize yung pinaka name ni Panasonic na ito-change po natin to hotel name. Because we all know po yung mga hotels po ngayon, basically more on branding na po sila. Shampoo, towels, and everything. So why not po yung mga wiring devices nila is gawin na natin, lagyan na natin ng hotel name. So we are offering it for free provided na mamimit po nila yung MOQ or minimum order quantity for the plates ng V-Hotel, which is 500 plates. So 500 plates combination na po yun ng outlets and switches. Okay. For, I'd like also to have this opportunity para i-inform po kayo na this month po, magre-release po si Panasonic ng MCB. So this coming July 22, we will be having our online launching of our miniature circuit breaker. So for our new product na circuit breaker, so meron po tayong tatlong type. So MCB, RCCB, and RCBO. So for the MCB lineup, we have the low ampere rated 6 to 63 amperes and compliant po siya sa IEC 60898. And meron din tayong high ampere rated 80 to 125 amperes na compliant to IEC 60947-2. So we can offer from single phase installation and three phase installation. And we also have 3 different CAIC ratings na in-offer. So 4.5, 6, and 10. And we do also have residual current circuit breaker or yung RCCB. And kapareha lang din po siya ng function ni GFCI. And the difference lang po is RCCB detects the leakage current of the system. We also offer yung RCBO, which is yung RCCB with overcurrent protection. So this is basically combination of RCCB and MCB. I'm sure very familiar na po tayo sa mga terms na ganito. So all of our MCB lineups are compliant to IEC standards, same with PNS standards, and we have also done private testing dito sa Philippines. So si Panasonic MCB also contributes in environment-friendly manufacturing, and we assure na hindi lang po yung quality yung in-offer, but we also assure that our consumers are safe from hazardous elements. So for few of the features ng MCB namin, so we have done several factory testing, so we could have supporting documents pagdating po sa claiming na yung MCB po namin ay may high quality. So in our factory in Taiwan, nag-conduct po ng parts comparison yung MCB versus other brand. So this is an apple-to-apple comparison po. So number 1 is the load terminal. So we assure that our load terminal is versatile. So meaning pwedeng cable type, bus bar type, which is yung port, and yung pin type. Number 2 is for the arc plate or the arc chute assembly. So this is where the large current parang ini-extinguish niya. So having 13 plates, so yung MCB po namin is more efficient, and sa plates po dumadaan yung large current, and then bumababa yung value until maging 0 or ma-extinguish na. So for the third part, so yung arc runner namin, so comparing cornered versus yung curve po is better because hindi may ipon yung stress sa MCB. For the fourth one, so for the handle and indicators, so as you can see, our handle has indicators. Pag yung MCB natin ay energized or shut off, we also have window indicators marked red and green. So this is to help also the non-electrically inclined or common consumers in determining kung bukas or naka-off yung MCB natin. For the fifth one, so as we said earlier, all of our products, hindi lang po yung MCB, are all ROHS compliant. And for number 6, so fixed rivet points. So Panasonic has 6 rivet points, while yung ibang brand has only 4. So this is making our MCB more durable. This is one of the points na yung electrical designers namin ay napansin during yung interview para dito sa MCB namin. So mas according to them, mas matibay tignan yung MCB ni Panasonic. So as you can see, Panasonic is not only aiming for quality, but also the safety and security. So MCB will be launched this coming third week of July, as na-mention ko po earlier, July 22, and it will be a virtual or online launching. So pwede po tayong manood sa FB page namin and other platforms na isasend ko rin po sa chat box later. So pag sa online launching po namin, magkakaroon din po kami ng mga raffle items ni raffle items from Life Solutions Group Panasonic. Okay, for our quality, so most of our wiring devices actually are coming from Thailand. So iba't ibang bansa po siya gawa. Kay Taiwan, Thailand, China, we also have in India, which is yung V Hotel natin, and then Japan. But most of these, siguro 90% po ng wiring devices is coming from Thailand. So for the quality, we are always incorporating the Japan quality. So example po ng Japan quality natin. So this is yung manufacturing place po namin sa Ayutthaya, Thailand. Ayan po. So estimatedly meron po siyang 622 employees. So these are seven testings na ginagawa sa factory. But I'm gonna show you po two videos of two of these 7 testings na ginagawa sa factory. So una po is yung normal operation cycle test. So sa normal operation cycle test po, ipapakita po doon yung testing pagdating sa switch, na switch on and off, and pagdating po sa outlet, plug in and plug out. So may IEC standard po tayo pagdating sa switch, dapat daw po 40,000 times na switch on or 20,000 times na switch on and off bago siya mag-break. And pagdating sa outlet, ang standard po is 10,000 times plug in, plug out bago siya mag-break. So what Panasonic did was we've conducted testing sa brand natin and other brands na present sa local market para makita natin kung hanggang saan po aabot yung mga devices.
Please remind them that we have a time constraint for their speakers.
Hello po, sir. Yes po, sir.
Please be reminded that we have a time constraint for there are other speakers. But thank you again. Sorry.
Hello, sir. Hindi lang po malinaw, sir, sa akin. May ano po ba?
Meron pong time constraint. Please.
Yes po, patapos na rin po, sir.
Sorry.
Okay po. So for Panasonic normal operation cycle test, so sa switch po, of course, ang Panasonic po is umabot ng 231,000 times na switch on and off bago po siya masira or mag-break. Other brands po nag-last ng 42,000, 78,000, 92, and 45,000. So only Panasonic lasted up to 231,000 bago siya masira. And then for the outlet, so again, nag-test po tayo ng other brand. So Panasonic lasted up to 58,000 times plug in, plug out bago masira. Other brand lasted up to 10,256. So when it comes to plastic naman po, so yung minention ko kanina na urea resin, so it is an organic type of plastic na hindi po tinatablan or kinakain ng apoy. So it is made and patented by Panasonic for Panasonic wiring devices. So yung next video po ni papakita ko is what we call the glow wire testing. So sa glow wire testing po, okay, so sa glow wire testing, so makikita nyo po, ito pong pinaka-rad niya, ang init po niyan is 650 to 850 degrees Celsius. So ito po si Panasonic, and then other brands are using polycarbonate sa plastic material nila. So if you can see, pagdikit po nitong pinaka-rad na to dito sa Panasonic or urea resin, so hindi po siya nag-apoy, but if you'll notice po sa competitor, so basically pagkadikit po is nagliyab agad siya. So yun po yung pinaka-feature ng urea resin namin, urea resin material. Okay, so certificate of conformance, so meron po tayo for PS license, for switch, and for outlet. And basically, yun po yung pinaka-lineup namin for wiring devices. And I would also like to take this opportunity po to announce na magkakaroon po tayo ulit ng Electrical Practitioners Appreciation Promo. So, year 3 na po tayo. Ito po ginagawa namin siya yearly to show our appreciation to you, to our electrical practitioners for sa pagsuporta po sa Panasonic products. So promo mechanics, I'm sure familiar na po tayo dito pero i-run through ko lang po. So for the promo mechanics, for every 10,000 worth of purchase ng Panasonic items, equivalent po nun yung 1 raffle entry. So yung mga items po na required for this raffle is outlets and switches, door chime and push button, smoke alarm, MCB, and factory line system. So invoice can be named either sa inyo po or sa company po na pinapasukan nyo. So pwede po kayo manghingi ng kopya doon sa mga procurement po natin or purchasing natin. And then yung invoice date po must be from January 1 to November 30. So meron pa po tayong time para po mag-submit po ng mga invoice natin. And all raffle participants can win up to 2 items. So yung participant po na magsasubmit halimbawa ng 1 million worth of invoice, single man yan or cumulative, mananalo na po tayo ng guaranteed prize. So after ng guaranteed prize, meron pa po tayong chance na manalo pa ng isa pang major prize. And then entries will be submitted and validated through Google Form link. So pwede nyo pong i-scan na to. Halimbawa meron na po kayong mga invoice ngayon, pwede nyo na pong i-scan ito and mag-register po. And then this raffle promo is open for registered IIEE members only in any classifications. And yung raffle po natin ay gaganapin sa December 15, 2021. This will be an online raffle. And if you have any more questions, pwede niyo pong kontakin si Engineer Christian Vigil and Engineer Jeff Santiago in this number. So pwede po tayong mag-scan now sa QR code para po makaregister na tayo. And sa first 10 po na magsasubmit or magre-register dito sa raffle natin, so makaka-receive po kayo ng Panasonic items. So it's a surprise po. 10 Panasonic items para po sa 10 unang makakapagpasa for this month of July. So that would be all po. Thank you very much po for your time. Medyo siguro tumagal na pero salamat po.
Question na isa lang.
Sige po.
Ma'am Jen, good morning.
Yes po, sir.
May luminaires pa ba kayo? May luminaires pa ba ang Panasonic?
Lighting, sir?
Yes.
Yes po, sir. Yes po.
Locally manufactured? Kasi doon sa Dialax kasi hindi makapasok
no,
sa plug-in nyo eh.
Sige, sir.
Hindi mapasok yung plug-in nyo, so hindi siya magamit as plug-in doon sa Dialax. Kaya kung pwede, makahingi ako ng IES file nyo kung may available. Thank you po.
Sige po, sir. Thank you po. I-relay ko po to, sir, sa lighting group namin.
Thank you po.
Thank you very much, Ms. Jennifer Silverio, for that very informative product presentation. And to give this certificate of appreciation to Ms. Jennifer Silverio in recognition of her valuable contribution as a technical presenter of Panasonic Manufacturing Philippines Corporation during the 21st Virtual BICOL Regional Conference, held on July 16 to 17, 2021, bearing the theme, IIEE at 2021, Transcending the Challenges of the New Normal by Embracing Resiliency and Complementarity, given on the 17th day of July, 2021. And now, let us continue to be enlightened by Engineer Orville Singson, who is a member of Metro Manila East Chapter and a Senior Engineer of MEP Philippines. Let us give him a round of applause with his topic of electrical system design. Thank you.
Hello, narinig ko ba ako?
Yes, sir. Loud and
Okay, I can now share my screen. Nakita po ba yung aking aking slide?
Hindi po slide.
Okay.
Nasa ano po? Nasa folder po tayo.
Nasa folder. Paano ba ito na stop share ko muna siguro.
Okay.
Then share.
Okay na po.
Okay na po. Nakita na po ba?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Ayan, this one.
Blue lang po nakikita.
Tama.
Okay.
Yan. Wait, thank you again sa ating sa BICOL Regional Conference, BICOL chapter for inviting me for this regional conference, and congratulations on your part for the 21st BICOL Regional Conference. My topic for today is supposed to be, my time is 11 to 12. Right now is 11:40, so I have only 20 minutes to discuss, to share the electrical system design. So I better rush na lang yung aking presentation para mag-giveaway naman yung ating second presenter. So this is electrical system design. I'm Engineer Orville Singson, professional electrical engineer. Dated today, July 17, 2021. Core logo. Share ko lang yung aking konting facilitator profile para naman rin akong aking participant na hindi masyado akong kilala right now. I have a Core Power Link System Incorporated, one of the managing directors. 12 years experience in manufacturing setup and 15 years in electrical system power design. Right now, I'm currently an overall chairman of committee operation of IIE Metro East 2021. Before, I had the head on technical and training committee 2020. VP internal, IIE Metro East 2018. Life member 2008. Graduate at the Mapo Institute of Technology. Wag na natin sabihin yung year, baka lalong maano yung aking edad. And currently registered professional electrical engineer on April 2017. Ito, i-share ko lang para naman maano ko ano yung aming this is aming services. Electrical design, preparation electrical design plan. Yeah. This is our vision, mission, and core values. Also, this is our organizational charts. Actually, we have a composed of 5 professional electrical engineers in our right now president, with also a head of the engineering, as well as yung aking partner, Engineer Ruben Lial, for the operation, senior advisor and associate, Engineer Manuel Panis, and Early Factor, and also the Christian. Currently, ako yung principal electrical designer ng Core Power Link. Ayan, ano ko na yung aking profile, and ito yung ating sa outline. I-run through ko na lang. Then mostly on the feeder size determination, overcurrent protection device determination, transformer size determination, and generator size determination. Kumbaga, actually this is only a guide kasi my presentation almost 2 days kasi ito ko i-squeeze ko na lang yung aking presentation to accommodate the 1-hour presentation on that particular Okay, yung purpose natin is this presentations is intended for the licensed electrical practitioner such as PE, REE, and RME, starting to prepare the electrical design plans. The discussion contains the basic knowledge and requirements in the electrical design of a single-story to multi-family dwellings to the high-rise building. So basically, ang aking presentation more on the building, particularly on the mid-rise and high-rise building. Because of the enormous scale, tall buildings demand an extraordinary determination and endurance from the many stakeholders, including owners, developers, planners, architects, engineers. Tall buildings consume massive quantities of energy and it require a high operational cost, which is true naman. With this reason, some criticize that the tall building or the high-rise building such as undesirable. But in opposite just happened, most of the cities in the world have interest in developing the high-rise building for some advantages. Before, makita natin sa ating Pilipinas, way back in the early 90s, konti pa lang yung mga high-rise building. Then, when it comes to year 2000, andyan na, nag-boom na yung ating mga high-rise building dito sa Pilipinas, which is nakikita naman natin mostly on the National Capital Region. So meron daw mga arguments against tall buildings. So economic consideration, there are some inherent that the tall buildings from the economic point of view requires an extra cost premium because of the need for the foundation. Kasi mostly yung high-rise building, malalaking mga foundation yan. Lalo sa mga structural side, mga mat foundation, structural system to carry high wind loads, and also the mechanical. Electrical elevators, fire resistance system, tall buildings also suffer from higher operational costs such as high energy consumptions, maintenance, and others. Environmental impact. Tall buildings produce adverse effect on the microclimate due to the wind funneling and turbulence around the buildings and it causes inconvenience to the pedestrian. Lalo na yung mga experience between two towers, pag dumaan kayo on both towers, mapapansin niyo yung lakas ng hangin. Yan ang mga isang environmental impact, lalo na dyan sa most on the Makati area. Malaki ang turbulence ng area ng winds niya. Also, this affect the adjacent properties of blocking, of course, siyempre yung sunlight due to the large shadow. Civic infrastructure, tall buildings create some problems, such as overcrowding around it that can decrease the quality of life. It surely increase the demand in transportation and infrastructures around the area. Yes, before when I go to the market way back 2006, konti pa lang yung high-rise building doon. So maluwag yung yung transportation, pedestrian. Unlike now, medyo nagsulputan na yung mga high-rise building kaya ito na mayroon ng effects lalo sa transportation as well as for the infrastructure. Socio-cultural factor. There is no problem for those people who were born and reared in tall buildings. But for those who traditional societies who's living in centuries for low building feel uncomfortable living with a high-rise building. An aesthetically unpleasant tall building may harm the image of the city. Tall buildings became synonymous with cheap build and poor maintenance. Before yon, pero right now, yung mga mapapansin niyo, mga tall buildings natin, mga high-rise building natin, facades pa lang nila, talagang makikita niyo yung ganda ng yan, unlike before. Public safety. Many people are afraid of getting trapped during fire in the upper floor levels of the tall buildings. The evolution of designing the tall buildings improvement, the design in regards to the fire safety, HVAC, smoke spread modeling, mga dust air. Before, unlike nga talagang natin sa mga natatrap. Medyo yung technology-wise ngayon, malaking improvement with regards to the services ng elevator, as well as yung mga HVAC, smoke spread, yan. Unlike before, may problema before. Ano yung basic review design requirement? Of course, definition of 27 EC. Yan yung building, a structure that stands alone or that is cut off from adjoining structure by firewalls with all openings therein protected. Ano yung classification of building? Of course, the residential. We all know the residential building which consists of one or more dwelling units. A dwelling unit is composed of one or more rooms for the use of one or more persons, such as the housekeeping unit with a space of eating, living, and sleeping, and permanent provision for cooking and sanitation. The other one is the commercial, a building which consists of one or more commercial units for the use of the owners or for the others. A commercial unit composed of one or more rooms for the use of one or more person, which usually ito yung profit, business-making enterprise. Example lang ng commercial building. Mixed use, a combination of residential, offices, hotels, and retail development. Yan, this one. Ano yung based on height of or number of stories based on the National Building Code? Yung low rise daw, this is the 1 story to 5 stories or 3 meters to 15 meters above the established grade. Generally not requiring an elevator if the building is used for residential. Yung medium rise, 6-story to 15 stories or 18 meters to 45 meters above established grade. Ito naman, electric power needed for what? Elevator residential. Example lang ng pictures. Yung high-rise naman, high-rise building, which is 16-story or more or 48 meters or higher above established grade. Ano yung mga requirement ng electrical power? Which is for the needed for elevators and warning or can be lightning light obstruction light. Of course, the lightning protection system is also required. Ito lang sample ng pictures ng high-rise building refers to occupancy for commercial establishment, general offices, retail food establishment, hotel, residential, or combination of both. These buildings differ from industrial or manufacturing plants, of course, tama, with regards to electric utilization, equipment installed, and the number of floors. As we know that this type of building has many number of floors that sum up to 50-story buildings or higher. Lalo na ngayon, nagtataasan yung ating high-rise building, particularly dito sa sa National Capital Region. During conceptual design, ano yung consideration? High or medium-end buildings, or it can be lead buildings. Consideration, meron akong nagawa before, dyan sa Makati, consider as lead building. If not mistaken, this is a gold consideration. So, meron mga requirement sa lead buildings na we need to consider during sa installation. Or as well as for the design. It is with building management system. Ito, kinonsider din yung BMS lead, which is one of the requirements lead consideration. So meron din tayong consideration primary metering, it can be secondary metering, emergency power system, feeder, bus duct system, mostly ang sa mga high-rise building. We usually use a bus duct system. Safety and security system, connected to point of sale, kung meron man mga tenants na mostly sa ground floor. Facades or rope lighting consideration, ito makikita niyo lalo na sa Makati area during the night. Yun ang nagpapaganda ng kanilang sa kanilang facades or yung rope lights consideration, nilalagyan ng mga ilaw. Definition of terms muna. Ano yung demand factor? Ito, almost lahat ng practitioner were about for the demand factor. The ratio of maximum demand of a system or part of the system to the total connected load or system or part of the system under consideration. Likewise, meron din some we use on the diversity factors. The ratio of sum of individual maximum demands of subdivisions of the system to the maximum demands of the complete system. Mostly ito using diversity factor mostly sa sizing ng mga sa transformer, depende sa design engineer na consideration. In general, the design, specification, and installation of all electrical equipment shall comply, where applicable, with the latest edition of following codes and publications and supplements thereto. What are those? This is a sample only for the yung mga local and international codes that we must consider during our design, which is of course our very own, the Philippine Electrical Code, the latest one, the PEC 2017, the National Electrical Code, NFPA 70, the latest edition, Revised Fire Code of the Philippines, RA 9514, Code for Safety to Life from Fire in Building Structure, we call it NFPA 101, the Fire Alarm Code, NFPA 72, the Elimination Engineering Society or the Lighting Book, IES, the NEMA standard, some of these are also the ASTM, and the underwriter laboratories. During sa ating design, we have to consider this sa mga design criteria natin. What are those? This is one. Reliability is defined as the probability that the component or system will perform its designated function for a given period of time under the consideration which was designed to operate. Of course, pag tayo nagdi-design, titingnan din natin consideration yung reliability ng ating design. Ano pa yung pwede natin i-consider during sa ating design? Of course, yung flexibility ng ating design para if ever na may konting pagbabago, our design is flexible. So flexibility of the electrical system means adaptability to development and expansion. Ito, as I said, as well as to changes to meet the varied requirements during the life of facilities. Of course, isa pang consideration is economical, lalo na yung ating mga client. Kaya nga, most of our client hired an electrical engineer para makita niya yung economical ng So economical of the electrical system can be considered economical when it's meet the power service continuous and reliable, safety to personnel as well as in equipment, minimal power loss. Ito, minimal power loss is in operation and maintenance. Of course, the last is the safety. Di ba? Kaya nga tayo nag-design, kasama yung consideration is the safety. Safety is the system or organizational measures and technical means to prevent harmful and dangerous effects on workers, persons from electric current, electric arc, electromagnetic field, and static electricity. Life safety and property are the most consideration in electrical system design, of course. But minsan during sa design, lalo na coordination to the client, minsan laging pumapasok din doon yung cost, yung economical. So depende na to sa judgment ng electrical designer. Ito lang sample lang ng ng reliability. Sa left na meron tayong single line diagram which is have a ATS and one generator. Dito naman sa right side meron tayong generator naka-synchro. Medyo mas reliable ng konti. So 100% emergency backup to the system. Ito yung mga consideration sa mga high-rise building. Of course, the fire alarm detection system. Mostly, ang ginagamit namin doon is considered as addressable. Kasi yung troubleshooting, mas madali compare sa conventional type. Of course, the CATV system, lalo sa mga residential, the telephone data system, access and security system, fiber to the home or FTHS kung tawagin natin. So during design has provision for future expansion with sufficient spare capacity in the event there will be an increase in loading. Mostly this is figures only 15 to 20% spare capacity. Depende rin sa coordination nyo with the project management as well for the owners. The low voltage switching, the spare circuit breaker, ito ginagawa natin sa during design. Now we consider the spare circuit breaker provisions ready to receive the additional loads when required. Para nga naman in the event na magkaroon na ng additional, yung ating switchgear or low voltage switchgear is ready to receive. Meron tayong spare capacity or space for future consideration. Of course, siyempre, kasama natin sa consideration itong mga voltage drop, alam ng mga electrical practitioner, yung 3%, which is also an overall of 5% voltage drop. Ensure to consider the fault level in the electrical system and should have sufficient enough to start and run any electrical loads equipment in order there is no disruption in operation take place. Yan. So ito naman, motor rated 20 kilowatts, reduced voltage, yan. Depende rin kung ano yung mga type ng mga motors ninyo. I-run through lang natin. Yung transformer naman, impedance should be considered in selection to limit the short circuit values in the system so that the equipment interrupting capacity will not be high. Kaya nga, ang minsan, lalo pag malalaking transformer, we coordinate to the supplier na bigyan tayo ng mas magandang impedance para ma-attain natin. Otherwise, if not naman, meron tayong mga mitigation, mga consideration sa design. So yung molded circuit breaker should be manual operated, all motors load. Ito naman, kung consider natin sa power factor, pero mostly sa electrical, sa high-rise building, medyo ang nadidesign namin doon is pasok naman sa minimum requirement ng utility ng power factor. Pero during design, we initially calculate yung probably the size of power factor na nakabang para consider namin ma-install na yung circuit breaker doon sa system na if ever na magkaroon na ng bumaba less than the required power factor kasi merong ang utility na penalty kung hindi ako nagkakamali. So, yun. Pero mostly sa industry, sa high-rise building, pasok naman ang power factor. Unlike sa manufacturing plant, sa mga large manufacturing plant, yan, mababa talaga yung power factor kasi mostly is motor load. Based on the high-rise building design cost, most of the power, ito nga, within the acceptable value by the utility company. That is why only circuit breaker, ito lang, as I said before, for the power factor is only considered and have no value for the capacitor bank. Ang franchise utility company dito sa NCR, mostly Meralco. Hindi ako familiar dyan sa sa area ng ating BICOL kung ano yung particular na utility company. At the same time, mostly ginagamit namin dito is service by the Meralco is 34.5 kV or 18.8 kV. 3-phase, 4-wire, 60 Hz system or whatever potential voltage level available in the area. If not mistaken, siguro dyan sa BICOL area is 13.2. I don't know. Hindi ako familiar so far. Kaya better na during sa design, you must be coordinate to your utility company ano yung system voltage na dinideliver ng inyong utility para naman sa design consideration nyo, hindi kayo maligaw ang design nyo na sa service voltage.
13.2, sir.
Sir, paano po? Ilan po?
13.2.
13.2. Ayun. Thank you. At least na ano ko yan. 13.2. Ito lang, interior lighting system. Okay. Hindi na natin masyadong yan to. The luminaires in all areas. Mga LED. Ito naman, emergency light shall be provided. Ito, kailangan din talaga natin dyan. Shall be contained maintenance-free with battery charger inverter kit capable of at least 2 hours backup source. The location emergency lights are also provided. Minsan sa interior as well as, pero yung kung ano yung sa nire-require ng design. Exit lights shall be provided at egress, and long hallways. It shall be self-contained, of course, maintenance-free fixtures with battery charger inverter kits capable also for 2 hours backup source. Sa size ng load centers, depend on the pros connected load. Ito yung mga basic na major equipment dun sa dinidesign natin sa buildings. What are those? The load center composed of major components, Ito yung can be medium voltage switchgear, MVSG at the primary side. Ito lang, sample lang ng pictures. Ito, ako. This is ang ginamit ko rito is vacuum fault interrupter. Medyo malaki yung building. If not mistaken, this is a 10 units of power transformer. Or 10 units or 6 units of power transformer. Nagpa-picture lang ako dyan. The load center composed of major component, yung power transformer. Yan. Usually ito yung type na ginagamit namin sa sa mga high-rise building. Depende rin sa sa design criteria ninyo at design consideration ng designer. So give you some idea. Ayan pala, nagpa-picture uli ako, no? Ito, series of power transformer yan. That is 2000 kVA, medyo malabo. The secondary voltage is 400 volt system pala to yung secondary. Mostly yung ginagamit namin voltage system na ngayon. We introduced way back 2006 yung sa building 400 volt system. Ang three-phase line to line as well as the 230 volt system for this single phase line to neutral. So low voltage switchgear naman after the transformer, siyempre i-receive ng low voltage switchgear at the secondary side. Ito, pinakita ko lang yung picture. So yan, ganyan kalaki yung aming low voltage switchgear. That is a 400 volt system. Para may mapakita. So yung metering equipment, ayan. Ito nga yung sinasabi ko, yung sa consideration ng mga high-rise building. I'm talking only on my my experience project na handle ko na 400 volt system na yung aming kinabit on that particular prestige area in Makati. So nowadays the service voltage the secondary side use the 400 volt system. This 400 volts three-phase serves for the three-phase motors such as yung mga three-phase electric motors natin. What are those? Like example, the transfer pump, the booster pump, the fan motors, etc. While the 230 single phase will serve for the general lightings, small power, appliances load such as electric range, water heaters, clothes dryer, washing machine, etc. Mostly ito yung mga sa residential units, yung naka-indicate dito. In the event of power failure from the utility, buildings rely on backup power both for the safety and health of the public as well as the protection of important business asset that cannot be lost during the power outage. Many buildings, what are those? The hospital, airports, data centers, water and sewage facility, fueling station, and communication and transport system require some sort of alternative power to ultimately save lives during the event of crisis. Power loss to the business, ito, also can be create significant economical impact. The longer the business without the power, the greater the economic loss. When this unexpected situation occurs, backup power provides a source to support the equipment loads generator power system. Kaya almost lahat ng aking na-design, particularly sa mga high-rise building, there are a standby generator na installed and it can be installed as in the synchro panel for the load sharing. Even though parallel system can at times seem complex, they have greater advantage with respect to reliability and redundancy. Of course, tama yun. The backup power source uses multiple generators, ito yung sinasabi ko before, sources parallel together to provide flexibility in load management, increase reliability, and the capability of maintenance with little no disruption. So if you have a calculated three generators with corresponding capacity, kumbaga may sequence of operation yan, one by one. Unlike yung 1:1 automatic under yung generator nyo, isusupply yung bawat building, wherein kung ang power requirement at that particular hindi naman ganun kataas. So, yun ang medyo disadvantage. Unlike yung naka-parallel with using a synchro panel, medyo makapag-load shaving siya, load management yung operation ng generator ninyo. The generators are parallel to a common bus of the system in separate traceways from the normal power, which serves the emergency and business critical loads, especially for the system response time and dynamic loads response once the generators are in operation. That is why most of the design of emergency uses a generator synchronization panel. Ito yung sinasabi ko kanina. Ito, sample lang ng generator. Ito, sa isang project namin, may tatlong generator. Not mistaken, 1,700 kilowatt yata. Ito naman, pasok na tayo sa mga power requirement. Let's say, yung mga general lighting power. Ano yun? Lighting used for general illuminations. Siyempre, andun yung residential, andun yung hallways corridors, also the lobby, yung mga main lobby, stairways, fire exit, parking areas, ito, kailangan din natin consideration, recreational areas and others. Yung mga small power naman, siyempre, of course, yung appliances, yung offices, and other small equipment. Of course, there is the HVAC, kung tawagin natin, yung heating, ventilation, and air conditioning system. Andiyan yung air conditioning for residential, commercial, and offices. Meron sometimes window type, split type, and BRF type of air conditioning. Ayan. Ano naman yung mga ventilation? Fans and blowers for the ventilation system. Supply fan and exhaust fans. Mostly yung sa mga high-rise building, naka-multi-basement kasi na yan eh. Merong sometimes na 3 basement, meron namang sometimes na isang project is 4 na basement. So usually merong supply fan yan, which calculated ng mechanical engineer para yung pumasok naman yung fresh air kasi kulob yung basement, di ba? Unlike sa ground floor, may opening sa gilid kaya may mga fresh air tsaka pumapasok on that particular floors. Pero pagdating sa basement, usually meron tayong supply fan which is for the fresh air as well as meron din exhaust fans para yung mga heat, ma-release niya yung heat on that particular area. Of course, meron din kung tawagin tayong transfer or agitate fans para ma-agitate yung air movement dun sa basement. Meron din tayong pressurization fans which is also activate during fire. Meron din tayong heater for humidity control. Ano pa ang kailangan natin consideration sa design even though na wala pa tayong mga initial concrete plans. Siyempre andun yung transport system. Of course, sa high-rise building, meron tayong elevator. Sometimes meron ding escalator. Lalo na yung isang project ko sa second floor, merong escalator. Ito bihira naman yung conveyors, dump waiters, and other means of transport system. Water pumps, ano yung mga water pumps during pwede natin i-consider sa design, which is potable and non-potable water supply. The pumps, yung drainage, the sewage ejector pumps, the transfer pumps, siyempre, of course, para maano natin yung water. The booster pump para i-enhance yung kanyang pressure system ng water. Ito, kailangan na to, yung fire and jockey pumps, lalo sa mga high-rise building. Ano pa kailangan? Siyempre, dito papasok yung FDAS kung tawagin natin, which is the fire alarm and detection system. Ano yung mga compose ng ating basic requirement ng FDAS, which is the FACP kung tawagin natin, Fire Alarm Control Panel, or also yung MPS, yung Manual Pull Station, sounder, o kaya sounder, it can be sounder or it can be bell. Ayan. Communication system, telephone system, PABX, intercom. Ito, bihira na rin ngayon, ginagamit yung intercom. Auxiliary system, depende rin sa criteria na binibigay sa atin ng owner. can be, meron sometimes background music, tsaka paging system. Ano pa? Central Computer System, CPU, peripherals, yan, kung meron mang requirement. Ito, security system. Ito, lalo na ngayon. Medyo, ano na tayo sa ating security. Lalo na yung mga entrance, sa exit doors for the pedestrian, saka yung pagpasok ng mga vehicles, which is makikita ninyo lalo sa pagpasok sa ground floor, or first basement, or the lower ground floor, may mga gate barriers para sa security ng vehicle access. Ito, pasok tayo sa high-rise uli. High-rise building electricity is composed on several components designed and gathered into shape and they delivers functional power. The figures show a typical electrical high-rise diagram. Tingnan natin kung meron. Ito yung pakita ko lang yung isa sa high-rise building. That is a 50-story building. Yung nasa baba naman sa left side, that is a garden villas. That is, if not mistaken, that is 4 units of 2.5 MVA na power transformer located at the basement 1. Ito naman, voltage drop calculation. Siyempre, isa sa mga consideration natin is, of course, the voltage drop calculation, lalo na yung sa high-rise building. Malalayo na yung travel ng voltage, which is if you have a 3 meters minimum, let's say 3 meters floor to floor for every floor, let's say 50 meters, 50 stories, so minimum 150 meters. Less pa yung papunta sa switchgear. Yeah. So, tingnan natin, you must consider the voltage drop calculation, particularly in the high-rise building. It's very important in every electrical design, especially when dealing with sensitive loads. Failure to calculate the voltage drop properly will result to undervoltage, yes, at the receiving end of the system. And the undervoltage could lead to inefficient performance of equipment such as motor, fluorescent lamps, and others. So may epekto talaga, di ba? Pag mababa yung voltahe na dinideliver, nire-receive on that particular such equipment. Ito lang, presentation lang kung voltage drop. So initially raw, nakuha ko is 3.4% overall. Of course, yung isa sa mga consideration natin, pero hindi na natin, hindi ko na sinama dito sa discussion yung voltage drop. Tsaka ito, short circuit calculation. Para natin makita natin kung ano yung KI rating ng mga bawat panel, the switchgear, the panel boards. We must also consider the short circuit calculation. It's an analysis of electrical system that determines the magnitude of a current that flows during electrical fault. It may result to fires, loss of lights, properties, and others. Once the expected short circuit currents are known, the protective device coordinates is performed. Yeah, pwede kayong sa PDC. Is performed to determine the optimum characteristic rating and setting of power system device. So, hindi na natin dito sa So, kailangan din natin consider sa design analysis is conducted to determine the characteristic of branch, circuit feeders, types, rating, and trip setting overload protected device in order to overview the capabilities of electrical system. Ito, ma-justify rin demand factor. Ito, share ko lang sa mga high-rise building. Ito yung mga table na we usually consider sa ating electrical design, particularly sa mid-rise, high-rise building. So general lighting loads by occupancy, familiar naman tayo lahat dyan. So by using by area method, kung depende sa type of occupancy, it can be dwelling units, it can be bunks, it can be offices, mayroong corresponding value ng VA per square meter yung natin dyan. Base sa table natin, ito. Very useful. Of course, sa lighting demand factors, ito usually ginagamit natin yung common yung Perth 300 3 kVA at 100%, yung remainder at 35%. Ayan. Ito, isa mga consideration. Of course, kailangan ito, isa pa rin hindi napapansin ng ating mga sa consider sa design. Portion receptacle loads to which demand factors apply. Kung ang area nyo is non-dwelling units, ayan, pwede nyo i-consider yung demand factor. So, pwede pala tayo mag-demand application ng demand factor sa receptacle loads for non-dwelling units receptacle loads. Ito. So, first 10 kVA, kung let's say you have a 20 kVA tinotal niyo, then yung 100%, yung remainder at least 50. So, meron pa rin demand factor na pwede natin consider. Of course, a number of dryers, kung depende kung ilang dryers na naka-connected in the particular household area, ayan, we are also consider for the demand factors for the closed dryer. As well as yung ating electric range. Depende sa capacity ng range. Kung meron kang let's say 1 unit, you are allowed to apply for 80% demand factors. For number 2 naman is 65 and so on. Ayan. So ito yung mga useful table natin consideration sa design. Of course, ito naman lalo na sa mga may kitchen, sa mga restaurant, yan. Other than dwelling units, demand factor for kitchen equipment. So, kung meron kang number of kitchen na isa hanggang 2 units na connected, you are applying for the 100% demand factors. Pero pag nakatatlo ka na equipment, so you are allowed na for 90% demand factor as well for 4 units, 80%. So nakikita pa rin natin na not all the equipment kitchen equipment is 100%, or hindi natin pwedeng hulaan din na na certain applicable demand factor, whereas meron pala tayong table na pwede natin consider na table 2.20.3.17 yan for the kitchen equipment. Ito yung multi-family dwelling units. Ito talagang isa sa mga powerful lalo na sa mga high-rise building kasi ang daming mga dwelling units na consideration sa high-rise building. Pwede natin itong consider itong optional calculation, demand factor for 3 or more multi-family dwelling units. Pero meron sinasabi sa code na provided na masatisfied mo yung condition na yon. Na pakitignan nila sa ating PC code, kung di ako nagkakamali, yung at least meron kang aircon load as well as for the cooking loads. Yan. Para ma-consider mo o ma-apply mo to yung ating optional calculation. Kung walang particular na hindi masatisfy, hindi niya sinasabi i-allow tong using na optional calculation. So makikita nyo, no, yung 3 units na dwelling units, at least 45% kagad. Ang laki kagad ng ibinaba. Then so on. So yung pinaka-maximum natin na pwedeng i-apply is up to 23% demand factor. So malaki ang binababa ng ating load. Ito nga yung sinasabi ko sa yung service primary metering Meralco. Ito, pakita ko lang. This is a excerpt from the Meralco standards na kanilang which is also a downloadable. So pwede nyo na rin makita yung para at least initially kung nasa Meralco franchise kayo, meron tayong idea at the same time yung kung anong voltage, which is mostly naman sa amin dito sa side namin is 34.5 kV. So sa secondary metering naman, merong 230 volts single phase 3 wire. Meron din si Meralco na 230 volts 3 phase 4 wire. Meron namang 460, ito mostly sa industrial plant, 460, 265 volts 3 phase 4 wire grounded wire. Ito na yon yung pumasok na kay Meralco side na franchise niya na nag-service na siya allow na niya ng 400 volt system. Na 400 volts, 230 volts 3 phase 4 wire service voltage ito. Kung di ako nagkakamali, way back 2006 yata na ni Meralco yung using 400 volts. So yung naman kailangan natin sa consider din sa schematic design phase. Power utility requirement, as I said, siyempre of course, the single line diagram or one line diagram. Ito kasi yung parang pinaka-heart design na mostly sa electrical practitioner, pag may pina-review o pina-check na plans, na electrical plans, usually ang hinaano naman natin is kagad natin ano nga yung single line diagram kasi makikita natin kung ano yung model na kanyang power system doon. So estimated loads, proposed power utility, house, utility, e-rooms and details. Ito, yung mga mostly binibigay natin sa initial phase ng ating design. Of course, the transformer room. Kasi during the design phase, hinihingi kagad ng architect. Ano yung size ng transformer mo? As well as ano yung size ng generator room mo. Yan. Pag hindi natin binigay yun, baka hindi tayo mabigyan ng appropriate location and area required ng ating transformer room, generator room, as well yung Meralco Volt Room. Ang Meralco Volt Room naman, ang minimum standard nila sa 34.5 kV na is 4 meters by 4 meter adjacent. Yung height naman is 3.9 meters. Yan ang minimum requirement. So mas malaki ng konti, much better. Wala namang problema. Pero we must consider the minimum area required by the Meralco franchise. Dito I'm talking only for the Meralco franchise. So medium voltage switchgear, the MVHS room, as well as the low voltage switchgear, genset, ito yung with synchronization room. Meron din tayo mga IDF, mga service provider. IDF, meron ding MDF at saka telco room. Ito pakita ko lang yung excerpt also, as I said, na this is for the Meralco, which is also our guide for the our design. Kasi kailangan namin i-comply yung aming utility. Ano yung mga requirement niya para at least during coordination, well coordinated na yung aming initial design para sa our requirement ni Meralco. Ayan. This is excerpt from the Meralco. Ayan, makita niyo na medyo malabo. You can download naman sa website ni Meralco. Ayan. This is a single line diagram for primary metering overhead. So, kasi mostly naman dito naka-overhead. Whereas dito sa may Makati area, meron dyan, karamihan dyan, ang project ko dyan is naka-underground yung system niya. So, this is a single line diagram for the overhead system ng primary metering. Andyan yung surge arrestor, power fuse, andyan yung meter, saka surge arrestor. That is for the, makita yung may hidden line kay Meralco. Pero for the customer side, kayo na magpo-provide, which is the surge arrestor, load break switch, ayan yung power fuse, ayan, yung first pry big pole, tsaka ayan. Ito pakita ko lang ng side elevation lang. Ayan. Ito most ito naka-underground. Ito yung sinasabi ko na to give you an idea yung minimum requirement ni Meralco sa aming, kasi nire-record kami ng Meralco Volt Room doon sa may sa building na yon. Ito yung minimum requirement, which is 4x4 by 3.9 meters. Yan, tama. Kailangan adjacent yung 4x4 kasi dyan nilalagay yung CT-PT niya. CT at saka PT niya. Yan ang initially construction ng kay Meralco. May CT-PT, meron ding power fuse. Ito, meron pala akong picture ng actual installation namin. Ayan, nandiyan yung CT, PT, nandiyan yung power fuse. So on the other side naman, ayun connection ng dead end. 4-point junction. At least may pinakita ko lang yung idea, yung pictures para at least may idea yung ating participant. Yung mga I'm talking on the yung mga lahat ng mga bagong mag-practice, mga newly practicing electrical engineer sa design. Ito, pinakita ko rin. This is power up, forum, ayan. Ano yung kung Pagman transformer, kung meron kayo sa ground floor, ano yung single bank o 2 banks, ayan. Ano yung area as well as the second floor sa basement. Then tingnan niyo na lang yung exemption pag sa second floor. Kailangan natin hatchway. Kaya pinakita ko ito para share ko lang yung for the design. Kasi mostly kailangan talaga natin mag-comply sa ating utility. Otherwise, hindi tayo mabibigyan ng power supply. Kasi they are sila yung authority having jurisdiction, diba? We must comply kung ano yung requirement ng ating utility. Lalo na diyan sa BICOL yung particular na requirement ni utility ninyo. You must coordinate first para at least may idea tayo sa design. Ito naman yung underground, yun. Nakita ko na kanina yung pictures. Yan. Medyo malabo lang yung ano. Kung secondary metering naman, minsan sa mga mid-rise. Ito, sample lang metering scheme. This is also again for the Miracle franchise, yung pictures na yan, drawing. Yun, ayan, to give you idea. Tapos ito rin sa transformer ni Miracle. Yung ano yung available niya. Let's say 75 to 1,000 sa 240. Pag naka 480 volts ka naman, 500 to 2,000 kVA. Pag naka 416 ka naman, also 500 to 1,000 34.5 kV and 13.2 kV. Ito, yung kay Miracle pa rin. Anong preferred volt location? Shall be on the ground floor. Can be second floor, may be allowed for bolts with distribution and pad-mounted transformer with hoisting facilities. Kung wala, hindi si Miracle. First basement may be allowed ulit for buildings with multiple basement. Or kung isang basement lang, so hindi pa rin allowed. So mostly sa high-rise building namin, may minimum kami doon is 3 basements. Kaya nasa basement 1 naman ang aming which is allowed by the utility franchise. Siyempre, yung bolt niya, mas maganda located in the perimeter of the building para yung readily accessible ng kanilang train tsaka Miracle truck. Ito yung preliminary electrical load estimate kasi wala pa tayong na concrete plans tsaka yung particular load. Ito pwede niyong consider itong mga load density na to. Sa residential, sa regular office, sa BPO, non-FMB, FNB, parking, building admins. Yan. Okay, ito medyo mag-sample lang tayo, no? Ito na at I'm only nakaka 1 hour na rin ako. So i-fast track natin. So preliminary electrical load estimate, give you some idea lang yung paano lang namin yung quick calculation lang ng during sa design phase yung electrical load estimates. That's why preliminary electrical load estimate. So in general lighting load tsaka receptacle loads, yan, kung let's say dwelling units, meron tayong 24 VA per square meter. So estimated, let's say natin for this calculation, 1,272. So meron daw akong initially 40 floors kasi during design, siyempre tatanong natin sa client, ano ba yung ilang floors ba yung consideration sa building. So meron tayong general lighting receptacle loads as well as small appliances load, meron naman tayong ganyan. Meron ding laundry machine, meron din tayong clothes dryer. So yung value ng 1,500, 1,500 tsaka 5,000 for the clothes dryer, this came from the PEC code. Naka-indicate naman din yung small appliance load which is 1,500. As well as the laundry, meron namang 1,500. As well as the clothes dryer minimum, we are talking the minimum 5,000 VA. So cooking electric range, I usually use a 8,000 watts of VA. Kasi din sa high-end build project namin, actually yung 8,000 mababa pa siya. Meron pang nagre-request na meron silang maabot ng 9 to 10,000 na range. Mostly kasi ang client ng particular building na yon is nasa abroad. Dinadala lang nila dito yung units nila. So basically yung minimum na nire-record namin on my design is 8,000. It can be 5,000 depende sa design consideration ng engineer na designer. Okay? So water heaters, ito 5,500 kasi mostly naka-multi-point yung aming consideration sa sa water heater, which is this is instantaneous. So kung hindi ako nagkakamali, ang available yata sa market ngayon mababa na 4,500 if not mistaken. Before may 3,500 pa yata. So for this particular calculation, for presentation, I use consider for the 5.5 kilowatts. Yung air conditioning load, nag-estimate na ako base dun sa aking previous project. This is, as said, this is only for the calculation purposes. Yan. So, makikita niyo, makukuha natin is total connected load. Ayan, meron tayong connected load, di ba? Kung bang pagsamasamahin natin, yung total connected load. So, of course, more than 62 units dun sa building na yon, as well as yung na satisfied ko yung conditions na sinasabi sa code for the optional calculation for the air conditioning load and the sa heating load. Ayan. So, pwede kong mag-apply ng 23% demand factor. This is only applicable total connected loads. Hindi yung demand load, kailangan total connected loads ang kunin natin. So which is, let's say, meron tayong 23,000 kVA. So application of demand factors or 23% demand factors, ayan nakita natin, naging 5,294 kVA versus the huge of 23 kVA. Kasi nga, we are allowed for 23% demand factors. Yun ang dapat natin sa nagdi-design tayo ng mga buildings, lalo na sa residential. Tingnan natin yung kanyang yung optional calculation kasi yun ang very useful, powerful na table. Unlike kung hindi tayo familiar, so mostly sasabihin na naman natin 80%, di ba? O let's say 85%, whereas you are allowed for the 23% demand factors. Ang laki ng diferensya nung ating demand loads kumpara sa if we were using a right table. Okay? Ito lang, nasa inyo na yon kung ano yung type ng transformer tsaka yung capacity nyo to how to spread out yung capacity ng 5.2 kVA. So for these purposes only, let's say kung gumamit ng dalawang 2 MVA, saka isang 1.5 MVA. Kasi kung gagamit ako ng let's say tatlong 3 MVA, kasi kino-consider ko rito yung secondary voltage ng short circuit value. Mataas na masyado. Pag itong 2 MVA, kung di ako nagkakamali, nasa 60 KX rating na yan eh. Pag pumasok ka pa sa 3 MVA, pumapasok 85. So the more tumataas yung ating value ng KX rating, medyo nagmamahal yung ating circuit breaker as well as yung yung other components. Kaya consider nyo rin yon yung size ng transformer na pwede rin namang isa. Kaya lang ang taas na masyado, di ba? Taas na masyado ng secondary voltage mo ay ng secondary current. Wherein ang available, if not mistaken, maximum available air circuit breaker is 6,300. So dapat hanggang doon ka lang. Kasi wala ka na mabibiling more than 6,300 na ACB at the 400 volt system or low voltage. Meron yan sa 4116. Okay, ito lang for the presentation na lang. So meron pa tayong ano pa yung mga admin common loads, di ba? We are only talking on the residential tower. Siyempre, of course, merong mga admin and common loads. What are those? The general lighting loads, basement 1 to 3, let's say we have a 178 kVA, as well as for the general lighting loads, receptacles from ground floor to 48 floors. Yung mga hallways, yan. I'm talking on the hallways, mga common loads. So motor loads, andyan yung transfer pump, let's say 122 kVA, supply fan, let's say 129 kVA, extract fan, we have a 194 kVA. This is only for presentation, as I said. Exhaust fan, 5 kVA, sump pump, 33 kVA, sewage pump, 5 kVA, elevator pit pump, 3 kVA, fuel pump, 4 kVA. Meron tayong booster pump, let's say 10 kVA, jockey pump, let's say 5 kVA, fire pump, 100 kVA, elevators, let's say series of elevators. We come up for the total, let's say 216 kVA, lift and stair pressurization fan, let's say we have a 150 kVA. Of course, meron sa baba, mostly naman meron mang retail, di ba? Bawat building sa mga high-rise. Let's say meron tayo 100 square meter at let's say 300 VA per square meter plus 5,000 VA. Ito yung 5,000 VA para sa mga heater. Additional load lang kami. Pag ang retail nyo is food and beverage. yung medyo heavy, may heavy cooking. Let's say we have 10 units, so let's say 350 yan. Swimming pool and signages, we have also considered, let's say 100 kVA. Amenities, of course, meron namang mga amenities ng bawat ano, di ba? Mga high-rise building, yun ang isa sa mga requirement at tinitingnan din ng mga client, mga tenant. Yung amenities, gaano kaganda yung inyong amenities kung sa ano, lalo na ngayon ang mamahal ng mga high-end ano per square meter ng ano ng bawat unit. Ayan, let's say nakuha natin ng 1,954 kVA. So, itong 70%, this is for we are establishing as mostly sa 70% nag-a-arrive for the common load. So, depende rin sa design engineer kung ano yung na-establish ninyo during sa series of experience, during the series of high-rise building na install nyo. Kung na-establish 70, okay, it can be 75. Depende sa design engineer yan. So, for this my presentation, I'm using consider 70% demand factor. So, meron daw tayong 1,365 kVA. So, ano yung pinakamalapit na transformer na available, which is, of course, the 1.5 MVA. Depende na rin, again, sa selection ng design engineer kung ano yung isa-size up niya ng transformer. So, let's say for this 1.5 MVA, yan, 34.5 kV, 400 volts, Padman transformer. So, i-total lang natin yung demand load ng yung size ng transformer na consider natin, then we can come up with the generator, kung ilang generator at corresponding rating ng generator in kilowatts, or it can be in kVA. So let's say we have 3 units, ina yung papasok yung synchro panel. Dinidivide din natin yung series of generator. Kasi wala rin masyado mabibili ng ganong kalaking generator at 400 volt system. Otherwise meron na 4160 kung meron man. Ayan, pakita ko lang I think this is my last slide na for this my presentation. Kaya pinakita ko lang yung at the right side yung 4 na transformer that is rated 2.5 MVA. Yung medyo dun sa taas ng konti, yung medyo dark green, hindi ko lang maano rito. Ito yung MBSG, that is a breaker type, BCB type. Tapos yung pinuntahan niya, yan yung mga ATS at saka or the low voltage switchgear. Yung medyo nasa gilid ng malapit sa may generator, hindi na masyadong kita, that is a synchro panel, as well as yung nasa leftmost, and then yung 3 generators with corresponding 3 day tank na sa baba. Ito yung setup lang, pinakita ko lang para magkaroon lang ng initial idea yung ating mga practicing, lalo na yung nagpo-pursue sa design ng mga buildings. Hindi lang nakita rito yung sa right side, andyan yung Miracle Vault Room. Yung medyo space na sa kanang side ng upper ng transformer, andyan yung Miracle Vault Room. Naka-separate siya. Kasi mostly itong ganong kalalaki, if not mistaken, more than 2,000 kVA, owner supply na yung mga transformer. Yun ang yata ang pakaano ni Meralco. This more than up to 2 MVA, Meralco supply pa. If more than 2 MVA, andun na siya, si Meralco franchise na yung, the owner side na yung magbibili, yung owner supply. As well as yung mga medium voltage yan. I'm not sure kung ano nga yun sa mga dyan sa BICOL kasi hindi ako familiar pa rin kaya gusto ko rin matuto on that particular, lalo na dyan sa mga probinsya, kung ano yung system nila, kung meron mang gatong, let's say, na anong high-rise building, kung paano yung design nila, much better. Kung mabigyan din ako ng idea ng mga dinidesign sa mga high-rise building or mid-rise building sa mga probinsya, kasi not particular ako sa mga sa probinsya. I'm only familiar with this sa NCR. So Ayan, oo. Ito na eksakto 1 hour ang na-consume ko. And kasi nag-start tayo 11:40 kaya medyo inano ko yung aking masyadong marami. This is a 2 days presentation. Baga in-squeeze ko lang yung yung for this particulars. Again, ito at I'm very thankful sa ating sa BICOL chapter na for inviting me here dito sa ating 21st, not mistake, 21st BICOL Regional Conference to give a this topic which is guide. This is only guidelines for the electrical system design, particularly for the high-rise building. Tapos kung mayroong mang question na pwede niyo i-chat niyo lang ako sa Messenger. I will try to to answer it na hangga't makakaya ng ating kakayanan sa sa ating kaya ng capacity to Again, maraming salamat and thank you again. Lalo na ngayon may bagong variant na naman. Kailangan magpa-vaccine na tayo lahat. So far, at least ako, I'm fully vaccinated na. Thank you again and God bless you all. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. Next time ulit.
Hello. Paki-open po ng video and stop po na host yung video. By the way, thank you, Engineer Orville Singson, in recognition of his valuable contribution as a resource speaker on the topic Electrical System Design during the 21st Virtual BICOL Regional Conference, held on July 16 to 17, 2021, bearing the theme IIE at 2021, Transcending the Challenges in the New Normal by Embracing Resiliency and Complementarity, given on the 17th day of July 2021. Excuse me, Mr. Host, paki-start po yung video sa akin, ini-stop niyo po kasi.
Ay, paano ba ka?
Ay, hindi ka po, Mr.
Ay, sorry.
Sa yung host po. Thank you very much, Mr. Orville Simpson. And next in line is our very own Pacific Power Incorporated for their sponsored product presentation with their speaker, who is a graduate of BSE Camarines Sur Polytechnic Colleges. He's also a REE with more than 8 years of experience in installation, commissioning, and testing substation automation, protection relays, meter test systems, and radio modems. At present, he's the production manager and senior automation engineer at PPI Pacific Power Incorporated. Let us all welcome Engineer Randy M. Reyes alongside his topic, Digital Substation Protection Solution. Let's give him a round of applause.
Good day, everyone. I am Engineer Randy Ambrez from PPI Pacific Power. Today, we would like to share to you our digital substation solution, which will focus on protective relays. PPI Pacific Power is an exclusive distributor of NGTIM relays here in the Philippines. We also offer a wide range of substation solution like CTPTs, power transformer, circuit breakers, switch gears, and other automation solutions. So what is a digital substation? So a digital substation provides the conversion of the data. So it converts the data from measured, processed to digital data at each level. Second, it shares the data. So it shares the data, the digital data between devices or between levels. Third, process the data. So it process, analyze, and act on data on each bay levels. So with NGTeam solutions, we can provide different protective relays for different application. We also have solution for process bus level, and we also have the engineering tools to configure the IEDs on each substations. So these are the digital substation components. So we have the substation level, the bay level, the process bus level, and under this level, for substation level, we have HMI plus EWS, or the engineering workstation. That includes 2 redundant units or hot standby that can also be connected to PRP or HSR type of architecture, network architecture. We also have the SCADA gateway or RTU for the conversion of different communication protocols like DNP, Modbus, IEC 6870 to IEC 61850. Third, we have the time reference server via, can be IEEE 1588 ports or through PRP and TP ports. And also, we also have network switches, specifically managed network type switches. Under bay level, which will be the focus of this presentation, so we have protection and control IEDs for line differential, transformer protection, feeder protection, capacitor bank protection, and bay control units. So we will discuss all of these in the next slide to give you the idea of our products. For process bus level, which is these are the new device in the substation. We have the merging unit or the NGPAC, PB. Next, the engineering tool to configure these IEDs. So this one is a sample of digital substation. So the components are the network at network level is the main SCADA console, the operator console, and the maintenance server. In the station level, we have the time reference server, the SCADA gateway or the RTUs, and the engineering workstations. Under bay level, we have the protection and control IEDs. Lastly, we have the process level, which is the new technology nowadays, the emerging units and the IO. This one is the sample for PRP type of network communication. So we have here the merging unit connected to two managed switches. And on the 69 kV side, we have the line protection and transformer differential protection, for example. We also have here the BCU or the bay control units and the SCADA gateway and time reference servers. For feeder protection side, we have here overcurrent relays and voltage protection relay, or sometimes these are multifunction protection relays. So NGTeam is our protective relay principle, which provide a wide range of protection and control IEDs for high voltage or medium voltage protection requirement. So what are the basic features of Injipac EF equipment. So the Injipac EF relays can be a digital multifunction control and protection device with numerical technology for bay level. They simultaneously incorporate many protection functions chosen from a set of options as one single unit, providing a solution which is adapted to each users. Second, it is an IEC 61850 native platform device that have an MMS, boost messages, sample values or SB, interoperability with other manufacturers, so it can be incorporated to other relay manufacturers, both complying to IEC 61850 Edition 1 and Edition 2, certified by DNB, with powerful logic capabilities based on IEC 61131-3, with high memory capability for data recording up to 1,000 events, 20 fault reports, xylography recordings for ComTrade viewer. Next, also have IEEE 1588 for time reference, PPS, SNTP or NTP, RIGP, and DNP IEC protocol synchronization of the time. Next, for IED configuration, like what I mentioned, we are using Pack Factory, which is a free software, which is part of our supply software. For communication protocols, the device have IEC 61850, Edition 1 and Edition 2. It also have DNP3, IEC 6870-5-101, IEC 6870-5-103, IEC 6870-5-104, and PROCOM. The device can also be programmed to Modbus RTU master, permitting to submit IEC 61850 non-compliant devices information to the system. So the device can act as an RTU master, Modbus RTU master. Can be connected either to HSR or PRP type of network. The device also have cybersecurity features with port disabling by user, password access, and firewall, with secure web server. So it can also be connected via web server and also can be connected with a secure FTP access and audit trail connection. With regards to hardware components, so these are the features of Injipac EF models. So it have a graphic LCD for device status, protection events, control events, and as well as local HMI for viewing of the fault records. The device also have 19 programmable LED plus one status bicolor LED for hardware status monitoring. Red for hardware error and green for meaning the device is in good state. With split numerical and navigation keyboards for local programming of the relay within the HMI. And it also have a programmable push buttons with interchangeable labels that can be used to control DS, switch gears, circuit breakers on site. It also have a 2 command push buttons, primarily being used for circuit breaker control. Next, the device can be a 19-inch full rack 4U or a half 19-inch rack 5U model. So the advantage is that the half 19 inches is cheaper than the 19-inch model because of the number of IOs is more in the 19-inch rack 4U models. The device can also be configured up to 6 serial and 2 Ethernet port depending on the required number of communication port of the client. So if the client specified that the required number of serial port is 2, so we will specify on the order code with 2 serial port, RS485 serial port. Or if the client specified that the Ethernet port is a copper port, we will provide Ethernet copper port for the Ethernet terminal. But it can also be configured to fiber optic terminal. With on the rear side, the device have one Ethernet. On the front side, the device have one Ethernet service port plus one USB port. That mainly for configuration and for firmware update. The device can also be configured to different I/O model configuration. Can be with common terminal, or for 16 digital input or 5 digital output. Can be also 10 digital input with 10 digital output. So it will depend on the client for the required number of IOs. So we can always specify the requirement needed by the client. So for Injipac EF family hardware construction, we have two types. We have the full 19-inch EF models. We also have the half 19-inch models. And for Injipac DAPT, we have this 1/3 19-inch model. So for full 19-inch model, we have the functional buttons, the communication port with USB and RJ45. We have the navigation keys, the numerical keys, the HMI display for control, protection events, and fault data, as well as the device status. We also have here 19 LEDs that serve as annunciator and 2 bicolor LED for hardware status. The difference of the two is the number of digital input and the number of digital output. For Injipac DAPT, we have here functional buttons, 24 LEDs, and also a communication port with USB and RJ45 port for firmware update and configuration of protection settings and control settings. So we have different Injipac EF model for different type of application, for line protection, for transformer protection, for feeder protection, capacitor bank protection. So these are the list of Injipac EF models. So for line differential, we have Injipac EF LD. Distance protection, we have Injipac EF ZT. Transformer differential protection, we have Injipac EF TD. For multi-function protection and control, we have Injipac EF MD. Breaker failure protection, we have Injipac EF BF. For also for breaker management requirement. Next, we have capacitor bank protection, Injipac EF CB, and bay control unit for all type for control application and other general purpose. Injipac EF MD is our multi-function protection solution for bay level. So if the requirement for protection is a multi-function, meaning that the relay should have overcurrent, voltage protection, frequency protection, breaker failure functionality. Usually we offer Injipac EF model because this device is capable of these protections. So Injipac EF MD is a range of IED device that provide all the protection and control functionalities required for medium voltage feeders as well as high voltage bay levels. Next, we have Injipac EF-TD for two-winding power transformer differential protection, as well as for three-winding power transformer protection requirement. EF-TD is a range of IED device that provide all the required for 2 and 3 winding power transformers. It also provides instantaneous and bias differential protection with harmonics blocking as well as low impedance restricted earth faults functionalities. So for 2 winding, we are using EFTD0. For 3 winding power transformer requirement protection, we offer EFTD1. Injipac EFZT for distance protection solution. So this network or ANSI device code is for ZT1 model with a breaker and a half setup. So Injipac EFZT is a distance protection relay with 5 independent zones that can be set either to MO or quadrilateral characteristic. Can be set independently, suitable for transmission lines or for multi-breaker or breaker and a half or ring type of networks. It determines the type of fault, differentiating among 3-phase, 2-phase, or earth faults. So we have also here Injipac EFLD for line differential protection. So we have LD0 and LD1 for a single bus type of network. And we also have LD2 for double bus network with breaker and half connection. So Injipac EFLD is a phase segregated line differential protection relay designed for main protection of power lines and underground cables on all voltage levels. So Injipac EFLD supports dual CT inputs to monitor both breakers individually, that making it the best solution suitable for multi-breaker schemes such as breaker and a half or ring applications. Injipac EFCB for capacitor bank protection. Injipac EFCB is an IED device that provides all the required protection for medium voltage shunt capacitor banks of 1, 2, or 3 steps. Injipac EFBF is being used for breaker management solution or for breaker failure protection. For 1 or 3 pole breakers and also include auto recloser and synchronization check. So this one is EFBF1 for breaker and half breaker failure protection requirement. Next is the Injipac EFCD or the bay control unit protection or controller requirement for under bay level. So it includes control, web access, automation with compliance to IEC 61131-3 and IEC 61850 and other protocols like DNP and Modbus. So the new device or the new trend nowadays that complies to IEC 61850 is the merging unit, it's the use of merging units. So we have Injipac EFPB for that requirements. So Injipac EFPB is the family of devices designed as SAMU or standalone merging unit. The device acquires conventional transformer currents and voltage, CT and VT, and converts them to digital values, transmitting them to an Ethernet networks also called as process bus. So it can be a copper port or Ethernet port or through fiber optic connection network. Data is published as MSV complying with the IEC 61850-9-2, allow access to information from IED connected to the network, and as well as the option to include IO modules. So the device can be configured with IO terminals and can be set to 80 sample per cycles.
So with regards to hardware composition, so these are the composition of Injipac EFPB merging unit. So the device can have 4 CT inputs or 4 VT inputs with class 0.2 to 0.5 accuracy depending on the selected CTs. The device also have RIG-B PPS synchronization and IEEE 1588 synchronization. With LAN ports, can be set to HSR or PRP redundancy type of network. And again, with option to include digital inputs terminal for switch yard monitoring or additional digital input output requirement in the switch yard. With simple or hot swap redundant power supply, so the device can have two power supply, auxiliary power supply. With regards to functions and measurements, the device can capture the frequency, the line phase voltages, the line-to-line voltages, voltage sequences, the line phase currents, the current sequences, the neutral line phase current, harmonic distortions, active power, reactive power, apparent power, active energy counter, power factor, maximum and minimum counters, oscillography, and as well as the reports. So for feeder protection requirement for typical 69 13.2 substation, so we usually offer Injipac DAPT for multi-protection function requirement. So the device have overcurrent, non-directional or directional type overcurrent with voltage protection and frequency protection as well. So these are the features of the device. The device is a multifunctional protection and control that is also designed to IEC 61850 data model with powerful logic capabilities. So the device can configure via programmable logic with waveform records, with COMTRADE file functionality, with high memory capability for data recording up to 20 last fault, 4,000 events, and oscillography. Protocols that is complying to IEC 61850 Edition 1 and Edition 2, certified by DNV. Also with DNP3, IEC 6870-5-101, IEC 6870-5-103, and 870-104 and PROCOM. With also Modbus RTU master. HSR and PRP and link failure redundancy type network. So the device can also be configured for that type of network connection. Next, with regards to time synchronization, the device have IEEE 1588 and SMTP and TP and RIG-B port. That can the device can also be connected via web server for remote access and remote monitoring. For hardware composition of the Injipac DAPT, so the device also have the graphical LCD for device status monitoring, for the instantaneous current and voltage readings, control events, protection events, fault data. It's also included in the graphical LCD or the HMI, which can also be used to create simple SLD, single line diagram within the HMI. Next, the device also have 24 general purpose LED indicator that serve as an initiator for alarms and trips. Next, the device also have one status BICOL LED for hardware monitoring. So for green, again, green for normal condition or normal state, and red for hardware error. With 7 keys navigation keyboard for, again, navigation on the LCD. 12 functional keys for selecting with interchangeable labels, plus 3 operational keys for control of switch gears or breakers on site. With RJ45 and USB Ethernet port for mainly for configuration of the relay, for protection, control, and programmable logics, and for firmware update. The construction of the device is on the 1/3 19-inch rack. So these are the ANSI device code available on the NGPAC DAPT model that is enough for feeder protection. So we have here 5051 for non-directional type overcurrent requirement, or can be 67 phase or neutral, 2759 for voltage protection and frequency protection. So for configuration of the NGPAC EF IEDs, we are using PAC Factory software. So again, the software is free software, which is part of our deliveries. So the device can automatically detect the IED connected to the software with IED supervision that includes the status, the statistical data, the measurement, and that includes the fault records and the protection events. You can also check the oscillography file or the ComTrade file within the software. You can configure the protection settings within the software. You can also create a simple SLD within the software for local HMI representation of the network, substation network. Next, you can create logic and you can modify the communication parameters within the software. So this is this sample of PAC Factory software where you can find the device status, the signal status, measurement data, protection events, fault, list of faults, communication settings, and oscillography list. So with regards to protection events, analysis and monitoring, so this is the example of that. So you can find the sequence of events within the PAC Factory software. You can also check and download the fault data in the PAC Factory software. So again, you can only capture 20 last fault. Next, the oscillography viewer or the ComTrade file viewer of the functionality of the PAC Factory software. So that you can set the measurement either through primary values or in secondary values. Next, the measurement screen, where you can find the voltage reading, can be primary or secondary, the voltage reading, the sequences, current sequence, voltage sequence, the phase angles, the power values, the active and reactive values. It's all there. Next, the NGPAC web server features of NGPAC family. So you can connect the device through web server. So this is the example of that, where you can check the measurement, the status of the IOs, the oscillograms, the statistical data, and also the simple SLD that you create on the PAC Factory. So that's it. You can check our other solution through our official website at www.dpi.ph, or you can visit our social media account on Facebook or Twitter and LinkedIn. So thank you for your time, and keep safe, everyone.
Thank you very much, Engineer Randy M. Reyes. Since it was a pre-recorded video, wala po tayong mabibigay na question. Walang ma-answer ng question live. So, or you can message this link here given here by the PPI Pacific Power Incorporated in the chat box. Thank you. And to give the certificate of appreciation to Engineer Randy M. Reyes in recognition of his valuable contribution as a technical presenter of PPI Pacific Power Incorporated on the topic Digital Substation Protection Solution during the 21st Virtual BICOL Regional Conference held on July 16 to 17 bearing the theme IAE at 2021, sending challenges in the new normal by embracing resiliency and complementarity, given on the 17th day of July 2021. Thank you very much, sir. And now for our next topic. By the way, yung mga gustong kumain, pwede naman po, you can take your lunch break. And our last presenter for this morning, medyo afternoon na, let us call the head of membership department of IIE National Office with her 16 years of service. Let's all listen and give a round of applause to Ms. Alma Larsen to present the IIE membership flow process presentation. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much po sa ating lahat. To our beloved PRCBE Honorable Sir Francis and Sir Jimmy, to IIE Board of headed by Sir Anthony Alvarez, and to IIE Bicol Region. Actually, this is my first time na maisalang po sa isang conference. Thank you so much, Sir Orticio. To our host chapter president, Sir Peter, thank you very much. To conference delegate, to my fellow National Secretariat, very supportive. Nasa backup po natin sila actually. Nasa head office po sila. Kami po nila, sir, ay nandito po sa Sorsogon State University. Magandang hapon po sa ating lahat. No? Ang aking presentation ay tutulungan po ako mag-present ni Sir Oliver Palad. Ito po ay membership upgrade and benefits. No? Simple lang naman ito. Ito po ay konting reminder lang naman sa ating mga members na mag-activate po ng ating membership. So ito ay napapaloob sa aking report ay classification, mga benefits po ng members, mga task po at mga committee naka-assign under membership department, at mga contact staff support po na i-mention natin mamaya, yung mga staff department under po ng national office. So, to start with, next slide, sir. Yan po. Ang ating pong pagbabasihan sa ating membership grade classification ay ang 2020 approved CBL po. The membership of the institute shall consist of licensed and non-licensed members as follows. So section 1, licensed members. Sila yung mga regular members, mga PEE, REE, RME who fulfilled the membership requirements. So may lisensya, pwedeng maging regular members. So kung dati po, meron tayong associate members, sa ngayon po sila ay regular members na rin po ang tawag sa kanila. So yan pong regular members natin ay 3 years membership po yan. Next slide, Sir Oliver. Okay, so next po sa ating membership classification ay ang life membership. No? So sila yung mga pwede nang mag-apply, sila yung mga regular members in good standing and reputation who fulfilled the requirements of life members. So ang requirement po dyan ay 12 years dapat ang kanilang prior sa membership po, no, naka 12 years na sila ng member, endorsement from chapter president, para alam din naman, kilala ng chapter president yung mga nagpapa-lifetime sa kanila, copies ng IIEE ID, tsaka po yung copies ng PRC card. Next slide. So 1.3, meron tayong senior membership. A senior member shall require experience reflecting professional maturity to upgrade to senior members, the qualification as follows. 1.3.1, dapat sila po ay lifetime members. 1.3.2, shall exemplify a significant performance as a life member of the institute for at least 5 years. Item 1.3.3, the Board of Governors shall establish the mandatory guidelines of this purpose. Okay, ito po yung guideline sa pag-apply ng senior membership. So actually po, ito ay under naman ng Selection Awards Committee. Ang chairman po nito ay si Sir Sam Julio po. Nag-deadline na po sila actually ng June 30, 2021 dahil ang senior membership po natin ay ina-award during sa opening po ng ating ANC. So basically po, ang requirements po is dapat BSEE graduate, life member po siya ng 5 years, and then active siya sa profession for 10 years, and then may significant performance po sa kanyang career. So in the field of construction, consultancy, design, education, operational maintenance, research and development, management, and marketing. So yun po. So ang procedure po ng pag-apply ng member, nagpapadala po. So I hope nakatanggap po ating mga chapter president at ito ay naipamigay sa kanila mga members. No? May form ito ng reference engineer. So kailangan po magbigay ang mag-a-apply ng 3 reference engineer. So pwede po mga lifetime ang kanyang reference engineer, kaya mga fellow member, or in special cases po, pwede naman po ang regular members na na kanyang reference engineer. Next slide, please. So ito naman po ang pinakamataas natin, no, ang 1.4, ang College of Fellow Members. Sila ay senior members who have qualified and have been conferred the distinction as fellow by the Board of Governors and recognize the exceptional contribution and dedication to the electrical engineering profession. So special note po natin, ang fellow membership po ay by invitation po ito ng College of Fellow Committee. Sa ngayon po, ang ating chairman is si Sir Fortunato Lainez po. So meron din po tayong mga honorary members, mga non-licensed, no? They are commendable individual withstanding a non-electrical professional whose contribution to the welfare and advancement of the institute is exemplary, and advancement shall be conferred honorary membership in accordance with the guidelines by the Board of Governors. So ating pong sample na for honorary members ay si Honorable Hermoenes Cobre ng PRC. Chairman siya ng PRC way back 1999. And then, hindi pa rin po nawawala sa ating 2020 CBL po. Actually, ito ay nadagdagan ng ating auxiliary members, non-licensed. Sila yung mga graduate ng BSE and BS Electrical Technology graduates who manifested a remarkable interest in the objectives and activities of the Institute, who have completed membership requirements. So, sila po ay graduate po. Bibigay po sila, kung ang mga license po nagbibigay ng PRC card, sila po ay magbibigay lang sa atin ng copy ng kanilang diploma. And then, siguro marami din dito sa atin, no? CSE. Actually, Sir Joven, ng ating host, no? Napakagaling na host, ay isang CSE dito sa Sorsogon State. So, yon. They are non-licensed members. They're students, electrical engineering and technology students, who have currently enrolled in a recognized engineering institute in the Philippines and truly fulfilled the membership requirements. Yun. So ito naman po ang ating bagong portal, newly enhanced natin na portal. So yan po, pag inopen nyo po, ganyan po ang itsura niya. So sa baba po, nakikita nyo po yung link. Yan po yung gagamitin natin na link, no? Para ma-open natin ang ating newly enhanced na portal. Ginagamitan po yan ng username at password. So in case po hindi nyo alam yung inyong username at password, so lalabas po dyan ang aking email ad. No, pwede nyo po akong ma-email para po ma-check natin at malagyan natin ng kung ano ba yung latest nyo na ginagamit na email ad plus yung temporary password. Yan. Ito naman po para in case po baka hindi sumagot agad si Ms. Alma Larce. So pwede niyo po itong mapicturean. Marami po ating mga members kasamahan po. No? Si Sir George, yan po ang mga email ad nila. Si Ms. Carla, si Ms. Thea, at si Ms. Monique. Yan po yung aking mga kasamahan sa membership department. Ito po ay for sample only. No? Hindi po ako engineer. Ito po ay for presentation purposes only. So pag inopen niyo po inyong portal, ito po yung makikita nyo at matatransact sa ating portal. So pwede kayo mag-change ng chapter, pwede mag-online request, lalo na COGS, for PRC card renewal, yung ating bagong ID. Meron din po tayong viewing ng CPD points. No? Pag-clinic nyo po yan, and then yung mga payment transaction nyo po makikita dyan, pati po yung mga binayad nyo po sa DragonPay. Sa gilid po, nandyan po silang lahat. For request of ID, request of change of chapter, so ilalagay nyo lang po dyan kung ano po yung chapter nyo ngayon, ano po ang lilipatan yung chapter, no? And then reason po, kumbaga lilipat ng bahay, lipat ng trabaho, and then mag-a-attach as proof po, pinag-a-attach po sila ng kanilang copy ng ID na may address. Yan. Sa baba po pala niyan, meron tayong FQA link po, no? So nakakonect naman siya sa portal, sa website po ng IIE. So pwede niyo po yan ma-double check. Yan. As mentioned po, mga other requests po, no? I-click niyo lang po yan, lalabas po kung kayo po ay magpa-process ng new member, COGS with LBC, COGS lang, or kaya ID lang po. So pwede po yan, mag-search lang kayo dyan ng pwede nyo pong ma-request sa National Office po via online. Ito po yung sinasabi ko po kanina, no? Sa 2021 po natin ng mga CP, IIE attended seminars, nakikita po dyan ng ating mga total units na earn, no? Na-upload po yan ng ating IT. So kung sa palagay nyo po, nag-attend kayo, basta 2021 po nag-attend po kayo ng regional conference o kaya IIE seminars, pag wala po dyan, pwede nyo po kaming makall ang aming attention para po ma-check natin sa ating IT. Ito naman po sinabi ko kanina, no? Lahat po ng binayaran natin sa DragonPay na transaction, mapa-renewal man, COGS, payment, ID payment. So lahat po yan na-review natin at na-review din ng ating taga-process ng online, Sir George. So in case po, bayad na kayo pero nagre-reflect siya as pending. May cases po kasi na ganyan, no? Hindi maiwasan. Pwede niyo po kami i-email lang o kahit sa chat naman, sumasagot naman po kami na Miss, bakit pending pa rin? Para po mapa-validate natin sa taga-DragonPay. Okay, ito naman po yung ating COGS na bago. No? So, kung ang mga chapter dati, kung kami ay pinapa-LBC pa lang namin yung mga COGS, so ngayon po, ito ay ipapaalam pa actually ni Sir Alan sa ating PRC. No? Ito ay pwede nang once paid na, approved na ng chapter. So ito ay pwede nang ma-print ng ating mga members para hindi na sila mag-aantay pa from National Office ng COGS na pa-LBC o less LBC na rin po ito. Member na mismo ang mag-print ng kanyang COGS para i-present niya po, attachment niya dun sa kanyang PRC undertaking form. Kasama ng mga II attended niya po ng mga seminars as requirement for PRC card renewal. So kung nakikita niyo po, dapat ang COGS na po yan ay magagamit hanggang December 2021 lamang. So dapat po makita natin yung signatory, no? Dapat si Sir Alan, so hanggang December 2021. Hindi po siya pwedeng magamit next year since nagbabago po tayo ng signatory every year. So ito naman po, sana nakatanggap na kayo ng inyong Universal ID. Ito na po yung ating bagong ID ng IIEE. So naswertehan naman po pumunta ako dito sa BICOL, nabigay ko po yung ID ni Gov Orticio tsaka yung kay Sir Peter. So ang usage po nito is electronic attendance po. Sana kung tayo ay face-to-face, mas hindi malesen na yung queue, ang pila. Ina-attach po ito doon sa, tinatap doon sa ating electronic attendance. And then, it serve also as parang loyalty card. No? Ito po ay project ni Sir Alan. No? So, naghahanap po siya ng mga partners, mga electrical supply stores, courier service, baka meron, and then mga partnership sa restaurants, hotel. Magiging loyalty po siya pagdating ng panahon. Kaya mag-avail na po kayo ng ating UID. Then the II benefits, actually ito naman po ay baka lang naman po nakalimutan, so munting paalala lang po mula sa membership department. So ito po, kung dati po tayo ay may magazine na hard copy, so dahil marami yung ating RTS, so ginawa po siyang electronic at pinost po siya doon sa ating website. So mag-view nyo na po yan sa ating website. And then, another benefits po is discount ng mga merchandise at books. No? Iba ang price pag inactive, iba ang price pag active. So dapat po mag-activate po kayo para makakuha po tayo ng discount sa merchandise, sa book, tsaka sa mga conferences. Yan. And then, meron po tayong libraries. Nandun pa rin naman po ang libraries. Mabenta siya. Tama bang word? Mabenta siya ngayon dahil marami po ang ating PS aspirant. Nagiging materials nila yon guide para sa nag-a-attend po ng nag-aspire bilang PE. And then, meron din tayong job placement. Meron naman din kasi mga company na nagbibigay sa atin ng mga opening nila. No? Pinapost natin sa ating board doon sa national office o kaya sa ating website po. So for technical assistance, ito po yung kung nakikita nyo po sa ating mga Facebook, no, maraming mga chapter na nagkakandak ng free assistance para sa mag-apply ng PEE po. Mga PE aspirant, tinutulong, mini-mentor ng ating mga mahal na mga chapter officers. And then meron din po tayo, kung gusto nyo po pa-assist din po, certification para sa Asian, APUC Registry at saka ACPER. Ito naman po ay under po kay Sir Flor Barona. Yun. And then mga dalawang benefit po, no? Hindi ito ina-advance, kaya ingat po tayong lahat. No? Ito po ang tinatawag na death benefit. 10,000 po ito, so ingat po tayo. Yun. And then, medical assistance from IIE. So ito naman po yung, as mentioned kanina, ito po yung mga tasks na under po ng membership departments. Pag-process po ng ID, ng COGS, and then membership status verification, kung ano ba, kung expired na ba, lifetime ba, di ba, yung mga status ng ating members. And then sa chapter remittance po, yun, hopefully for BICOL region, mas like Albay Legazpi before, online na rin sila eh. So, yun. Meron pa naman nagre-remit. So, yung po yung nagre-remit sa chapter, dumadaan po yan sa membership department bago binibigay sa finance department. And then nag-a-assist din po ang membership department ng PRC card renewal. No? Yun naman, kung kayo ay nasa abroad, bibigyan niyo po kami ng SPA kasi yun naman nagaling sa Philippine Consulate dahil yun po ang binihingi sa amin ng PRC. So same as, susunod din po tayo doon sa requirement na hinihingi ng PRC. So yung undertaking form, naka-attach doon ang SPA o kay local man o abroad. And then kung meron po kayo na-attendan ng mga IIE seminars for CPD, and then wag pong kalimutan ng COGS. So kami po, i-authorize nyo lang po kami, pwede naman po kaming kumuha. Basta doon lang po sa Maynila. Then po. And then nagpa-process din po tayo ng PRC initial registration. So ang karamihan po na nag-a-avail nito, yung mga PE natin na, or REE na bagong pasa pero nasa abroad sila. Yun. And number 6, yung PRC conversion. So nag-a-assist pa rin po tayo, baka po meron kayong mga kilala na ang kanilang card ay assistant EE. Nako-convert pa lang po siya to REE. Basta may mga requirements lang din. So, pwede niyo po akong ma-email regarding sa mga requirements ng conversion po ng license. And then as mentioned, kami po ang nagpa-process ng death benefit at medical assistance. Under po ng membership department, ini-endorse po natin yan sa ating mahal na presidente. Sila po ang mag-a-approve kasi. Kahit po talagang binibigyan naman. So, talagang ipapaalam din natin sa ating mahal na presidente at ina-approve din naman niya at binibigay sa mga family po. And then, for next slide, yun. Ito po yung mga committee ng selection and awards. So, dati po ako ay hanggang ngayon, nag-a-assist po tayo. Under natin ang selection and awards committee. So, sana from IIE BICOL, Sir Ed, Sir Ed, nakikita ko dito. Mag-bid ka na for most outstanding E. Ito ay September 30 po ito, ang deadline nito. Huwag pong kalimutan, lahat po ay open po ito. Most outstanding EE, most outstanding RME, na bid for PRC. Ito naman PRC naman, hinahanap ito under ng selection awards na ang mag-i-invite kung sino yung ibibigay nilang name para ma-interview sa PRC. So, mostly po ito ay February kasi nagbibigay ang PRC. So, ang nag-invite po ay ang Selection Awards Committee. Ang chairman po ay si Sir Sam Julio. And then, letter D, sana din po mag-bid from BICOL region. Sir Ed ulit. Sir Peter, most outstanding chapters ng ating mga kapwa Bicolan. By the way, I'm from Gubat, Sorsogon po. No? So sana po may magbid po ng most outstanding chapter 2021 galing sa Bicol region. And then as mentioned po, yung ating senior membership grade. Po. And then may committee rin po, no, as mentioned, College of Fellow, and rin po yan sa membership department. Ang aming mahal na chairman po ay Sir Fortunato Lainez. No? A-upper kila Sir Flor Barona, CSE, yung mga student natin. No? Membership sa membership department po yan, from Sir Hero de Guzman. Oplan Dagitab, so aking mga kapwa Bicolano ulit, mag-avail po kayo nitong Oplan Dagitab no, na project. Ito naman po ay under kay Sir Alex Kabugaw. Number 6, ang MCDC, nandyan po ang ating mahal na chairman, si Sir Rolly Gualvez. Yan, marami po silang project para po sa ating membership. And ito naman po ang sinabi ko kanina na PRC renewal requirements. So as mentioned, pwede po mag-assist ang membership department. Basta po, bigyan nyo lang po kami. Susunod din po tayo kung ano po ang requirements na hinihingi po ng PRC. So, that benefit requirements, no? Ingat po tayo, no? So, nanalanta pa rin ang COVID. Ito po yung benepisyong hindi pwedeng ma-advance. Kaya ingat po. So, dapat po magbibigay po ang inyong family na ng letter, parang letter of claim. Tapos yung meron tayong binibigay kasi na form din. In return, bibigyan natin sila ng form para fill upan nila. And then ibabalik nila sa atin yung death certificate, yung membership ID kung meron na. So dapat po, no, sinasabi natin palagi na dapat po active sila nung sila ay expired, mamatay. Dahil kailangan po active talaga ang membership, no, para makaklaim po ng ating death benefit. And then ID po ng kanilang mahal na may bahay or family nila. Ina-attach po yun doon sa ating requirements. And then marriage license, ganyan, certificate, whatever affidavit na pwedeng pang-attach para pang-claim. Yun po, yung ilalagay doon as requirements. Ito naman po, marami naman po nag-avail nito, no, mga members natin na nagpa-assist lang po for medical assistance. So requirements po nito ay meron din po tayong form binibigay and then mga reseta, prescription, tapos ID. So yan po kailangan active ang membership nila. So may special note po tayong pinalagay dyan. Aming overseer po, Sir VPI Lindon, ang sabi niya, binili niya po na dapat ito daw po ay death and medical assistance funds are taken from the revenue during the ANC and approved by the board. Lahat po yan galing naman sa ating board po. So ito naman po si Miss Ann. Si Miss Ann ang punong abala ngayon dyan sa National Office. Mag-assist. Thank you Miss Ann for assisting naman ng BICOL Conference. So under po niya ang IIE published books, merchandise. So kung order po kayo ng mga merchandise nila, magaganda po. And then pag gusto niyo po magpa-advertise sa ating magazine, so nandiyan po ang kanyang email ad, Miss Ann Guillen, head ng marketing department, mbguillen@iie@gmail.com. And then, baka naman po may mga company rin kayong kakilala dyan para mag-sponsor sa ating ANC, no? I-email nyo lang po si Miss Ann. Okay, for technical department, si Miss Yela naman po ang head ng technical department. So, under po kay Miss Yela yung mga training and seminars. No, kung baka po may mga chapter dito sa BICOL na gusto magpa-assist kay Miss Yela for mga Zoom, mga webinars, mga link, yung ganyan. So, pwede pong ma-assistahan tayo ni Miss Yela. Under din po yan yung training, yung mga academic affairs, mga electrical safety, yun. Under po yan ang kanyang department, the technical department. Miss Yela Miraran, the head ng technical department, nandyan po ang kanyang email address, ynmiraran@gmail.com. Next po is si Miss Rona sorry. Si Ms. Ron is from Masbate, Bicolano din. No, so kung kayo po ay mag-a-apply ng mag-a-apply siya po ay under ng BE sa IIE. So as PE application, aspirant, sa ACPE, sa foundation, you can inquire po kay Ms. Rona. Yan. And then for IIE Board and National Secretariat concerned, nandiyan din po si Ms. Christine Bernadette Llamas. Ma'am KB po ay taga-Sorsogon din, no? Maraming Bicolano sa National Office actually. Siya po ang aming head ng National Secretariat Ang kanya pong email ay aliamaskb@gmail.com. Sorry, KB. Yan. And then, huwag po natin kalimutan na mag-take ng pictures, mag-share ng pictures sa ating mga chapter, kasi ito ay ginagamit para sa pag-bid po ng usually, although marami nakuha sa Facebook. So, ang mga picture po, huwag po kalimutan mag-documents ng photos, ganyan, kasi baka po, ito ay nagagamit for bid for most outstanding chapter attachment po, no? So, yun, mag-share po tayo ng picture sa ating chapter. And then, yun, lastly, for more inquiries po, my name is Alma Larce, head po ng membership department. So, nandyan po ang aking contact number, tsaka email ad. And then, baka friends din po tayo sa Facebook, no? Sumasagot naman po kami sa Facebook. Question? Sige po. Sige po, open ko po. Yun, sige po. Sir, may question ba? For follow-up ng ID, di ba? Sorry po, saan po tayo magsisimula? Yes po, pang CPD points po, dapat alam nyo kung paano buksan yung IA portal kasi as mentioned kanina sa slide natin, makikita nyo po doon yung inyong mga CPD points na na-earn. Ang sinasabi po namin yun ay mga bagong mga 2021. So wala pa doon ang 2019 tsaka 2020. So lahat po, basta importante alam niyo po yung username at password. Marami po kayong ma-discover sa ating portal. At then kung meron po rin kayong mga idea po kung paano rin pagandahin ang ating portal. So welcome naman po ang MCBC at ang ating National President. Yun. So basta po yan, nakikita po yan. Next, ano pa ba meron dyan? Paano ma-receive yung ID? So pwede ko po ipa-LBC sa inyo. Mag-request lang po kayo sa ating portal kasi nakikita naman doon at napaprocess po yan ni Sir George. Pag na-process niya, ipapa-LBC niya po sa inyo. So yung mga follow-up po ng ID via email, so open naman po tayo, check natin yan mamaya po. Marahay na hapon man sa Indogamos, ako po'y taga Rizal, Gubat, Sorsogon. Ano pa nandito? Man na ang request ng ID. Ma'am Christine, Mas Christian, sino ba to? Sige po, noted po, i-check ko po mamaya sa mga follow-up na ID naman. And sabi ni Sir Losares, thank you sir. Yan ating mga bossing, maraming salamat. May question pa po ba? Pasensya na po, first time kong mag-BICOL conference. Talaga. Yan. Email, chat, ano pa ba? Tawag. Kami po sa National Secretariat ay open 24 hours, alam nyo yan. So, parang maraming salamat po. Yay! Thank you so much po sa lahat-lahat. Kawakas!
Thank you very much, Ms. Alma Larce, for that very informative speech. And to give this certificate of appreciation to Ms. Alma C. Larce, in recognition of her valuable contribution as a resource speaker on the topic IIE membership flow and processes during the 21st Virtual BICOL Regional Conference held on July 16 to 17, 2021. Where the theme IIE at 2021 Transcending the Challenges of the New Normal by Embracing Resiliency and Complementarity, given on 17th day of July 2021. Please give her a round of applause. Thank you. Okay. Good afternoon. Has everyone had their lunch? Or is everyone hungry for more knowledge? Hello and welcome back to the 21st IIE BICOL Regional Conference, Day 2. Before we continue the webinar series on this juncture of the 21st BRC, is privileged to witness virtually the ceremonial MOA signing between IIE and Luna Academy, with Alec Velasco as the presenter. Thank you.
First off, good afternoon, and thank you for having Luna Academy here, IIE. And my name is Alec Velasco. I'm the partnerships lead for Luna Academy. And I would like to acknowledge the presence of our COO, Sir Donald Lim, is also present with us, and our CRO, Sir Renato Castañeda, is also present with us as well. So I would also like to acknowledge our IIE's National President, Sir Alan Alvarez, and the Excom team of IIE and the Board of Governors of IIE for this MOA signing event that we're doing right now. And of course, with us also, Prince Datu of the co-founder of CloudShift as well is also present with us. And so to proceed with this, we'd like to congratulate as well IIE with this partnership that we're doing with Luna Academy. And to start this off, we'd like to give the floor to our CEO, Sir Donald Lim, for his opening remarks.
Hello, good afternoon. Thank you, Alec. Magandang hapon sa lahat ng mga kaibigan natin sa IIEE. First off, congratulations on your very successful conference. Ngayon ko lang naka-experience ng a national conference na talagang via Zoom, no? And again, ang daming nag-a-attend, so I would like to congratulate you for the success of this. Secondly, I would like to thank you for joining us to be part of Luna Academy. We have very high goals and advocacy, no? Kasi alam natin during this time of pandemic, very challenging yung landscape natin, no? So we hope that by setting up Luna Academy, ito po ay magiging plataforma para sa inyo na pwede natin upskill, no? At i-train ang mga engineers natin. Before kasi with ang pandemic, di ba? I'm sure maraming mga face-to-face. Pero ngayon, wala na tayong mga opportunity for face-to-face. Hopefully, through Luna Academy, magagamit nyo po itong platform para pwede natin i-train at i-upskill ang mga electrical engineers natin, no? In the hopes that, of course, ang gusto natin is to continually improve, no? And at the same time, always create global standards, no, yung mga electrical engineers natin. So with that, I know you have a long program ahead of you. I won't take much of your time. Again, my sincere gratitude and thanks for all the members of IIE, especially the board and the president for welcoming us. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Sir Donald, for that warm message for our IIE friends and partners, no. And now we'd like to call on the National President of IIEE, Sir Alan Alvarez, for his message.
Good afternoon, everyone. Sorry, I have also simultaneous activity right now, so I will conceal my voice for a while. But before anything else, of course, I would like to thank our partners, Luna Academy, for bringing this good partnership of us to Sir Eric Alberto, the President of BICOL, as well as the CEO of Sir Donald. Maraming salamat po. And I'm very blessed with our team here na kami is one of your partners in this Luna Academy. It's really very timely because we're looking for a platform that will really help our 55,000 strong members. Our Zoom and other platform can accommodate only a few, so 1,000, 5,000 will be the most. But with your Luna platform, then we will be able to share our courses practically to entire membership. And we are into the process of applying for CPD for 1 year. So meaning our members can have the benefit for the entire year. They will earn their CPD when they would like to level up yung kanilang skills and knowledges. And not only IIE will be involved in this partnership of us, we are connecting as well with the industries that are connected with the practically with the electrical industries. Like for example, we have the authorities, probably the Meralco, and of course yung ating initial stage will be on the schools. So we have started the UPLD. Then the entire other schools that is affiliated with IIE will be also mako-cover ng ating Luna Academy. So again, maraming salamat po sa inyong engagement with us, and hopefully this will be long last and fruitful to both of us. Thank you.
Thank you for that message, Not Press Alan. very warm welcoming to Luna Academy and dito CME, no? So to move forward with our program flow, first off, I would like to ask assistant from the host as well to highlight our CEO, Sir Donald Lim, and our not president, our IAE's not president, Sir Alan Alvarez, for the signing, the virtual signing while showing your tablet, virtual signing tablet. So we can take a screenshot of this. So, Sir Donald, have you prepared your tablet with you? Sir Alan, you have your document with you. Okay. So, please, wanted to ask assistants from the host as well. Can you unhighlight me so only Sir Donald and Sir Alan can be seen on our screenshot? All right. Thank you very much. So, Sir, not press Alan, can you lower down the document a bit or can you move back a bit so mas kita po tayo? All right. There you go. So 1, 2, 3, screenshot. All right. And then hold on 1 second. We have 2 more shots. Okay. One more. 1, 2, 3. All right. And then last would be requesting all the other members of Luna and representatives of IIE could to join the screenshot of the MOA signing for witnesses, no? So requesting the host to have everybody on the screen. And and okay. Anybody else want to turn on their camera? If possible, we can. There you go. All right, taking a screenshot now. There you go. Taking a screenshot now. There you go. What? Okay. Second. Okay. Can we our great host, can we highlight again Sir Donald Lim, not Press Alan, and Sir Renato Castañeda for another screenshot. And then Prince Dato, of course, can you join the photo op? Ayan. And then Sir Renato Castañeda as well, Mr. Host, please, to join the highlight. Thank you. Sir Nat President, is there anybody else on your side you want to include during this photo op? Sir Alan.
Alan.
Yeah, I think it will be okay with us.
Okay.
Simultaneous. Rolly, perhaps.
Right.
I think Rolly is here.
Sir Rolly, yeah.
Yung mga chairman natin, and of course,
Chairman Elmer, Chairman Rolly, can you join there you go.
And if Hero is there as well.
Yan. Can you include me as well? Sorry, host. For
face-to-face and also Hero.
And Sir Hero is also here, Engineer Hero. There you go. We're waiting for Hero, I think.
Do you accept the accountability?
Ayan.
Should the event didn't come out as expected?
Okay, taking everybody smile, please. Okay.
So,
first shot done. One more.
With regards to the challenges or on we are encountering right now, it's actually
our last screenshot. Smile.
Health issue as well as the economic issue.
Okay.
So most of the problems we are struggling, we are.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Host. Thank you for the virtual signing has been one last shot, sorry. One last shot. Just the 3 people, Sir Donald Lim, Sir Alan Alvarez, and Sir Renato Castañeda, please.
Several
there you go. Big smile, Sir Boy, Sir Donald. Thank you. 1, 2, 3. Okay. One more shot. One more shot. 1, 2, 3, go. All right. All right. I think we have enough photo op. And thank you, Sir Alan Alvarez,
Sir Alan.
President of IIEE. We would like to congratulate you again and welcome you to the Dito CME Luna Academy family. So any last message from Sir Donald, Sir Boy, before we end our virtual signing?
I think let's have them ituloy na nila conference nila. Nakikiano tayo. So thank you,
Sige.
Sir Alan, and to the board,
Thank
and
you,
to the
Sir
chair
Alan.
of IIE. Maraming salamat, and we look forward to talking to you again.
Yes. Thank you, Sir Elmer. Thank you, Sir Rolly. Enjoy your conference. Bye-bye.
It is indeed a momentous event for the 21st BRC as we all look forward to more activities between the IIE and Luna Academy in the service of Institute's members. To continue with the program, let us call Engineer Amando D. Lanuza, who is a professional electrical engineer. He's also a 3-time regional president of Sorsogon chapter and the former IIE BICOL regional governor. He's a consultant and later became a board of director at the Energy Renewable Asia era. He's a certified renewable energy expert professional by the Marvelous Solar Division of the MEF Organization of the Philippines. At present, he is the Vice President and Chief Engineering Officer at the solar provider Buscowitz. Let's all give Engineer Amando Lanuza a warm welcome and a big round of applause with his topic, Design and Installation of Hybrid PV System. Thank you.
Magandang hapon sa lahat. Clear ba ang sound ko? Clear? Actually, itong topic ko, very short lang itong presentation ko kasi yung topic ko meron na din the same topic kahapon. So parang additional info na lang ito with the detail on designing a solar PV, hybrid solar PV system for your home. So I will now share my screen. Okay na ba yung sharing? Parang hindi ko nakita. Joben, okay na ba? Joben, okay na ba yung screen? Lumalabas na ba?
Wala pa po, sir, nakikita.
Wala pa, Gobaman, wala pa.
Okay. So, inano ko na yung sharing. Share my screen. Yan, okay na?
Wait lang po. Opo. Okay na po.
Okay. So, design and install your own solar PV system in your home. Very short lang to. Para to give way din kung may mga question kayo mamaya kasi alam ko maraming interested nito. Kasi nga lately, last month, tumaas ng husto yung bill natin sa utility. Yun nga, yan. May bago na naman, nakita ko lang sa 8B. May bagong pagtaas na tingin sa kuryente, another pagtaas na naman dito sa Sorsogon na nakaamba ngayon. Kahapon lang yan, nakita ko. And then sa Meralco, ganun din. Ngayon din lang yan sa Meralco. So, itong presentation, pwedeng makakuha kayo ng idea kung paano mag-design ng sarili nyong setup hybrid. Kasi sa tingin ko, itong hybrid system ang pinaka-affordable, and then yung cost niya medyo kaya sa bulsa o affordable sa mga kahit hindi gaanong mayaman, kasi nga may backup siyang utility na in case na maubos yung battery, meron siyang utility na mapupuntahan. Unlike pag off-grid ang setup mo, kailangan talaga i-provide ng solar PV system mo lahat ng requirement ng yung load. So, lalaki ng husto ang yung battery or storage energy. So, itong hybrid aims to provide knowledge on how to design an efficient, reliable solar PV system that will give you electricity during brownout. And also, you can save on your bill from the distribution utility. So what is hybrid? Hybrid PV system generate power in the same way as the grid tie solar PV system. Pero yung inverter niya is yung hybrid ang inverter, whereas yung sa on-grid yung inverter niya. May storage battery to store energy para magamit nyo pag wala ng araw, sa gabi o kaya mahina na ang araw. So, the storage energy also operate as a backup power during brownout, similar to UPS. So, wala kang brownout. Yung mga bagong inverters ngayon, yung change over niya from utility to solar, seamless transition. Hindi mo mamamalaya na nag-brown out. Yan yung mga bagong inverter ngayon. Yung term na hybrid, nung una, lang siya, yung mga generation sources such as wind, solar, and let's say hydro. Yan yung hybrid nung una. Pero ngayon, recently, term hybrid refers to solar combination of solar battery and then the grid. So yan yung mga hybrid PV system ngayon. So ito yung typical na configuration ng hybrid setup. Meron mga hybrid inverter, pumapasok yung solar panel, solar power from the sun, meron pang battery, pwede kang mag-export sa grid, and feed your appliances at home. So what are the advantages of storing solar energy in a battery? Kasi paramihan ng mga residential consumers sa araw, during the day, mas mababa yung consumption nila. So kung mag-put up ka ng on-grid system, generally, masasayang din siya, lalo kung hindi ka pa naka-meter kasi lalo na kung hindi pa rin napapalitan yung meter mo, madodouble pa yung babayaran mo. Kasi yung ini-export niya, dahil unidirectional meter, ma-add pa doon sa maka-count niya as load. So marami nagre-reklamo na tumataas yung bill nila kung meron siyang solar na on-grid system. So itong hybrid system, kung ano lang yung requirement ng yung load, yun lang ang i-generate niya. Although meron din siyang function as on-grid, pero yung priority ng system na to is for your own consumption. Okay? So, yung mga types ng hybrid inverters ngayon sa market, meron siyang Yung una nga, meron siyang, ang iba gumagamit ng separate na solar charge controller, yung ECC. And then meron siyang inverter na separate din. Pero yung mga bagong labas ngayon, inverters, all-in-one na built-in na rin yung charge controller niya, meron pa siyang AC charger sa loob, and then andyan na rin yung inverter, built-in one. Meron din namang bagong inverter ngayon na complete na siya. Battery setup, and then andyan na rin yung inverter. Parang plug and play na lang siya na ilagay mo lang siya sa isang tabi, saksakan mo siya ng solar PV from the roof, and then i-plug mo siya sa in your panel board, and then yun na, magpapangsyon na siya as hybrid or source of energy. So, meron din namang AC coupled system na set up. Halimbawa, meron pang existing na on-grid system, mag-add ka ng additional na hybrid system. So, kaya nagko-couple siya doon sa AC. Kasi nagpo-produce ng AC yung on-grid. So, yung output din ng yung hybrid, magsisynchronize na lang siya. So, magiging function as dalawa. From battery, then from solar. Pero dalawang inverter ang kailangan mo dyan. Isang hybrid, isang on-grid. So, yan yung AC coupled. Pero, dapat yan, meron kang sensor or magmo-monitor ng yung load para yung production ng on-grid, ililimit lang niya para tama lang doon sa yung appliances. Kasi pag nag-exist yan, makapasukin yung hybrid na inverter kasi ganyan yung characteristic ng on-grid system. Mas powerful siya sa ibang sources like generator, pwede niyang pasukin. Kaya nga siya lumalabas sa grid kasi mas powerful yung power from the on-grid system. Kaya kailangan meron kang limiter o sensor doon sa magmo-monitor ng yung load and then from the grid para hindi siya mag-excess. Ganyan yung AC couple. So ngayon, punta na tayo sa paano ka makakapag-design ng yung maliit na solar PV system for your home. So number one, kailangan mo mag-site survey muna. Saan mo ilalagay yung solar panel? Siyempre sa roof kasi yun ang pinaka magandang location dahil ang gamit, big space na sana yan gamit lang niya is yung for shelter of your home, pero magkakaroon ka pa ng additional na gamit ng roof by producing your own electricity. So kailangan ma-assess mo kung ano yung type of roof niya. Is it GI, corrugated, is it rib type, or slab? Para yung sa bibilhin mong mounting materials, i-adapt mo kung ano yung tama para doon sa roof. So meron na naman other location, kagaya ng ground, pero or your own consumption, siguro hindi na to recommend. So look for roof na pwedeng lagyan ng yung system. Yun ang priority mo, yung roof. Number two, load survey. So nakita mo na yung roof, load survey ka ngayon. Kailangan ma-determine mo kung anong load na susupplyan mo ng solar during brownout or during the day. Kasi yung hybrid, pwede rin siya mag-supply doon sa load mo during the day. Unlike yung off-grid mo, magagamit mo lang siya pag nag-brown out. Pero yung hybrid, magagamit mo siya everyday na instead of utility power, yung solar ang magsusupply doon sa mga appliances mo o sa load mo sa bahay. So, halimbawa, itong mga typical na load sa bahay na para maliit lang yung cost, sabihin natin na yung ilaw mo, mga di puro LED na yun, di ba? 9 watts, 12 watts. So gawin natin 12 watts. Sabihin natin 10 ang ilalagay mo sa, ikakabit mo dun sa solar setup mo. So you have 120 watts. And then isama mo yung refrigerator para makabawas ka sa monthly payment mo. Kasi itong refrigerator, 24 hours ito nakakabit. Sabihin natin na 300 watts. Maliliit na ngayon ang consumption ng refrigerator eh. And then small appliances mo, sabihin mo na hanggang 500 watts. Yung mga small appliances like electric fan, computer, TV, na hindi naman, most of the time, hindi naman nagsasabay na nagko-consume yan. So lagyan na natin ng 500 watts. And then, ilagay din natin yung washing machine para kahit brown out, pwede ka mag-washing, mga 600 watts din. Kahit yung isang aircon mo, pwede mo ilagay para kung brown out na sobrang init sa daytime, pwede ka rin mag-aircon. O kung mga 3/4 lang naman yun, sabihin natin 900 watts yung aircon mo. So ang total niya is 2,420 watts. Ang power na requirement mo para ma-determine mo kung anong inverter, anong size ng inverter ang gagamitin mo. So, tandaan, pag size ng inverter ang pinag-uusapan, yung demand power ang kailangan mong computein. Hindi yung energy. So, maghanap ngayon ng mga inverter sa market. So ito, ano lang to, nakuha ko din sa market ito. So kailangan pag-aralan mo ang ano niya, specification or data sheet. So di 2,400 yung requirement po na power. So kailangan mo 3 kilowatt kasi yan yung mga available sa market na size ng mga inverter. Merong 1 kilowatt, 2 kilowatt, 3 kilowatt, 5 kilowatt, may mga 6, 8, ganyan. So 3 kilowatt ang gamitin natin. So pag-aralan mo kung anong mga specification o parameters na nandito sa requirement nitong inverter mo. So number 1, input voltage range. Ayan, alos na-discuss na rin yan ni Sir Luzares kahapon. And then yun, mga input current. Pag 3 kilowatt, dito sa kabila tayo. So, nominal ito, inverter, battery, nominal voltage. Ito, kahit importante pag-aralan mo ito. So, 24 volts DC, battery capacity, nominal voltage of battery, or 48 volts. Yan yung input voltage na requirement ng inverter. And then, ayun, AC output to 30, and then frequency, important na rin, 50 and 60 Hz. Kasi may mga inverter na 50 Hz lang, kailangan makita mo yan. Ano pa? Sales power, mayroong sales power na 300%. Kasi itong inverter na to, ito yung low frequency inverter. Meron tayong high frequency, meron low frequency. Karamihan ng mga low frequency inverter, meron yung toroidal transformer sa loob, yung mabibigat. Yan yung hanggang 300% load o surge load. Kaya niyan up to mga 1 minute na 300% load. Pero yung high frequency na walang transformer, mga 200% lang ang capacity nyo sa surge, and then madaling ilang seconds lang sira na yun. nasusunog yung transistor sa loob. Then pag-aralan mo rin yung solar charge controller niya sa loob, anong requirement niya. So, maximum, ito ang importante, maximum PV power. Kung 2 kilowatt, doon sa 3 kilowatt hanggang 2 kilowatt, 2,000. Pero hanggang 3 kilowatt, hanggang 4,000. 4,000 watt peak of solar solar 4,000 watt peak of solar power. Bakit watt peak ang capacity, ang rating ng solar? Kasi let's say yung rating ng solar panel mo, solar module mo is 400 watt peak. Yan lang yung kaya niya i-deliver. That is the maximum watt na kaya niya i-deliver at standard test condition. So, hindi siya lalagpas dyan. Kaya watt peak ang unit niya kasi yan lang yung peak production niya at standard test condition na dapat ang condition niya is 1,000 watt ang irradiation and then 25 degrees centigrade ang surface temperature niya. Yan lang siya. Diyan lang siya makakapag-produce ng 100% sa rating niya. Pero sa actual condition, parang imposible dito sa Pilipinas na ma-attain yung condition na yan na 25 degrees centigrade ang surface temperature. And every degree centigrade higher than 25 degrees, magdi-decrease yung production niya. Makikita niyo sa likod ng solar panel na meron siyang coefficient of temperature na 0.3%. Ang ibig sabihin nun, every degree centigrade higher than 25 degrees, magdi-decrease ng 0.3% yung production niya. So ganun yun. So itong importante rin isa, itong open circuit voltage na 150 volts DC. Yan yung dapat yung papasok lang na voltahe dun sa inverter is 150 volts. And then yung PPT voltage, 65 to 1.5. Ayan. Okay na yan. So, number 4, so nakapag-decide ka na ng inverter mo na 3 kilowatt. Ngayon, determine the number of solar panel. Kasi nakita natin doon, di ba, ang capacity niya up to 4,000 watts. So, another one to decide is kung anong solar panel ang gagamitin mo. Given na 4,000 watt peak ang kailangan mo. So, magharap ka na naman sa market, ano yung mga available na rating ng solar panel. Kasi ngayon, meron mga 450, meron ng 550. It's your choice kung anong gagamitin mo. Pero dito sa sample ko, gumamit ako ng 400 watt peak na solar panel. Bakit? Para, ayun, madali lang sa computation. Kasi 4,000 watts ang requirement mo, divided simply 10 pieces na solar panel. Pero, dito sa recommendation ko, 9 pieces lang. Why? Babalikan mo yung BOC o open circuit voltage na requirement input voltage ng inverter, which is 150 volts. So, yung 150 volts na yun, magagawa mo yun kung magsiseries ka ng 3 solar panels. Kasi yung, asan ba yung ano ko? Ito pala, dapat pala pinakita ko muna ito. Ito yung datasheet ng 400 watt peak na solar panel. Pag-aralan mo rin to, tingnan mo yung column ng 400 watt peak na panel. So ito, hanapin mo yung open circuit voltage, which is 47.2. So, back to computation, kailangan hindi ka lalagpas sa 150 volts kasi yun ang maximum input voltage ng charge controller ng inverter. So para hindi ka lumagpas o tama rin naman, hindi ka naman mababa, mag-series ka ng 3 solar panel. So pag sineries mo yung 3, magkakaroon ka ngayon ng 3 set o 3 string na 3 solar panels in 1 string in series. And then yung 3 string, pwede mo na yun i-parallel para yung input voltage mo na 150 hindi may exceed. Kasi yung mga hybrid inverter, usually parang isa lang yung PPT nila. Isang input lang. Pero meron din namang dalawa. Meron din namang dalawang input. Pero titingnan mo naman sa input current ng inverter kung hindi lalagpas. Halimbawa, pinarallel mo yung 2 string. Kasi usually yung isang MPPT, kung 3 kilowatt, merong nakalagay doon kung ilan yung maximum input current. So pag pinarallel mo yung 2 string, alam ba, iniisip natin na dalawa yung MPPT ng inverter. Pag pinarallel mo yung 2 string, di mag-a-add yung current niya. Tingnan mo kung hindi niya mai-exceed yung maximum input current ng inverter. So pag hindi naman, pwede na yon. Pwede ka na mag-parallel ng sa kabilang MPPT, 2 string, sa kabila 1 string. Pero kung isa lang yung MPPT niya, o isang input string lang, yung 3, pwede mo siya i-parallel. So magkakaroon ka na lang isang input doon sa inverter. Ito na yun. 2 strings in parallel. Ito yung data. Tapos na tayo dyan. So, checking, maximum input DC voltage of inverter is 150. So, 47.2 times 3, 141. So, okay ka doon. And then yung MPPT voltage range na 65 to 145, pasok naman siya. By the way, yung MPPT, meaning yun is, kung sa mga hindi pa nakakaalam, is maximum power point tracker na isa yung yun yung isang characteristic ng inverter o function ng inverter para ma-produce niya yung maximum production na pumapasok na solar power. Kasi sa experience ko, yung i-monitor mo yung production ng solar, ano yan, baba-taas yan. Never siya na nag-stable yung production niya. Stable na 2 kilowatt, 4 kilowatt. Lagi siyang gumagalaw every second. So itong MPPT, ang function nito is para laging makuha niya yung maximum production ng solar. Yan yung function ng MPPT, power point tracker. Now, meron tayong inverter, meron tayong solar panel. So ano ngayon yung battery na kailangan mo? Dito ngayon kailangan mo computein yung energy requirement ng mga appliances na kinabit natin, na nilista natin. So, compute for energy requirement. So, ang nilagay ko dito, instead na 10, limang 12 watts na LED lang. Kasi, hindi mo naman, in any time, hindi mo naman siya papailawin ng 24 hours. And then, yung 10 na yun, never mangyari na pailawin mo yung 10 sabay-sabay. So 5 lang ang nilagay ko para yun, yung energy requirement para lang sa 5. So 5 times 12, 60, 12 hours kasi usually sabihin natin na overnight pinapailaw yun, although hindi naman mangyari na 5 ang pinapailaw mo. So, pero yun na rin ang nilagay natin sa computation. So, kailangan mo ng 720 watt-hour na energy para sa mga lightings. And then, 300 refrigerator, 18 hours ang nilagay ko kasi iniisip ko na at around mga 10, yung 6, 24, 6 hours, around mga 10 hanggang mga 4 o'clock, directly yung solar ang ginagamit ng ref. So 18 hours lang ang nilagay kong hours para doon sa battery requirement. So 5,400 watt-hour. And then 200 watt na small appliances at 8 hours din. 1,600 watt-hour. So ang total energy na kailangan mo is 7,720 watt-hour, 7.7 kilowatt-hour. So, given na dun sa inverter, ang requirement niya is 48 volts ang input. So, tandaan ko, pwede namang 24 volts, pero 48 volts ang gamitin natin sa computation. Since yung unit ng battery, yung mga lead-acid, hindi yung like P4 or lithium ion, kasi ito, yung sa presentation ko, lead-acid ang ginamit ko. So, since unit of battery is ampere hour, so kailangan i-convert mo yung watt hour to ampere hour. Alam natin yung formula na power over voltage is ampere. So, yung 48 volts na nominal voltage, i-divide natin yung 7,720 watt hour 48 volts para makuha natin yung ampere hour. So, makukuha tayo ng 160.83 ampere hour na battery, pero 48 volt system. Yun yung energy. Now, decide the type of battery to use. Ano bang gagamitin mo? Dahil 48 volts yun, pwede ka gumamit din ng mga lithium ion, like P4. Kasi yung mga ganung battery, 48 volts na ang output voltage nun, battery voltage. Say, lead acid battery ang gamitin natin, yung gel type, yung mga ginagamit talaga yan sa solar na deep cycle. Deep of discharge, 50%. Pero hindi naman ibig sabihin na after 50%, wala na siyang useless na yung battery mo. Yan, ito lang yung protection para magtagal yung battery mo, yung 50%. Kailangan 50% mo lang siya i-discharge. Kasi kung titingnan mo yung charge ng battery, meron siyang life cycle na pag 50% discharge lang o DOD, ganyan kahaba yung life na ilang cycle lang, 1,500 cycles. Pero pag discharge mo siya ng more than 50%, mas kukunti o mag-short yung lifespan niya na kunti yung magiging cycle niya. By the way, yung cycle ng isang battery is one full charge and one full discharge. Yan yung isang cycle. So kung ang isang battery is 1,000 cycle, every day, one cycle, so tapos 50% lang ang kailangan mong gamitin, so yun lang, ma-attain mo yung tamang life ng battery. And then yung DC to AC conversion, kasi DC yung voltage ng battery, so i-convert mo siya into AC. So ang conversion nun is meron ring mga losses na sa computation is mga 70%. So ang makikinabangan mo na lang sa isang battery is mga 65% instead 35% instead of 50% na makukuha mo doon sa isang battery, 35% na lang. So para makuha mo pa rin yung 35%, i-upgrade mo ngayon yung battery capacity. So yung 160 ampere hour, so i-divide mo siya sa DOD times conversion factor ng 0.70. So ang magiging requirement mo na ampere hour is 459.5 ampere hour. So kung gagamit ka ng 200 ampere hour na battery, kasi yun yung available sa market, merong 100 ampere hour, 200 ampere hour. So 200 ampere hour ang gamitin natin. So i-divide mo sa 200 ngayon. So dalawa siya, 2 sets. 2 sets na 48 volts ang kailangan mo. Pero yung 48 volts na yon, para makakuha ka ng 48 volts, kailangan mo ng 4 na 200 ampere hour battery kasi 12 volts ang battery voltage, di ba? 12 volts yun. So para makakuha ng 48 volts, kailangan mo ng 4 na battery sa isang set. Dalawang set yun, kaya 8 pieces na battery ang kailangan mo. Na yung 4, i-connect mo in series to produce a 48 volts and then parallel na rin yung dalawang bank, battery bank, nakaparallel na yon. So gagamit ka ng medyo malaking battery cable kasi malaki na ang current doon. Ito ngayon yung single diagram ng isang hybrid PV system sa iyong bahay. Let's say meron kang existing panel board na sa inyong bahay, usually mga 60 amperes ang main yan. So nakakabit ka sa utility. Ngayon, maglalagay ka ng hybrid setup na 3 kilowatt. So, kailangan dito, yung lahat ng sinabi ko kanina na load na ilalagay mo sa solar, kailangan magkaroon ka ng separate panel board para doon. Na doon itipid ng inverter doon sa kung ano mo yung itong emergency load or critical loads. Pero sa bahay, ang mga critical loads mo, yung ilaw, dapat meron kang ilaw, yung pag nag-burn out, saka yung mga small appliances na sa internet, kasi pag walang internet, yung mga bata, magre-reklamo yan. And then mga TV, and optional na yung aircon. So yung typical na hybrid inverter, meron siyang 3 terminals. Isang input terminal para sa voltahe, supply terminal to, o supply line. So ikakabit mo siya sa isang circuit breaker mo sa panel board. So pasok siya sa inverter kasi meron siyang sariling supply. And then yung emergency power out, yun ang ilalagay mo sa dedicated panel board para doon sa susuplayan na loads, yung critical loads. Bakit ako naglagay ng manual transfer switch dito? By the way, itong singlinya na ito, yung pangatlo, yan yung on-grid line output, on-grid output ng inverter kasi meron siyang on-grid function. So pero yung priority ng solar setup mo, itong emergency load mo, dyan lahat buga ng production niya. Magkakaroon lang ng on-grid supply kung mag-i-excess yung production. Pag halimbawa wala kukunti ang load mo dito sa emergency load mo, magkakaroon siya ng excess power, so ipipid niya doon sa panel board as on-grid o grid-tied na supply. So bakit naglagay ako ng MTS dito? para in case na magkaroon ng problema yung inverter mo, pwede mo siya i-off yung solar and then i-transfer mo siya sa grid. So para hindi magkakaroon ng brownout ito. Pero at normal condition, laging naka-off lang ito. Lagi siyang laging naka-on itong sa solar. So at normal condition, yung solar setup mo, laging nag-feed dito sa load na nakakabit sa critical loads. So kahit mag-brownout siya, tuloy-tuloy ang supply niya. Mawala man yung araw, merong battery na magsusupply. So yan yung function ng MTS dyan. Pero usually sa mga ginagawa kong set up ngayon, hindi ko na kinakabit yung on-grid line. Hindi ko na kinakabit yan kasi na-experience ko na sa bahay, meron mismo ganitong setup. Na-experience ko na pag walang tao sa bahay, walang konsumo yung sa critical load mo, lumalabas yan sa on-grid, wala namang net metering, so nakakount as load. So tumaas yung bayaran ko sa kuryente noon. Lagot kay misis. So, yan ang single line diagram ng setup sa bahay. Ito pala, kinumbine ko yung tatlo para isang lang. Ito, combiner box. Okay? Installation. Yan. Dahil nakahanap pa na ng magandang posisyon sa roof, usually nasa south ang pinakamagandang posisyon. Bakit? Kasi pag December, yung sun is medyo andun sa southernmost. Kaya ito ang best location niya. Kasi kung ilalagay mo siya sa east, sa morning lang siya malakas. O ilalagay mo naman sa west, sa hapon lang siya malakas. Pero sa south portion, yun ang best location niya, generally. Ngayon, things to consider, sa pag-i-install to. Sa pag-i-install ng solar panel, consider mo yung anong type. Ito na yung kanina. Roof space, determine the roof area for solar panel, orientation, kung saan siya nakaharap, check the best orientation of the roof, and then tingnan rin kung mayroong mga shadow, check for possible shading. Baka naman alas 2 pa lang mayroon ng, kala mo sa umaga wala, pero pag mga alas 2 na meron palang puno doon sa katabi na pag alas 2 na meron ng shading doon sa mo. For concrete roof, magpapagawa ka nito ng mga stand na para magkaroon siya ng tilt. So ito yung mga mounting materials. Napakita na rin ito kahapon. L-feet, tapos mga mid-clamp, end-clamp, and then railings. Yan yung mga standard na ginagamit sa pag-i-install ng panel. So actual installation, ang ginagawa namin dyan, hindi kami nagbubutas ng extra butas dun sa roof. Tinatanggal yung existing na text screw. And then, yun ang butas na yun, doon na i-insert yung L-fit. Pero ang ginagamit namin, mas malaking screw. Para, kung ibabalik mo kasi yung existing, hindi na yun aabot doon sa kulang na niya. Kasi, di ba, may i-insert mo yung L-fit. Kaya pinapalitan niya ng mas malaking screw. Pag bibili ka naman ng L-fit sa market, may kasama ng talagang screw yan na mas malaki, 10 mm. So yung adapter mo sa drill, dapat ang gagamitin mo is DC drill o battery operated. Meron kang dalawang adapter dyan, yung pang 8 mm, kasi usually yung text screw sa bubong 8 mm ang uli niyan. Pag ilalagay mo yung text screw ng sa L-fit, 10 mm, so dalawa. So ang iba niyan, sa amin, pag nag-i-install, kanya-kanya, iba yung taga-tanggal, iba yung taga-lagay. para madali. And then yung spacing mo ng L feet, ganito, a maximum of 1 meter na kung mas maigsi ang distance, mas maganda, mas matibay. And then ito yung actual installation namin sa isang project. Testing and commissioning. So before turning on the system, kailangan visual inspection muna. Make sure that all wires are terminated properly. And then all under the solar array, kailangan yung mga wires mo hindi yung nakakalat lang doon sa bubong. Gamitan ng cable tie para makabitin siya o hindi siya sumasayad sa bubong. Make sure that connector, yung MC4 connector, yung splicing ng DC wire, ang ginagamit doon MC4. So maraming instances na hindi yung tools na ginagamit niya is hindi yung crimp tools o crimper. Madalas nagkakaroon niya ng sunog, nasusunog yung MC4. Kasi pag loss yung connection, nagkakaroon ng arcing, nasusunog yung MC4. Marami na akong experience na nangyari yan. And then bago i-on, test yung DOC ng string, open circuit voltage, kung tama doon sa inverter requirement. Then tingnan yung mga possible na ground fault using tester, IR tester. And then pag okay na lahat, on mo yung system, follow inverter manufacturer's manual. Kasi meron yung minsan, mas inuuna yung sa instruction yan, mas inuuna yung AC. Bago mo i-on yung DC, i-on mo muna yung AC. Pero meron namang inverter na inuuna yung DC bago i-on yung AC. So follow instruction na lang ng sa manufacturer's manual kung anong mga instruction doon. And then pag nag-on na siya, siyempre observation ka kung baka meron diyang nag-i-spark. Then check output voltage, frequency. Bago mo isabak sa load, kailangan testerin mo muna yung output voltage. And then pag nagkaroon na ng load, ano ka na lang, mga current checking from tester. So pag everything's okay, charge na the client. So yung typical na, hindi naman typical, parang special inverter na andito lahat yung display niya. Makikita mo yung battery, display ng battery, yung solar array, yung ilang yung pinifeed niya sa load, AC input voltage, and then AC output, nandiyan lahat. So magandang klaseng inverter to. And then sa mga setup naman, kumuha ko ng mga pictures sa FB para mayroon kayong idea kung paano ilagay yung ito yung battery na ito yung wall-mounted batteries. Yun yung sikat ngayon na lithium ion, light PO4. And then yung mga setup, ito lead acid battery ang ginamit. So dapat ayusin tong mga wire na to. And then good luck na lang sa inyo. Sana hindi maging ganito ang setup natin. Na nasunog yung bahay. Okay, good luck. And kung merong mga question dyan, please do so. Handa akong sagutin. Any question?
Good afternoon, Go Baman.
Hey, good afternoon.
Yeah. May question lang ako dun sa just for clarification, no, yun dun sa maximum PV power.
Okay.
Yung maximum PV power, bali yung ano siya, no? Yung sa DC to AC ratio ng inverter.
Maximum PV power, DC to AC. Hindi. Sa battery ko yung gamit.
Sa battery. Okay. So from the inverter, to the solar PV, bali ano siya, no, yung iba naman yung DC to AC ratio niya, ba?
Iba naman, ang tilting naman dyan is output ng inverter. Yung kinukuha dyan yung PR, yung performance ratio.
Yeah, okay.
Yung system, yung performance ratio. So hindi ko na...
Kaya ako natanong kasi ngayon, yung mga bagong labas ng ng mga string inverter, no, kagaya ng Solar Edge, di ba? Kagaya ng Huawei. Alam mo Solar Edge, di ba? Yun ang ginagamit mo, di ba? Meron silang optimizer. Ngayon, pag may optimizer ka, yung DC ratio, let us say, no, 3 kilowatt, kagaya nung ginawa mo na, binigay mo na 3 kilowatt na inverter, the DC to AC ratio of that, kagaya nung sa Huawei, is 1.5. So, magagamit mo yon up to a maximum PV input na 4.5 kilowatt. Right? Di ba? Yung 1.5. Ngayon, kapag may optimizer, you can have that in the string, magiging long string, magagamit mo siya, yung 3 kilowatt mo, with optimizer, no, module level, bawat isa, hanggang 10,000 watts. 10 kilowatt ang mailalagay mong solar panel.
Tama.
Yun yung yun lang gusto kong i-clarify.
Nasa characteristic naman yun ng inverter, so kaya pinag-aaralan mo dapat yung data sheet ng inverter. Ilan yung maximum PV power na kaya niya i-absorb. Yung Solar Edge na is up to 135% of the inverter rating. Yun yung maximum PV input ng inverter. So usually on-grid system, ganyan talaga, mas mataas yung power input, PV power input ng mga on-grid system na inverter.
Maganda yung I'm happy na na-mention mo, Gobaman, regarding dun sa yung pag ng open circuit voltage, kung ilang sa string. Kasi ngayon dumadating yung malalaking di ba? Wattage ng ng panel. Di ba? We are going to 600 watts. Ngayon yung discuss mo, that is very important, na hindi pa pwedeng kahit anong inverter lang gagamitin mo, di ba? For the choice, pati doon sa strings. Pagkaka-windang tayo yan. Then, another point na gusto kong idagdag, no, based on all my experience, yung sinabi mo that it's very important for the safe installation, yung PV connector, yung MC4. Maraming kakaroon talaga ng problema dyan, yung konting arcing, problema. Kaya buti nga ngayon, yung magagaling na inverter, meron na silang built-in futures na merong ACFI, right? Meron ng ganun eh. Kaya lang, yung connector, alam mo problema, ang nagiging problema based on the experience that we have, kasi bago kami magsara, ang ginagawa talaga namin, pinacheck ko lahat yun eh. Up to the point na meron akong IB carb, yan, di ba? Yung IB carb para doon sa panel, makita mo yung efficiency, tama. Kaya lang yung connector, yun ang marami ngayon lumalabas na MC4 na hindi listed, hindi siya totally certified.
Kaya na-insist ko sa company namin na talagang mahal na MC4 namin.
Tama. Actually, hindi naman masyadong mahal eh. Ang diferensya lang ngayon in the market is kung yung mga 40 pesos na mga walang tatak, makakabili ka ngayon ng times 2 lang 80 pesos to 90 pesos Di ba? Ano na yun? Maganda na yun sigurado kasi napaka-importante noon kasi sisirain niya ang buong system. That is very important.
Minsan pa nakatago yung sa ilalim ng roof.
Nasa ilalim ng roof yun eh. Buti nga ngayon. Buti nga ngayon, di ba, meron tayong application ng from the smartphone, makikita mo na, di ba? From the smartphone, kamukha pinakita mo kanina, makikita mo yung product, yung kung anong takbo roon, kung merong arc and so on. Yun lang, Gobaman, thank you very much. Congratulations.
Okay. Meron ba? Tingnan natin dito. O baka wala namang question na ano. Good na ako.
Wala nagko-question, go man, isa pa pwede?
No problem.
Ha? Kasi alam ko ginagamit pa yung Solar Edge, di ba? Kaya ano ako ron excited ako kasi I understand na maglalabas na sila ng battery system, no, yung kagaya nun sa Huawei, no, na lithium iron phosphate, no, na merong siyang energy optimizer. Is it true na may lalabas ng yung hindi separate, naka-built-in ang sa inverter, battery ready na siya. Hindi na separate.
Wala pa akong balita sa Solar Edge.
Ganun ba?
May hybrid siya, pero wala akong balita na may lalabas silang ganun.
Kasi ang SMA, hiwalay din eh. Meron silang battery na hiwalay, BYD, di ba? Tapos Pro News, ganun din. Ngayon, Huawei, yung sinasabi ko, yung present namin kahapon, yun yung Luna 2000 system. Tapos, merong Goodway, meron naman siyang LG Chem. So, I know that Solar Edge, may lalabas din na similar on that. Parang Tesla. Yung sa Tesla, lithium ion eh. Yun lang, Gob.
Okay.
Thank you very much, Engineer Amado Lanusa. So if there are any more questions, you can ask in the chat box so that Engineer can answer. And by the way, proceeding to the next speaker. No. I hereby give this certificate of appreciation to Engineer Amado Lanusa in recognition of his valuable contribution as a resource speaker on the topic Design and Installation of Hybrid Solar PV System during the 21st Virtual BICOL Regional Conference held on July 16 to 17, 2021, bearing the theme IIE at 2021 Transcending the Challenges in the New Normal by Embracing Resiliency and Complementarity. Thank you very much, Mr. Amado Lanusa. Thank you. Let's give him a round of applause. And
Thank
now,
you.
Thank you, sir. And now, for the next speaker, he is a professional electrical engineer, a member of the Southern Laguna chapter, and the proprietor of EF Marwal Engineering Services. Let us welcome Engineer Efren F. Marwal Jr. with his topic about Republic Act 7920, a 26 nationwide information drive. Let's give him a round of applause. While waiting for Engineer Marwal, we will play a short video on the virtual exhibit. Thank you. Good afternoon. Is Sir Marwal ready for his presentation? No audio, sir. Wala po audio. Hello, sir. Good afternoon, sir. Medyo di po narinig, sir. Sir, I think po may problem po, sir, sa mic niyo po, sir. It seems we have technical difficulties. I-try nyo po, sir, i-disconnect yung earphones nyo, tapos ibalik nyo po, sir. Sir, hindi pa rin po, sir. Okay, sir. Hindi po, sir. Hindi pa rin po, sir. Hindi po siya naririnig, sir. Parang ano lang, squeak po, sir, naririnig. Squeak, squeak. Mr. Technical, ano po kaya ang pwedeng remedyo dito? O kaya po, sir, i-try nyo mag-reconnect po, sir, sa mismong link sa Zoom. Kasi wala po kami, sir, na rin. While waiting for engineer, let us play again a short video on the sponsors. Thank you. This conference is brought to you by Landlike Philippines Corporation, Power Equipment and Supplies Incorporated. Innovation and protection starts here. Emerald PVC pipes, PVC fittings, and PVC doors. Himax Electronics Corporation. Pacific Power. Epitax Claro on Epitax brand. CEC Controlled Gear Electric Corporation. IMAX Energy Solutions Corporation. CFAN. Also Shiley Electric. Bubs Dodge, one-time investment, lifetime protection. Terex Wires and Cables. Himmel, founded in Spain in 1958. Himmel. And Huawei. Hello po sir. Talaga ano po talaga sir. May problem po talaga sir kasi hindi namin kayo naririnig sir. Naririnig na po. Ay, wala na naman sir.
Para marinig ko.
Okay, naririnig na po sir.
Okay na. I-share ko na yung screen.
Okay po sir.
Okay na. Unang kasi ito kung unang
Eko, laptop ako, nawawala sa parang.
Tawa ka muna mag-ano ka. Ano ka naman ang... Hello?
Yes sir, yes sir.
Okay. Okay. Wait ha. Nawala. Sabi na. Napalalaki ba? Andali.
I-press niyo po sir yung slideshow.
Saan?
Slideshows. Mabasa.
Yeah.
Hindi po yung slideshow na sa may upper tab.
Okay na pa?
Nakikita naman po yung slide. Nakikita naman.
Okay. How about the sound?
Clear po. Loud and clear.
Okay, salamat po. Pasensya na at medyo may problema kasi ang signal dito. Okay.
Sir, paklik po ng F5 po.
Ha?
Paklik po sa F5 para mag full video first.
Okay.
Okay na po.
Okay na pa. Okay po. Salamat po ng maraming sa inyo sa pag-invite sa akin about this topic, yung RA 7920 natin about the new electrical engineering law na nag-umpisa ng February 24, 1995. This is an act of providing for a more responsive and comprehensive regulation for the practice, licensing, and registration of electrical engineering and electricians. Okay po. So, nagsimula yon February 24, 1995, if I'm not mistaken, yung ating EE law. Okay? So, around the year 2000, okay po, around year 2000, ay inilabas itong RA 8981, okay? Para sa i-repeal yung Presidential Decree number 223, yung Creating Professional Regulation Commission and prescribing its power and function and for other purpose. Kaya dito po yung PRC Modernization Act of 2000, ito po yung magmo-monitor sa lahat ng kondisyon affecting the practice of profession or occupation under the respective jurisdiction sa iba't iba pong mga sangay ng mga profesyon. Ano po? Kaya inilabas ng PRC Modernization Act. And whenever necessary, adopt such measure as may be deemed proper for the enhancement of profession or occupation and for the maintenance of high professional, ethical, and technical standards. And for this purpose, the members of the board duly authorized by the Commission with deputized employees of the Commission may conduct ocular inspection in industrial, mechanical, electrical, or chemical plants or establishments, hospital, clinics, laboratories, testing facilities, mines and quarries, other engineering facilities, and in case of schools, coordination with the Commission on Higher Education. Kaya ito pong PRC Modernization Act ay hindi lamang po sa BEE kundi sa lahat po ng profession para po ma-monitor yung practice ng lahat ng mga professional. Okay? That is PRC Modernization Act of 2000. Okay? So, yung RA 7920 po, Article 2, Section 4, ito yung power and duties of the board. Okay? The board shall exercise executive, administrative, or quasi-legislative, rulemaking, or quasi-judicial, investigative powers in carrying out the provision of this act. It shall be vested with the following specific powers, function, duties, and responsibilities. G. Look into the conditions affecting the practice of electrical engineering profession, adopt measures for the enhancement of the profession and maintenance of high professional, technical, and ethical standards, and conducts ocular inspection and places where the registrant practice their profession, such as not limited to electric plants, substation, industrial plants or factories, commercial establishments, institutional buildings, watercrafts, electric locomotives, engineering offices, repair shop, similar places determine and enforce compliance with this act. The board shall authorize the duly integrated and accredited electrical engineering association and other registered electrical engineering associations to render assistance in this function. Kaya po ang Section 44 ng RA 7920, yung tinatawag natin power and duties of the board, okay po, ito yung po yung kanilang pangunahing gampanin. Okay? Yung paragraph G para po makita yung kondisyon ng lahat ng mga nagpa-practice ng profession sa electrical engineering. Okay? Hindi lamang yon kundi ma-inspeksyon yung mga establishment po. Okay? Kung saan nagtatrabaho yung ating mga kaprofesyon. Okay? So, alam naman natin na kahit na yung meron tayo tinatawag na yung power of the board, hindi nila man po kaya ng BEE na mag-inspeksyon. Okay? Maging yung kanilang yung tinatawag na i-deputize na mga government officials and any other government employees, okay, na i-deputize nila, ay hindi nila kayang pong ma-inspeksyon lahat ng establishment sa buong Pilipinas. Kaya maganda itong ginawa ng BEE na magkaroon po ng Board Resolution number 12 Series of 2000. Bakit po? Kasi ito po ay makakatulong para magampanan yung pangunahing magiging trabaho po ng BEE sa mga pag-i-inspection sa mga establishment. Kaya dito sa Board Resolution number 12, inauthorize ng BEE ang IIEE upang tumulong na gampanan yung gagawin nilang function under Section 4G na nabanggit ko kanina doon sa power of the board. Okay? Ng Article 2 of New Electrical Engineering Law. Kaya po, ang Board Resolution number 12 ay siyang magiging pinaka-armas ng IIEE para po matugunan na makatulong sa board na ma-inspeksyon po yung kalagayan ng ating mga kaprofesyon. Hindi lamang yon, maging yung mga commercial, industrial, or institutional establishment na malaman ang kalagayan. Opo. The next, ito po yung Board of Electrical Engineering Resolution number 12, Series of 2000. Sa marami nating mga pagkakataon na nagsagawa tayo ng seminars, webinars, sa national convention natin, sa mid-year convention, sa mga regional and chapter meeting, as well as the meeting with the other agencies of the government, okay, like the DOLE, okay, the municipal and OBO associations in some provinces, sa lahat ng mga, okay, sa lahat ng mga iba pang mga sangay ng gobyerno, okay, ay ito po ay nakatulong din sa mga nakaraan para makapag-inspection tayo ng mga establishments sa mga region at sa mga chapter area of responsibilities. Okay? So, hindi ko na masyadong babasain ang buo ito dahil marami na tayong naging explanation dito sa resolution number 12 ng BEE. Ang nilalaman po nito in short ay yung pagbibigay po ng mandato sa IIEE, okay, na makapag-inspect sa mga establishment. Okay? Hindi po ang IIEE ay deputize, okay? Hindi tayo deputize ang IIEE kasi ang term na deputize ay ginagamit po doon sa sangay ng gobyerno. Okay? Para sila ay mag-inspection. Gaya ng na-explain na ng ating Honorable Chairman Francis Mapile. Okay? So ang trabaho dito ng IIEE is to render, okay, assistance to the board. Okay? Para po makapag-inspeksyon sa lahat ng mga establishment kung sila ay compliant. Okay? So ang bumubuo rito po sa members of the team ay tatlo. Okay? Una, yung national officers of IIEE. Okay? In absence of their past president of IIEE, regional governor of IIEE as team leader, at yung dalawang incumbent presidents of the chapters of IIEE as members. Kaya doon sa mga region ng IIEE ay meron na po tayong mga isinabmit na mga pangalan ng team leader at ng mga members. Yung composition po ng members, una, yung incumbent chapter president. At yung ikalawa naman po, yun yung past immediate past president, o kung walang immediate past president ay yung former president. Ay isinabmit na po namin ito lahat ng mga pangalan ng mga team leaders maging ang mga members sa BEE. Okay, para po sa ganon ay maging basihan at maging tama na lahat ng mga mag-i-inspeksyon sa mga establishment, may record ang BEE kung sino po yung mga members of the team. Okay po? So, I understand sa BICOL region, sa pangunguna ng ating regional governor na si Engineer Jos Orticio, okay? Siya po yung kasi pinaka team leader ng lahat ng mga chapters, okay, na binuong team. Like sa Camarines, si Engineer Jarwin Evangelista, sa Camarines Norte, si Engineer Norman Garcia, Catanduanes, Engineer Sammy Barba, sa Iriga, si Engineer April Estitular, Masbate, si Engineer Sherwin Espina, Sorsogon, Engineer Pedro Labayo, pinakahuli na po yon. Ngayon, sa lahat ng mga nag-submit po last few months, may mga isinabmit na mga establishment na dapat na inspeksyonin. Okay po? So, ang totals ng BICOL region na isinabmit nila para inspeksyonin yung mga establishments ay around 20, 25, around 30 establishment po. Ang total na i-inspeksyon ng BICOL region. So, the rest, meron lang dalawang chapter na hindi nag-submit for whatever reason. Okay po? So, lahat po ay nakahanda na, lahat ng region na mag-inspect kapag po na-aprobahan na ng BEE yung mga pangalan ng mga team members, maging yung mga commercial establishment na i-inspectionan. More than, I think, around 200 establishment po sa buong Pilipinas ang gagawin mo ng initial inspection ng mga bawat chapter. Okay po? So, ang total lahat po ng chapter na makikipagkaisa para po doon sa gagawing inspection ay around 86 chapters po. Okay po? Around 86 chapters. At nakakatuwa naman na marami pong mga nagre-response ng mga ginawa nating webinars ng mga establishment na sila po mismo yung kumokontak sa committee at sa mga region na kung pwedeng patulong kung paano sila magiging compliant. Okay? Like for example, in southern Laguna area, yung bagong tayong solar farm with a capacity of 120 megawatt, okay po, meron tayong IIEE member doon, okay, na isa sa mga engineers na nag-ano sa amin, nag-text kung pwedeng bumisita kami ron para sa ganon ay ma-explain paano sila magpo-comply. Kaya maganda kanina yung ginawang discussion beforehand about the solar system. Okay po? Baka kasi meron tayong mga kaprofesyon na nagtatrabaho sa mga solar farm, ay tayo na po mismo sana ang tumulong para po sa ma-promote itong Section 33 ng RA 7920. Opo, malaking tulong po yun kung matutulungan nyo ang board at ang IIEE para ma-promote. Kasi hindi po natin ikakatwiran na hindi naman kami members ng team ng inspection na inauthorize ng BEE. Hindi nga po tayo members ng team of inspection, subalit pananagutan din po natin na sa atin magmula na alam naman natin yung batas na dapat tayo po ang unang susunod dahil tayo po yung electrical engineers lahat. Sa makatuwid ay tumulong po tayo lalo na sa mga solar farm industries na mag-comply. Opo, kung sino po yung mga engineers diyan na nagtatrabaho, sana tumulong po tayo. At tutulungan namin kayo yung mga paraan kung paano maging compliant. Hindi lamang po sa mga solar farms, kundi sa lahat ng mga establishments, lalo na yung mga industrial, commercial, okay, institutional buildings, schools. Okay po, sana ay tumulong po tayo na kung saan po tayo namamasukan, tayo na po mag-initiate na mag-comply. Okay po, huwag na kasi nating hintayin po na yung mga team members na mag-inspeksyon ay pagdating doon ay hindi compliant yung ating mga kumpanya. Kasi medyo nakakahiya yon kapag pinatawag ng boss tayo doon sa harapan ng mga inspection team, bakit tayo ay hindi nagko-comply samantalang this is EE law na dapat tayo mismo mag-initiate. Okay po? So, alam naman po natin na yung bawat profession under RA 7920 at yung EE law na na-repeal, yung RA 184, ayun na dati may master electrician, assistant EE, associate, at PEE. Okay po. Pero ngayon, nanatili na yung PEE at meron ng yung registered master electrician at yung assistant at associate EE ay ginawa ng registered electrical engineer. Okay po. So, dito po tayo sa Section 31. Bago tayo pumunta ng Section 33, dahil mahalaga itong field of practice. Okay po. Since na alam din na rin naman natin yung ating field of practice, medyo papasadaan lang natin uli. Ano? So, sa Section 31, field of practice, okay, yung professional electrical engineers, ang field of practice is the sole authority ng sign and seal ng plans, okay? And to practice electrical engineering in full scope. So, ang mga REE naman, okay, ang field of practice in charge of supervision of operation and maintenance, opo, ng equipment, power plant, industrial plants, okay, etc. Okay? And registered master electrician naman, yung field of practice includes the installation, wiring, operation, maintenance. Okay? Kaya mapapansin niyo ano, dito sa Section 31, malinaw, ang REE, ang field of practice, okay, charge or supervision. Okay? Supervision. Pagdating naman dito sa paragraph C, yung REE po ay hindi po siya ang supervision dito. Okay? Kundi yung practice niya, yung installation, wiring, operation, maintenance, and repair of electrical machinery, etc. Okay po? Okay. Continue. if the installation of the machinery is rated excess of 500 kilovolt amperes or in excess of 600 volts, the work shall be under the supervision of a professional electrical engineer or a registered electrical engineer. Okay po, so ang field of practice ng RME, okay, ay hanggang 500 kVA lang sila, okay, about the installation and maintenance, but not in excess of 600 volts. Pero beyond that, pwede pa rin sila basta under the supervision of PEE or REE. Okay? So dito tayo sa section 33, yung pinaka-main topic natin, no? Yung personal required. Okay. Except otherwise provided in this act, every electric plant, industrial plant, factory, commercial establishment, institutional building, watercraft, electric locomotive, and any other installation where the persons and properties are exposed to electrical hazards shall not have less than the following complement: a professional electrical engineer, registered electrical engineer, and registered electrical master electricians. Electric plants with total installed generating capacity of any size employing voltage of any rating, 1 PEE, 1 REE, however, of the capacity of 500 kVA employing voltage up to 600 volts, 1 registered master electrician. Okay, so paragraph B. Industrial plants, factories, commercial establishments, institutional building, okay, having a load of any size, employing voltage of any rating, 1 PEE, 1 REE, okay? However, for connected loads up to 500 kVA and employing voltage up to 600, 1 REE, okay? For watercraft, electric locomotives, we install generating capacity, maximum voltage available of these units, 1 PEE, 1 REE. However, the generating capacity of the 500 kVA and employing voltage at 600 volts, 1 registered master electrician. Okay po. So, doon po sa about the yung ating section 33 na kung saan yung sinasabi rito na isang electrical engineer o PE, okay? At doon naman sa 500 kVA below, yun ang RME, okay? So ang kababalian lang dito, yung tinatawag natin na operation. Kapag ang operation po ng isang commercial, industrial o any power plant ay lumagpas na ng isang shift, for example, 2 shift or 3 shift, lalo na sa mga manufacturing firm, okay? Nangangailangan ito ng higit sa isa. Okay? Halimbawa, 3 shift. Kailangan po dito yung tatlong electrical licensed practitioners. Okay po? Kung lumagpas ng isang shift. Okay. Yung po yung sa compliant natin. Okay? Sa lahat ng mga industrial commercial establishment. Okay po. Kapag 50 kVA below naman po, ay hindi na po kinakailangan ng compliant. Okay? Ano na lang ang kailangan? Ang kailangan lang ay yung kanilang maintenance and repair, okay, shall be under the charge of the duly registered personnel. Okay? Whether it is PEE, REE, or RME. Nangangailangan lang po ng yearly inspection. Okay? Na dapat na sertipikahan na ito ay nasa safe operating condition ng PEE, REE, at RME. Ito po yung dapat na maging requirement sa mga local government unit, lalo na yung mga nagre-renew ng mga business permit, dapat to nire-required ng LGUs. Like in San Pablo City, okay po, lahat ng mga 50 kVA, hindi sila makapagre-renew ng walang annual o yearly inspection certificate na may pirma ng licensed electrical practitioners. Okay po, ito po yung tinatrabaho ngayon ng committee at iba't ibang mga chapters sa mga LGUs para po masunod nila yung section 33. Okay po. So dito sa section 34, yung preparation of plans, supervision ng installation, application of the Philippine Electrical Code. It shall be unlawful for any person not authorized under this act to prepare plans, electrical evaluation, specification of any electrical wiring, equipment, or system, and no installation thereof shall be undertaken unless the plans, designs, evaluation, and specification have been prepared by or under the responsible charge and signed and sealed by the PEE, and the construction permit of the execution thereof is first secured. And unless the work is done in accordance with the Philippine Electrical Code and is executed under the responsible charge of the supervision of PEE, REE, RME, as the case may be, and the routinary fiscal and ministerial requirements of the government agency, if any exercising jurisdiction over the particular installation had been complied with. Kaya kung mapapansin ninyo, kapag nag-a-apply tayo ng building permit, okay, nire-required yung mga electrical permit and any other permit, okay? For example, yung mga sanitary permit, okay, meron tayong tinatawag na building permit. So sa electrical permit ay kung mapapansin ninyo, doon sa upper portion, okay, na yung design, okay, engineers. Ang pumipirma ron yung PE, kung sino yung nag-design. Doon sa lower portion naman po, it's either na ang pumirma ay PE, REE, or RME. Pero meron dong note na malinaw, yung RME hanggang 500 kVA lang. Okay? So that is in accordance with the RA 79 20. Okay po? So ito po yung sample. Alam naman natin lahat ito, no? Okay? Electrical permit. At ito naman yung CEI na pwede namang lahat tayo pumirma rito. Okay? But it depends of the of the load also. For example, in the RME. Okay? So section 36, posting of certificates. The owner, manager of the person in charge of an electric plant, industrial plant, or factory, commercial establishment, institutional building, watercraft, or electric locomotive shall post or be posted in a conspicuous place within such plants or establishment the certificate of registration of the engineers or electricians employed in such plant or establishment in a frame protected by transparent glass or equivalent. Kaya kung matutuloy na po yung inspection ng mga team members, ito po yung unang tatanungin o hahanapin sa mga establishment. Kung may nakapost, okay, kung may nakapost na electrical compliance certificate na galing sa board o PRC. Okay po? At kasama nun yung registration certificate ng practicing profession. Okay? Yung mga in charge sa mga establishment ng mga electrical engineers or master electrician. Nakatabi nun. Okay po? Na madaling makita. Kaya ang liwanag po dito sa section 36, owner, manager, at person in charge. Sino po yung person in charge? Tayo po lahat yun. Yung mga empleyado ng mga establishment. Kaya dapat tayo po yung mag-initiate na nito. Kapag napansin na natin na hindi compliant, yung establishment na pinapasukan natin, tayo na po ang mag-initiate para mag-comply yung lahat ng ating pinapasukang establishmento. Opo. Para sa ganon, ay mag-guide natin yung mga manager at owner. Alam naman natin na hindi nila alam ito. Yung mga owner, manager, hindi naman sila mga electrical engineers. Kaya tayo po ang mag-guide. Okay? So section 39, enforcement of the act of the officers of the law. It shall be the duty of all constituted officers of the law of the national government or any of provincial city or municipal government or any political subdivision thereof to prosecute any person violating the provision of this act. The Secretary of Justice or his assistant shall act as a legal advisor of the board and render such legal assistance as may be necessary in carrying out the provision of this act. Kaya po ang IIEE, okay po, ay hindi po tayo officers of the law. Okay? Tayo po ay tutulong lamang para ma-implement ang law by means of information dissemination. Okay? Na ibinigay sa atin ng mandato ng Board Resolution number 12 series of 2000. Ang dapat talaga po mag-enforce nito ay ang mga nasa LGUs katulad ng mga nasa provincial, municipal government. Okay? Lalo na yung mga nasa engineering department ng LGUs like OBO or municipal engineers. Sila po dapat ang mag-implement nito. Kaya may mga pagbisita po kami na ginagawa previously sa mga local government unit. Okay po, pati yung mga chapter na isagawa na rin po para sa ganon ay ma-reiterate ang Section 33, most especially sa mga LGUs. Okay po? So ano ang penalty? Dito po ang penalty ay 10,000 lamang po. Masyadong maliit doon sa ating EE law. Okay? Hanggang 50,000. At 5 years of 6 to 5 years po yung imprisonment. Pero yung i-amend, ang alam ko, yung i-amend o i-repeal na dito sa Section 40, parang ang ano ko dyan, 500,000 eh. Okay? Up to 500,000 yung magiging fines. Okay po? Doon sa mga imprisonment, medyo tataas na rin po. Okay po? Para marami nang ano rito, baga sana mag-comply. Okay? Dito sa processing of the certificate of compliance, maraming beses na kaming nag-discuss about this one. Ano po? Doon sa mga gusto pang malaman kung anong proseso, ay pwede po kayong ninyong mag-inquire sa mga chapter. Okay? Sa mga chapter, dahil po sa lahat ng mga chapters ay binigyan na po namin sila ng proseso, copy ng mga proseso na dapat gawin. Yung mga requirements para maging compliant. Okay po? Okay po. Ito yung isa sa mga requirement na kapag na-inspection na ng mga team members. Okay? Yung isang establishment, ito po yung recommendation, letter of recommendation na naka-address sa PRC through the BE chairman. Okay po? May pirma ng current president or immediate past president as a members of the inspection team at nung regional governor as a team leader. Okay po? Yung sample. Okay, this is the checklist of the requirements for the issuance of certificate of compliance. Ito yung SIDB 03. Okay, yung naka-notarize po ito. At yung iba pang mga requirements katulad ng payments na 2,000. Okay, yung affidavits na SIDB 01 na pipirmahan ng electrical license practitioners at yung mga copy ng ID. Okay, katulad ng PE, REE, okay, Master Electricians, yung kanilang PRC card. At kasama po dito yung PTR na dapat kumuha tayo sa ating munisipyo o syudad. Okay po? At yung inspection report o recommendation, yun yung pinakita ko kanina. May short envelope po na dapat isubmit para doon ilalagay yung certificate of compliance at may kasama tong isang set ng documentary stamp para pag na-release na yung electrical compliance certificate ay yun po yung ididikit doon. Ano pa? So, yung representative po na kukuha na kapag i-release na, kinakailangan ay yung authorized po ng company. Kapag hindi authorized, ay kinakailangan po ng certificate ng tinatawag natin special power of attorney, which is required by the PRC. Okay po? Okay po. In case na yung pong electrical compliance, okay, na yung electrical engineer sa master electrician na nakapirma doon sa affidavit, okay, ay nag-resign na. Okay? So within 60 days, dapat yung company magre-report sa PRC. Okay? Para mapalitan na yung bagong resident engineers, okay, ng kanilang company. Okay? Yung checklist na nabanggit na natin kanina, ito po yung sample ng affidavit na pipirmahan ng PE, RE, RME at naka-notaryo po ito. Okay? Ito naman yung PRC ID at yung ating mga PTR na kasama rin sa requirement. Okay, ito po yung sample na babayaran sa PRC. Around 2,000 lang po naman ito. Okay? Ito po yung notice na kapag approve na yung ating application for certificate of compliance, okay po, ito yung ipadadala through post, okay, ng DE. Example, ito po yung pinakamahalaga na kapag nag-inspection na po yung mga members of the team of inspection, ito po yung hahanapin na dapat meron lahat ng establishments ng certificate of compliance. Okay po, this is 3 years. 3 years po ang expiry date nito. Okay po. So ito yung registration certificate ng isang resident engineers o master electrician na dapat katabi ng na nakapost doon sa electrical compliance ng galing sa PE. Na kapag nag-inspection, kinakailangan ito po ay nakapost. Yung practice po ng sa City of San Pablo, City Ordinance number 2004. Pero ito pong City Ordinance, ito po ay reiteration lamang ng RA 7920 Section 33. Okay po, na ipinasa ng sanggunian para mas lalong mapatupad yung Section 33. Okay po. So sa lahat po ng mga chapter officers, president, na gusto nilang gayahin yung sa San Pablo, okay? So they can also inquire about this one. Okay? Pero for the time being, pwede po natin ng i-reiterate sa mga LGUs na yung national law. Okay? Yung Section 33 ng RA 7920. Okay po. Okay. Ito yung bakit ang City of San Pablo na papatupad. Ito po dahil sa ordinance. Okay po. The same thing, nag-create ng local board of electrical engineers and electrician. Okay. Composed of 3 persons. Yung mayor, okay, yung city engineers at 3 members na galing sa konsehal, isa ay accredited local engineers, okay, association, at yung isa naman ay local electricians association. Okay? So reiteration lamang po ito ng RA 7920. Okay? So yung mga difficulties in implementing EE law, may mga companies po na are not aware of EE law, kaya tayo nag information dissemination. Okay po? May mga LEP na hindi rin aware sila pero nalimutan lang. Okay po? So may mga LGUs din na hindi ma-implement dahil sa yung nga, may problema. Okay po? Kaya nagkakaroon tayo ng nationwide information campaign through seminar or webinars. Okay? Sa mga LGUs. Okay? Maging sa mga SCSC, sa mga Council of Student Chapter. Ngayon pa lamang, inire-ready natin sila kapag sila ay nakapasa ng board at nagkapagtrabaho. So aware na sila po dito. Kaya may mga series na ginawa kaming mga webinars, seminars sa lahat ng mga universities and colleges. Okay, para aware sila sa Section 33. Okay po. So, yung mga option po, yung katulad na nabanggit na natin kanina, okay, ito po yung memorandum na galing sa San Pablo City para ma-implement yung EE law. Meron din tayong sample dito sa lungsod ng Makati, City of Makati. So, reiteration of a certain provision of 7920 rin po. Okay po. Okay, yung mga visitation sa establishment, ito po yung mga sample letters pero ni-revise na po ito. At naipasa na sa BEE for approval. Okay, ito po yung sample ng Certificate of Electrical Inspection, yung tinatawag nating annual. Okay po, yung annual na ginagamit po ngayon sa City of San Pablo na pwedeng gamitin sa iba't ibang LGUs. Okay po. It is about electrical design analysis na dapat pinatutupad ng mga LGUs. Yung letter from the BE chairman. Okay po, ito yung downloadable naman po eh. Downloadable po ito, downloadable sa internet po ng PRC. Okay? Okay, ito na yung enforcement, yung penalty clause, nabanggit na rin po natin kanina to. So, Article 3 of Civil Code of the Philippines. Malinaw naman pong nakalagay doon, ignorance of the law excuses no one from the compliance therewith. Kaya sana po tayo na mismo, lahat ng mga officers of the IIEE, maging ang mga members sa atin po sana magmula yung para pagpo-promote ng EE law, lalo na yung Section 33. Malaking tulong po ito sa IIEE, maging sa board, okay, sa BEE, para po ma-implement na itong matagal ng batas. Okay? Yung RA 7920. Maraming salamat po. Kung may mga katanungan, ready naman po tayong sagutin ang inyong mga tanong. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Sir Marwan. So if there are any questions, you can ask Sir Marwan in the chat box or in this Q&A session. So if there is no other questions, let us give the certificate of appreciation to Engineer Efren F. Marwan in recognition of his valuable contribution as a resource speaker on the topic Republic Act 7920 at 26 Nationwide Information Drive during the 21st Virtual BICOL Regional Conference held on July 16 to 17, 2021, bearing the theme IIE at 2021 Transcending the Challenges of the New Normal by Embracing Resiliency and Complementarity, given on the 17th day of July 2021. Thank you very much, Sir Efren Marwan.
Thank you very much for the recognition. Salamat po ng marami. At lalo na kay Engineer Dios Orticio, ang ating regional governor ng BICOL region. At sa ating national president, Engineer Alan.
Please give him a round of applause.
Thank you so much.
As for the next speaker, he is a professional electrical engineer. He is also a Training and Continuing Professional Development Committee or TCPDC Chairman of 2021, a member of the Institution of Engineers in Australia. He is the former chapter president of Davao of Batch 2014 and the former IIE Regional Governor of 2015. Let us give him a round of applause for Engineer Joseph Darren Claire Jonax S. Solicar with his topic, Efficient Lighting Design Guide.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Okay. Thank you very much, Sir Juvenal.
Can you hear me?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Loud and clear.
Okay, can I share my screen?
Yes, sir. You can.
Okay. Sir Juvenal, can you share my screen? Can you see my screen?
Yes, po, sir. Yes.
Okay, so once again, good afternoon, everybody, especially to the BICOL region. Of course, to our regional governor, Engineer Jos Orticio, and for inviting me as one of the resource speaker of this BICOL region regional conference. Okay, so my topic for today is the efficient lighting design guide. So by the way, so hindi niyo kilala, I am Joseph Darigler Solicar, a professional electrical engineer. Then I'll give you a short background of myself. I'm the president, CEO of Solicar Construction and Supply Incorporated, managing director of Solicar Engineering Review Center and Services, electrical consult, formerly the electrical consultant of White Techniques Pty Ltd. In Australia. We're doing arc flash analysis, short circuit analysis, and protection and coordination. And electrical consultant of various projects in Davao region. Then, as mentioned a while ago, I am the national chairman of Training and Continuing Professional Development Committee and vice president for United Professional Electrical Engineer of the Philippines. And last year, I was the vice chairman of TCPD, then former regional governor of Southern Mindanao in 2015, then chapter president in 2014, then member Society of Building Services Engineering Australia, then charter president of Davao Mariao Eagles Club, Davao Region 2. Okay, so ano po yung mga special skills ko using software? So I am very familiar with SKM Power Tools. So I know how to model the library. So for example, yung mga circuit breaker wala sa software, so I need to model it. Then EC Power, then ETAP, Power Pack. Power Pack and Power Card are the Australian software. This is an electrical system software. Then, of course, Dialax Evo Lighting Modeling 2D and 3D. So, yung sa Dialax ngayon, this is my job before when I worked in Australia. That was way back 2008 to 2012. Then EGI 32, this is another lighting software. And AutoCAD 3D and 2D. Okay, I'll give you some background. Efficient lighting design is an important factor that an electrical designer should practice by taking a serious consideration in all the factors affecting the output of the design, especially in different building structure project. Effective and efficient strategy of lighting is required. So by considering the natural day lighting, so of course we need to use the natural light can give illumination at proper level and reduce the cost of energy consumption. So because we are using the daylight, the designer should know how to design the lighting system effectively and efficiently by applying different techniques, approaches, and technologies to achieve the right illumination. Lighting technologies can be applied includes the use of. So I have to present to you the different type of lighting control technology and the lighting design simulators to ensure that the design is properly studied based on the client's perspective. Okay, so minsan may mga client na sa isang room ito lang, mga dalawang ilaw lang. So hindi pwede yan because based on the standard, we need to follow. Okay, so what are the objectives? So we need to review the lighting basic parameters in our during our university. Then types of lighting. So what are the lighting design consideration if you are doing the do the lighting design for for the existing and new project? Then we have recommended maintenance illuminance for various types of task activities. So this topic, I'll show to you our standard and compared to Australian standard. Then illumination power density. Then we have sample design and calculation. Then we have the lighting control techniques. So I'll show to you different types. Then we have the emergency and exit lighting. So dito sa Philippines, tinignan ko sa Philippine Electrical Code, walang emergency and exit lighting on how to design the emergency and exit lightings. So sa fire code na mention doon pero hindi talaga fully explain about how to design emergency and exit lightings. Then we have, I'll show to you the sample projects. And of course, conclusion. Okay. So we have lighting basic parameters. So alam natin during our university. So review lang natin, mabilisan lang. So luminous flux describe quantity of light emitted by a light source. So a unit niya is lumen. Then we have luminous efficiency is the ratio of the luminous flux to the electrical power consumed. So yung unit po natin ay lumen per watt. So actually this is coming from the Zoom to Wheel lighting handbook. This is a European made lighting luminaire. Okay. Then we have the luminous intensity describes quantity of light that radiated in the particular direction. Okay. Then we have the luminance described on one hand in light source impression of brightness and on the other surface, and therefore depends on the large extent of the degree of reflection. So as you can see, then we have the illuminance describes the quantity of luminous flux falling on the surface. So usually this is ito yung pong ginagamit natin, so yung lux. So ilang lux? So what are the required lux level in this area? So for the certain room. So illuminance that is equal to luminous flux divided by the area of the, for example, a certain room. Okay, then we have glare characteristics of lighting, direct glare. So ito yung problema natin, kung mali-mali yung ating design, so mayroong mga glare sa ating especially in workstation. So what are the causes? First is luminaires without glare control. Okay, then second is very bright surfaces. So ano po yung effects? So loss of concentration, more frequent mistakes. Then we have fatigue. So of course, there's remedies. So we need to install a blind on windows. So luminaires with limited luminance levels. Then we have the reflected glare. So tingnan nyo sa photo. So there's a glare reflected on your computer, in your laptop. So causes, reflective surfaces, incorrect position of workstation. Third is incorrect arrangement of luminaire. So same effects, loss of concentration. Second is more frequent mistakes, then fatigue. So what are the remedies? So use indirect lighting. So I'll show to you what is the indirect lighting. So use correct luminaire matching to luminaire. Then we need to put a matte surfaces. And in Europe, there's a unified glare rating, or we call it UGR. So this is light and lighting of workplaces. So this is the indoor workplaces. This is one good example of unified glare rating. So we have the type, task or activity. Then we have the UGR rating. So this is the standard. So the automatic processing, industrial. Okay, processing, this industrial activities, the unified glare rating should be 28. So circulation areas and corridors, 25. Then down to the color inspection, that is 16. So this is one of the examples for the unified glare rating with different task or activity. Okay, the quantity of lamps will depend on the following. So first is the fixture efficiency. Then next is the lamp lumen output. Then third is the reflectance of surrounding surfaces. Then the effects of light losses from lamp lumen, the depreciation and dirt accumulation, and we have the room size and shape. Then we have the availability of the natural light or the D-light. So these are the number of lamps that this is the quantity of lamps will depend. Okay, so we have color temperature and correlated color temperature. Okay, so color temperature defines the appearance of light output. So for example, warm white. Then we have colorated color temperature. So sorry, this is a CCT defines in degrees in Kelvin. So for example, this is 3,000 Kelvin. So this is the, for example, warm white 3,000 Kelvin, or warm white is 2,700 Kelvin. Okay, so this is the Planck curve for white light. So as you can see, from 2,700 Kelvin, this is warm white. Then we have here, so this is warm white going down to 6,500 Kelvin. So this is the color is bluish. So this is the color or the CCT of the lighting. So from 2,700 Kelvin to 6,500. Okay, light colors, color temperature, warm white up to 3,300 Kelvin, reddish, then warm. Then the intermediate white, neutral white. So 3,300 to 5,300, that is white, neutral. Then we have color white from 5,300. So the color is bluish. Association is cool. So cool white, neutral white, warm white. So this is again, this is from the Zoom to be lighting handbook. Okay, so this is what is a color rendering index. So it's the ability of light source to reproduce surface colors from R1 to R8 as faithfully as possible compared to reference light source. So light source are divided up to into color rendering levels. So RA greater than 80, good color rendering. Good color rendering. RA greater than 90, very good color rendering. So RA is equal to 100, the best color rendering. So ito yung basehan po natin. We have to refer this from the lighting luminaire. We need to look the CRI. Okay. key parameters of lighting catalog. So dapat meron siyang data sheet provide for each luminaire in the electronic catalog contains key data for correct planning and lighting luminaires. So inside the data sheet, meron tayong luminaire name and article number, then EAN number, photo and dimension, light distributions. So this is a good example of data sheet. So this is from Zoom to Bell. So as you can see, the product data, description, article number, EAN number, light source, luminaire, luminous blacks. So how many? 1,000 lumen. Luminaire efficacy, 71 lumen per watt. Then of course, this is very important to look the color rendering index minimum of 90. So this is the CRI and the ballast. Then the most important here is the CCT, the colorated color temperature. This is 2,700 Kelvin. So this is a warm white. Then we have the burning hours up to 50,000 hours at 25 degrees. Luminaire input power, so 14 watts. Then the power factor is 0.96. So this is very important to know the power consumption of this lighting luminaire. Then we have the standby, that is 0.25 watts. So what type of control? We can control by through dimming. So dimmable to 1% over DALI. So DALI, this is the type of lighting control technology. This is digital addressable lighting interface. Okay, so again, let us review for the types of lighting. We have first is the ambient lighting to light up the entire room that provides uniform lux level throughout the space. Okay, so what are they? Ceiling recess, surface mounted luminaire, wall mounted, floor lamp, table lamp, truck light, chandelier, outdoor wall light, hanging light, canopy, and post lantern. So ito po yung kinoconsider natin as ambient lighting. The second is the task lighting to light up the designated space and illumination. The person task such as reading, cooking, and computer work. So ano po yan? This is directional light, under cabinet, study, or desk lamp. So ito yung po yung mga task lighting. Then the last one is the accent lighting to light up the specific area and to attain the preferred effect. So directional downlight, track light, and spotlight. So usually sa mga display area, so we need the accent lighting, directional light, track light, and spotlight. Then we have types of lighting luminaires. We have direct. Then for direct, this is high directional, strong glare reduction at certain angles. But the problem here, there's a dark ceiling, but dark ceiling is not important because we need to light up on the workstation. Then we have limited flexibility of workstation layout. So you cannot move on the other side because there's a limited flexibility. Then we have the energy efficient on the task level. Then we have the indirect lighting, diffuse lighting conditions, room gains in height, glare free, positions can be anywhere. Then this is low energy efficiency. Or indirect lighting, this is a combination of direct and indirect lighting. There's a so you can put as you can see, there's a indirect lighting, there's a strip light, Then we have another here is direct and indirect lighting. We have pleasant room impression, high user acceptance, good contrast ratio, flexible workstation layout. Then another one here is the mellow. Yeah, this is recessed indirect lighting solution. Positions can be anywhere, glare free, reduce luminance levels at the all viewing angles. Gives impression of daylight in room. So mostly yung mga previous design ko, we use a mellow lighting. So especially ito yung mga sa zoom to bell, marami silang ilaw na pwede natin gamitin, no? So next. Okay, now if you are doing the lighting design, so what are the considerations? So first, we need to organize meeting with the architect or the client for a new or existing project. So kailangan po natin mag-coordinate sa client, sa architect. Kasi we need to know kung anong gusto niyo ng client. Then we have provide project questionnaire. So sa project namin, ito yung ginagamit namin, project questionnaire. Sa buong building, mayroon kami questionnaire in every area kung anong gusto ng client. Okay? Because this is our guide. Then we have conduct site survey. So before magdi-design for lighting, especially sa existing, so kailangan po natin na conduct ng site inspection. Okay, so especially sa mga fit out, so kailangan natin ng site inspection. So kasi for existing project, we need to present the existing and new luminaire within the ceiling space. So nakalagay diyan sa legend namin na ito pag this is to be removed or this is to be relocated. So ganyan po kami, no? We need to put the existing lighting kung ano yung i-remove or ano yung i-relocate. Then if this is new, so we have different type of colors for this lighting to be removed, lighting to be relocate, lighting to be new lighting. So kasi yung sa iba pag existing hindi na pinakita yung existing na lighting layout. Then we have coordinate with the architect, interior designer to provide the CAD drawing. So this is the most important. We need to ask reflected ceiling plan. So kailangan natin yung reflected ceiling plan kung ano yung type of ceiling. Kung ito ba ay may mga tawag ba dito? May mga they are using T-runner using 600 by 600 or they are using 600 by 1200 ceiling or 300 by 1200 ceiling. So kailangan po natin alamin yan. Or may mga halimbawa may mga cube lighting. Then of course, the partition plan. So kailangan po natin ng partition plan, especially sa mga existing na mga project. So halimbawa, may ceiling, pagkatapos may bagong partition. So hindi natin tiningnan nga yung ilaw na tamaan doon sa new partition plan. Then we have the joinery or this is a furniture detail. So kailangan natin ng furniture details. Halimbawa, sa kitchen, kailangan natin ng under cabinet light, strip light. So, ganun. Then we have the perspective plan. So, perspective plan, this is very important para sa mga facade lighting. Kung anong gagamitin natin. Then we have of course, the structural plan. So, ang dami ng na-encounter dito sa structural, so dapat we need to coordinate with the structural engineer kasi especially sa mga steel frame, so walang ceiling, so naglagay ka ng ilaw, meron pa lang beam, so paano yan? So during the implementation, may problema na. So dapat prior sa implementation sa project, kailangan makikoordinate tayo sa ibang mga trades. And the most important is the vicinity map. Okay, we have lighting design consideration, we have create plan, then we have design approval. So sa office namin, prior to the design, magkaroon po kami ng markup. So mag-markup po kami based sa drawing. Then once approved, then doon na namin i-finalize doon sa DWG or CAD drawing. Then after that, after the approval, so we need to start creating drawing based on your markup. Then of course, dito sa amin sa office, marami kaming mga tawag dito catalog, different type of catalog from different lighting suppliers. Okay, so next is provide coordination drawing with the other services. So yung I mentioned a while ago, we need to coordinate with other trades. Okay, especially mechanical, fire protection, architect, interior designer, structural engineer. So yung ginagawa namin, we need to ask from the mechanical because of the, especially sa ceiling, mayroong mga aircon diffuser. Then we have sa fire protection, may mga F-dust, may mga smoke, may mga heat detector. So kailangan natin yung coordinate prior sa finalization sa lighting design. Kasi yung mangyayari dyan, pag sa implementation na, meron pa lang hindi properly coordinated. So meron kaming design ngayon na high-rise building. So merong software, hindi yung iba gumagamit ng rivet, yung ginamit namin hindi rivet, hindi ano siya, Australian software. So para sa coordination drawing. Coordinate with the architect and the interior designer. So ano yung gusto niya sa halimbawa sa mga kwarto, sa room. So we need to know the furniture or the joinery details inside the room. So as I mentioned, the structural engineer. So lighting design consideration, dati gumagamit we compute manually pero hindi na uso ngayon. We have a free software. So if you're familiar with Dialux, we're using Dialux. Okay, so use software lighting design. What we need, kailangan natin ng type of project, then room details, dimensions, height, type, required power density. So kailangan po natin ng required power density inside the room. So kung wala tayong power density table, yung software will recommend to you. Then we have recommended luminance level. Okay. So create drawings including assign luminaires in the building. So using this is using Dialux. Then apply switching control. So you can use manual, dimming, daylight harvesting, or this is using sensor. Then after hours, zoning control, lighting control technology, DALI, digital addressable lighting interface. So CBAS control, then dynalight control. Now, kasi yung iba, we need to ask from the client. Kasi if you're using dimming or mga daylight harvesting or DALI, this is very expensive. So kailangan mong tanong from the client kung you have to present, no? You have to present na kung if you are using this type of lighting control. Okay? So DALI, this is Digital Addressable Lighting Interface. So ibig sabihin, lahat ng ilaw meron siyang address. And it can be interfaced with the building management system. Then CBAS control, this is under this is product of Schneider, so I'm not promoting a product. So, but I used this before. Dynalight control, this is a product of Philips. Then we have lighting design consideration, implementation, conduct site inspection when necessary, and take some photos. So kailangan natin kumuha ng mga photos. Then coordinate with the architect, project manager, and client for any changes of the project. So siyempre, hindi ma-perfect. May mga changes sa architectural, structural. So we need to coordinate with these other trades. Para if the lighting design is affected, so we need to move or we need to do something. Turnover, provide manual operation including specification of luminaires used, name of suppliers. Bakit kailangan ng suppliers? Kasi when you turn over the project after the warranty period, so kailangan ng kung may sira na yung ilaw, so the client meron siyang contact number sa suppliers. Then warranty period, so kailangan state yan, warranty period. Then as-built drawings, so you need to submit hard copy and the electronic copy. Then of course your contact details for any clarification, any changes, so any future project of your client. Then take best photo for the portfolio. Of course, you need to present to another client, so dapat yung presentation mo, yung portfolio mo, maganda. Dapat very impressive. Okay, so as I mentioned, so this is based on the Philippine Electrical Code, Table 2.2, general lighting loads for occupancy. So there are type of occupancy. Then we have the unit load, the volt ampere per square meter. So we have the armories and auditoriums, 8. So hindi ko na isa-isahin ito. So down to the hospitals. So this is the for the hospitals is 16 volt ampere per square meter. Then on the other side, we have the hotels, motels, including apartment. So dapat 16 volt ampere per square meter. Up to the stores, we have 24 volt ampere per square meter. Okay, same from Philippine Electrical Code, warehouses, 2 volt ampere per square meter, assembly halls and auditoriums, 8 volt ampere per square meter. Then halls, corridors, closets, stairways, 4, then storage spaces, 2. Okay. Okay, so I mentioned while during the opening that I will show to you an Australian standard, the illumination power density based on the building code of Australia, section J.2a. So for the space, different spaces, healthcare, we have the maximum illumination power density of watts per square meter. We have 13. Then down to the office, artificially lit to an ambient level of less than 200 lux. So that's equivalent to 7 watts per square meter. So I'll just show to you. Okay, I'll just show to you the other standard of other countries. Then we have the plant room, 5 watts per square meter, down to the sole occupancy unit of class 3 building. So 5. Then you have illumination power density of auditorium Yeah. So that is 10 watts per square meter. So ito yung ginagamit natin, board room and the conference room. So 10 watts per square meter. Then for car park general, that is 6. Car park entry zone, that is first 20 meters of travel, that is 25 watts per square meter. Then down to the dormitory of a class 3 building used for sleeping and study, that is 6 watts per square meter. Okay, we have another entry lobby from outside the building. Okay, so as you can see here, down to the wholesale storage and display area, that is 10 watts per square meter. So I'll show to you a example on how to use this power density or the of different spaces. Okay. Then we have this is the old version of the manual of practice on efficient lighting. So by Department of Energy Philippines. So in Appendix C, levels of illumination currently recommended. So ito yung mga illumination na ni-recommend ng manual. So kung may kopya kayo, you can review the area and the lux level. Okay, so hindi ko na babasahin isa-isa, so we need to just show to you the interior lighting. Okay? So okay. So that was the manual practice on efficient lighting handbook. Then we have recommended maintenance for various types of activities. So this is from i-compare lang natin, no? Yung ipakita ko lang sa inyo. Previously, that was in the Philippines. This is right now, this is in Australia. So ES, meaning Australian Standard, 16880.1, the interior lighting part 1, general principles and recommendations. So meron kasi in Australia, meron silang sariling standard for lighting. Okay. So recommended maintenance, luminance, 40. Okay. Then we have the characteristic of activity, interior. Then we have representative corridors, cable tunnels, indoor. So tingnan mo, halos pare-pareho lang, no? From the manual of operation sa Department of Energy. Okay. Okay, so this one. This is 320 lux. Ano ko lang emphasize. 320 lux. This is for the routine office work, reading, writing, typing, inquiry desk. So, yan mayroon kasi akong client na nagreklamo, ang daming ilaw. So, sir, this is our standard because this is an office area, we need a 320 lux. Kasi kung gusto niya, isang ilaw lang para tipid. So, ang problema dyan, nagtitipid pero may effect naman sa health sa mga workers. So, therefore, we need to follow the standard. As long as this is energy efficient. Okay? 600 for the areas where visual tasks are difficult with small detail. So, for example, drawing boards, most inspection tasks, proofreading, fine machinery work, fine painting, and finishing color matching. So, kailangan natin ng 600 lux. Minsan, pumunta tayo ng isang planta. Kailangan ng dapat naka 600 lux pero ilang ilaw lang. So, ang problema dyan, hindi makakonsider yung worker. Okay, then we have this is example for using dialects. Select type of project, then import AutoCAD drawing. Actually, ito yung ginagawa ko dati when we back in 2008 to 2012 in Australia when I'm working as electrical designer. But right now, I have my engineers doing this using dialects. Yung ginagawa ko nilang is sine-check ko nilang if this is kung tama ba o mali yung ginagawa nila. So, ngayon, mas magaling pa sa akin yung mga engineers ko. Okay, trace the AutoCAD drawing, then select type of room. So, meron akong presentation sa Zamboanga, including the simulation of using dialects. Pero yung yun is half day presentation. Then we have select lux requirement. So nandiyan na dyan sa software. So ilang lux. Create ceiling and height. So importante yung height ng ceiling. And of course the dimension of the room. Then select luminaire using IES file. So ngayon, dapat yung lighting luminaire mayroong IES file. Kung wala, so yan ang problema kung wala. So gumagamit ka ng ilaw kung walang lighting IES file, so magka-problema tayo dyan. So yung pag gumagamit tayo ng ilaw na walang IES file, the best way is i-compare mo na lang diyan sa meron diyan kung ilang lumin ba yung yung lighting luminaire. Then apply and select an arrangement. Then select light distribution. So tingnan para makita natin yung light distribution. Then of course we need to measure distance. So from here hindi pa ito, so dapat equal yung distances niya kasi sa implementation baka hindi align. Okay, we need to check the lux level. So then we have to check if pass or fail. So kasi yung software na ang mag-compute, pagkatapos sasabihin doon na pass or fail. Pag fail naman, you need to do something. So you need to put additional lighting, or you need to adjust the color of kung importante kailangan yung actual color ng pintura ng room. We have lighting design consideration, lux level. So diyan natin makikita yung output. No, as you can see here. So meeting room, this is a meeting room. Room list, meeting room, this is 520.5 watts, 558.71 square meter. So power density, that is 8.87 watts per square meter. So the average is 563 lux. Okay. So this is a good sample project. So I did the lighting design. This is Medicare Australia in national headquarter building. So I did the lighting design. So this is a very big project in our company. Okay, so I'll this is I'll show to you the computation based on kasi ngayon wala tayong basis on how to compute dito sa Philippines. So I just show to you here using the Australian standard. Okay. So yung gagawin po natin, we need to compute each area, no? Each area in this floor. Okay, so this is based on the Building Code of Australia sample section J calculation. So first thing that we are going to do, we need to determine the required maximum power density on table J.26. Okay, so office. So isang office ang sample natin. So sa office natin, we need 10 watts per square meter. Para yung target natin is 320 lux. So 10 watts per square meter. So pakita ko lang para we can compute manually kung ilang lighting luminaire. So calculate the area of this office. So we need to know the length, the width, and of course the area. So this length times width. So the area is 20.4 square meter. Okay? Then for step 3, determine the total allowable wattage by multiplying the power density and the area. So total allowable power density, i-multiply mo lang yan. So that is 10 watts per square meter times the area, that is 20.4 watt. 0.4 meters. Then, so the total allowable power density is 204 watts. Okay. Then step 4, selection of lighting luminaire to be used. So I just assume this 2x28 T5 fluorescent lamps. So during that time, hindi pa masyado uso yung LED. So yung ginamit namin is T5, 2x28 watts T5 fluorescent lamps with total watts of 60 including the ballast. Then step number 5, determine the number of lighting luminaire. Ang i-divide mo lang yan sa total watts divided by 60, that is 3.4 luminaires. So round off natin yan. Kailangan natin ng 4 luminaires inside that office. Okay. Okay na. Then step number 6, determine the design power density by dividing the design power and the area. So that is 240 watts divided by 20.4 meters. Okay. Take note, our design density using that 2x28 watts T5. Lumampas po tayo sa requirement, that is 11.76 watts per square meter. So meaning do not complies with 10 watts per square meter requirement. So what we're going to do? So we need to compute. We need to put some. We need to put a motion sensor inside the room para ma-adjust yung ano natin, design power density. So that is our step number 7. So step number 7, determine the adjustment factors. So A and B by applying the 2 illumination power density of size of room and type of lighting control. Now for the room index, this is the formula: length times width divided by mounting height times the length plus the width. So next, so ito yung formula ng room index. We need to calculate the room index based on the length, width, mounting height, and the width of the room. Now, i-substitute po natin yung room index is 1.1. Okay. Nasa table yan sa Building Code of Australia. Meron sa code sa section J. Ang room index is 1.1. The adjustment factor the adjustment factor A is 0.7 for room index 1.1. For the room index 1.1, the adjustment factor is 0.7. Now, as I mentioned, inside the room, kailangan po natin ng motion sensor. So, if you are using a motion sensor, the adjustment factor is 0.7. So, we have already a 2 adjustment factor. You are using the room index and using the motion sensor, that is 0.7. Now, after this, we need to compute the final adjustment factor. Okay. Determine the adjustment factor final using the data from step 7. So this is the formula. Adjustment final equals adjustment factor A times adjustment factor B plus then open parenthesis 1 minus adjustment factor B close parenthesis divided by 2. So ito yung mga values, 0.7 then 0.7. So 0.7 due to room index, 0.7 due to motion sensor. So the adjustment factor is 0.95. Now, ito po yung gagamitin natin to adjust the power density. Okay, question. Bakit kailangan natin ng adjustment factor final? Kasi we need to reduce the power density. Okay, so determine the adjustment PCA power density. So adjustment power density. So this is our standard 10 watts per square meter. I-divide po natin ang adjustment factor final. So the adjustment power density requirement now we have new that is 16.81 watts per square meter. Why? Because we are using motion sensor inside the room. Why? Because if you are using motion sensor, this is energy efficient. Why? Because it will only operate when there is a person inside the room, inside the office. After setting that 15 to 20 minutes, it will automatically shut off. So you don't need to switch off. If you forgot to switch off when you're leaving, then this is automatically switch off. Step number 10, determine the BCA total allowable power. So yung BCA allowed power, 16.81 watts per square meter times 20.4 square meters. So magiging 342.92 watts na. So from our 204 watts. Ngayon, we only yung ginumpute natin, we only consider one room. Now, we have to consider all rooms in every floor. So kailangan natin ito i-compute yan. So ito yung ginagawa ko, no? Prior to the final design, I need to submit it to the client, no? I need to submit to the client kasi hindi ma-approve yung permit for construction if you don't have any BCA Section J calculation. So sa Pilipinas, wala pa rin ganito. No? So, i-submit yung computation if this is compliance with the code. So, tingnan mo, ito yung first na kinukompute natin, location, yung office na kinumpute natin. Okay, 20.4 square meter, 2 by 28 watts. So kita nyo, we have the adjustment factor. Kailangan natin din we have to get the adjustment factor final in each room. Then we need to apply what type of control, what type of adjustment. So all you have to do here, getting the subtotal for the total area, total design power, we have total allowable power. So ito po yung first floor natin. Okay. Then for the second floor, ito yon, no? Kinumpute natin yan isa-isa for the second floor. Okay, next. Third floor. Okay? So same process. Fourth floor. Okay, same process. Then after this, we need to get the summary or the total. Okay, we have here the location, first floor, second floor, third floor, fourth floor, then the total area, total area, design power density, and power density required by the building code of Australia. Okay, now design average power density equals total design power density divided by total area. So yung design average power density is 8.15 watts per square meter. So ito yung total buong building, no? So total BC allowable power density total equal to total power allowable power density divided by total area. So 38,000 divide natin ng area. So the total BC allowable power density is 12.53 watts per square meter. So this is our new power density required by the code. So ano yung ano natin? Total power spare or exist. So dito natin malalaman kung if you are compliant or non-compliant. Now for the spare or exist equals total BCA allowable power minus total design power. So total power spare or exist equals positive 13,281.3 watts. Positive means spare, negative means exist. If that is negative, then you are not comply with the code. If the positive, that is there's a spare, so you can put more additional lighting. Okay. So yun po ginagawa namin, no? We need to submit this building code BCA requirement calculation, which we call it section J calculation, prior to implementation of the project. So dito sa Philippines, wala pang ganito, no, na proseso. Then I'll just give you some overview numbers. National Australian Belt Environment Rating System. So numbers is simple, reliable, sustainable. So ito po yung nagre-rating sa isang building. This is ilan yung rating mo, ilang star. So energy, when we talk about energy, kasama na dito yung electrical, lighting, no? Then we have numbers provides simple, reliable, comparable, sustainable measurement. Okay, so if kung na-assess mo yan ang numbers, the customers save with an average of 30 to 40% their energy over 10 years. So meron sila mga recommendation on how to save energy. Okay, yung as I mentioned, may rating yan, 1 star, 2 stars, 3 stars, 4 stars, 5 stars, 6 stars. Okay. Then we have green building has been construction and operational practices that significantly reduce or eliminate its negative impact. So, and I know lahat tayo alam kung ano yung green building, no? Okay, so sample of green building, Green Star certified, use 66% less electricity than average Australian buildings. So this is a example. This is a 5-star Green Star design So kasama na po dito ang lighting design. So hindi pwede na walang lighting design. Okay? This is our one example of yung project mo namin dito sa Davao. This is the car park hotel. So this is a energy efficient lighting design. Why? Okay? So because I'm not promoting Philips, so we use Pacific LED Gen 4. So ano yung mga advantages dito? Okay, so yung benefits, high quality optics with nice uniform light distribution without visible stripping or color artifacts for improved visual guidance. But so the most important features here, aside from benefits, we have ito yung napaka-important features for this lighting luminaire. This is a green parking system, increases energy efficiency by automatic dimming. So, yung lighting po natin dito sa car park, pag walang tao, automatic magdidim siya. So, we can set to 1% o depende yun sa programming kung ilang percent. No? Kung walang tao, so automatic magdidim siya with certain percentage. So, meaning this is energy efficient lighting. Okay? So kasi mayroon siyang sensor. Kung walang tao, so mag-adjust. Kung may tao, back to 100%. Okay? Then the lifetime up to 100,000 hours, ensuring a longer service life. Okay, so this is our output of our project. So hindi po kami basta-basta hindi kasi in reality yung gumagawa ng mga lighting design yung mga architect or mga interior designer. So we are electrical engineers, tayo yun may alam. So we need to overpower with these other trades. Kaya nga sa mga project ko, we have to situate that we are doing the right thing. So kung ano yung standard, we have to present to the client. So this is the standard. So we had a meeting with one of my client. Sabi niya, ang daming ilaw. So dinamihan mo kasi para marami kang malaki yung kita mo. Hindi, this is based on the standard. Okay? This is a car park in a hotel car park. Okay? And this is also one of our project. This is a supermarket. So actually, originally, it was designed a designer from Cebu, but kailangan nila ng illumination design. So we conducted this illumination design. Next. Okay. So ito yung the most important is if you are doing a legend, so kasi kung tingnan mo yung ibang plano, yung legend nakalagay diyan sa legend bilog lang, nakalagay lang diyan 1 by 18 watts LED lamp. So hindi klaro, no? Dapat you need to specify. Dapat may reference. No? You need to specify kung ano yung specification dun sa catalog, dapat yun ang ilalagay mo dyan sa legend. Okay? So for example, this one, this lighting luminaire, 6 lights, 2 by 28 suspended fluorescent luminaire, T16 parallel, PC Octal. So dapat kopyahin mo na lang doon sa sa lighting catalog para klaro kung if you're not the contractor, kung iba yung contractor, alam na nila kung saan sila kukuha ng supplier. Okay? And the most important is the color temperature. Dapat i-mention mo dyan. Color temperature. If that for example, this one, this is 4,000 Kelvin. Okay? And dapat, especially sa mga ceiling space, alam mo yung ceiling height or ceiling space between the ceiling and the slab. Kasi minsan, yung ginamit mo na ilaw, hindi pala kasi doon sa ceiling. So, magkaroon talaga ng problema. So, I had experience before, meron accent lighting, ginamit ko ito. Kasi maganda, accent lighting, isang bulletin board. I use accent lighting, ito maganda. So, pagkatapos, hindi ko tinignan yung dimension ng lighting. In actual, pagkatapos, tinignan ko, napakalaki pala to. So, hindi pala tama yung ginawa ko. So, kasi hindi tinignan yung mga dimension. Okay. The lighting control techniques. We have here, for example here, ito yung sinasabi ko kanina, gumagamit ako ng ng Milo light here, no? Then we have a pendant light. Meron tayong mga motion sensor here, no? Sa lobby, sa hallway. Inside, we have a lighting control. So lighting control dito sa conference room. Touchscreen na naka interface with the BMS system. So sa conference room, meron tayong mga, I'll show to you later, no? Yung diagram. So okay, so this is a single line diagram of Philips Tenalite lighting control. So ito yung ginamit ko, no? So ito ay isang relay, meron siyang control, meron siyang ilan po yung control nito? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. So 8 channel. So 8 channel control po niya. So direct to the circuit. So tingnan mo, this is a motion sensor, this is the switch. Okay. So kung tingnan mo dito, example, this is the Department of Justice. Ako po yung nag-design. So this is the legend. Kung tingnan nyo, tingnan mo, bakit napakaraming ilaw ito? So this is based on the boardroom. This is 320 lux. So yung target po natin, tama. So meron kaming lighting control panel. Naka-program kung if there's a presentation, you can press the switch presentation, then automatically this is the lights na hindi link dun sa hindi para sa presentation, automatic switch off. Then it is also connected to this lighting control panel. This is connected also to the overhead projector, connected to kung may blinds dito, connected na po siya dyan. Connected na sa mga audiovisual. Okay? So this is another project. So now how to do the lighting control methodology. So ito yung ginawa ko, no, for this project. So sa A, for open plan lighting zones, so sa open, for example, open space, dito yung mga workstation, open space. For business hours, lighting shall be timer controlled. Okay? All lights shall be turned on at the predetermined time to be advised by the client. So all lights shall be turned off at the predetermined time to be advised by the client. The override shall be located at the main switch panel. So kailangan may override switch. So naka-time clock control lahat ito, yung sa open plan lighting zones. So nakaset sa kuan if during business hours 8 to 5, then after sample 5:30 automatic shut off. Okay. Shut off aside, no? Hindi kasama yung tinatawag natin na security lighting. Yung security lighting, mayroon ako nakita plano dito na security lighting, ibig sabihin mayroon tayong mga designated na mga ilaw for security lighting. So halimbawa, ilang ilaw lang sa hallway yung pailawin natin. So that is we consider a security lighting. So that is after hours. Then we have perimeter zones. This is an after hours lighting shall be timer controlled. All lights shall be turned off. So yung sinasabi ko kanina, after hours, dapat meron tang after hours lighting circuit. Okay? Para automatic yung after hours mag-switch on after the predetermined time advised by the client para yung security guard hindi na kailangan to turn off the switch of all the lighting inside the building. Okay? Then we have for the individual offices, meeting and conference rooms, the light shall be controlled as follows. Occupancy sensors, meaning motion sensor, shall switch light on. Occupancy sensor shall be switch lights off when? Okay, when? No movement in sense for the period of 20 minutes. So kung walang tao, within 20 minutes, automatic switch off. So the switch panel is for individual, control, and manual override. So kung sira yung motion sensor, you can override the switch through manual operation. Then wiring should be series switches to be left in on position to enable PIR or the motion sensor operation. Okay, next. So this is I mentioned a while ago. This is one of our project. This is one of our project is National Australian Bank. So ito yung dinidesign ko. Lights, air conditioning, motorized. So connected po siya, no? With the aircon and the motorized projector. Okay, so this is another here using CBAS schematic diagram. This is buong building controlled by the CBAS schematic control. So ito po yung mga relay. Yung relay pwede siya on and off, pwede dimming control. Okay? And as I mentioned, it can be interfaced with the building management system. So pinakita ko lang yung ginawa ko dati, yung nag-design po kami using kasi this is the requirement in inside the building to have a lighting control technology. So mostly they are in Australia, they are using CBAS by standard or Dynalight. Okay? Now, ito yun, no? Pinakita ko lang, no, na yung ibang country meron silang standard for emergency exit lighting, no? Sa atin, correct me if I'm wrong, ano lang, na-mention lang sa fire code na to put some emergency exit lighting, pero yung detailed design, wala po doon. So dito, meron tayong ano dyan, standard, emergency escape lighting and exit signs for buildings. Okay. Okay. So emergency lighting test switch. So ito yung ginagamit namin, no, sa high-rise building design namin dito sa Davao. Gumamit kami ng emergency lighting test switch. So every floor meron siyang emergency lighting test switch. So tingnan niyo yung diagram, meron siya circuit breaker connected, naka-connect yung emergency lighting testing facility. Okay? So naka-centralize mo to, no? Yung emergency exit light naka-centralize sa building. So it is backed up by a battery. Aside from a battery, it is backed up by a UPS system. Okay. Commercial projects. So ito yung mga project ko na nagawa. If you familiar with Costco, ako in Canberra, ako po yung nag-design ng car park lighting. So if you are familiar with National Australian Bank and St. George Bank, so we have Department of Employment and Department of Employment. We have Department of Justice. Ito yung mga familiar na mga building. We have Medicare of Australia. Then for the building services, I designed more than 100 within 3 years time. Then after 1 year, I work in industrial projects with another company. So I did the arc plus analysis, system protection, circuit study, voltage drop calculation, and conduct site inspection. Again, this is more than 100 industrial plant, mostly wholesale project. So I traveled across Australia using by plane or by a car. So nagkadak po tayo ng ARC Plus, yung totoong ARC Plus. So hindi lang yan lang ARC Plus na ang idea natin di lang from YouTube. So actual natin yan na experience doing the ARC Plus. We conducted an ARC Plus analysis. Sometimes actual nakaharap pa yung client. Okay. Okay, so in conclusion, lighting design guide is very important to be implemented in our different projects. It can be contribute to a big impact in saving energy through efficient lighting, improving our daily living by improving our task performance. So as I mentioned, sinabi ko kanina, tayo po ang may alam sa lighting design. So huwag natin ibigay sa iba. So kailangan natin na huwag natin hayaan yung ibang mga trades. Especially right now, mag-electronics, may mga electronics na yung lighting, baka kunin naman ng ECE. So yan ang problema. So we need to do something to level up. So dapat hindi natin kalimutan yung lighting design natin. Kasi meron electrical tayo, meron tayong background to do the lighting design. That's all. Thank you and good afternoon. Thank you. Thank you very much, Sir Juvenal. Thank you. Wait lang.
Thank you very much, Engineer Salikar, for that very informative lecture. And to give this Now to give this certificate of appreciation to Engineer Joseph Darren Claire S. Salikar in recognition of his valuable contribution as a resource speaker on the topic Efficient Lighting Design Guide during the 21st Virtual BICOL Regional Conference held on July 16 to 17, 2021, bearing the theme IIE at 2021, Transcending the Challenges of the New Normal by Embracing Resiliency and Complementarity, given on 17th day of July, 2021. Thank you very much, sir. Engineer Solikar, thank you very much. And by the way, if you have any questions, you can message him directly or in the chat. Thank you. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you very much, Sir Jovinal.
You're welcome. And now, for the final presentation of our 21st BICOL Regional Conference, we present to you the new electrical engineering law by the one and only Engineer Marlon F. Paron, who is a professional electrical engineer, a senior IIE member with 30 years of service. He is a former regional governor of Northern Mindanao and the Legislation and Legal Affairs Committee member. Please give Engineer Marlon a round of applause. Hello, good afternoon, Engineer Marlon. Thank you for the following exhibitors and sponsors. Landlight Philippines Corporation, Power Equipment and Supplies Incorporated, Innovation and Protection starts here. Emerald, PVC pipes, PVC fittings, PVC doors. King Himax Electronics Corporation, Pacific Power, Epitex, Clara and Epitex brand. CEC, Control Gear Electric Corporation, providing solutions. IMAX, Energy Solutions Corporation. CFAN, Shieldin Electric. Bob's Dodge, one-time investment, lifetime solutions. Harix Wires and Cables. Himmel, founded in Spain in 1958. And Huawei. Lolo. Then again, for the final presentation of our 21st BICOL Regional Conference, we present to you the new electrical engineering law by the one and only Engineer Marlon F. Paro, who is a professional electrical engineer, a senior IAE member with 30 years of service. He is a former regional governor of Northern Mindanao and the Legislation and Legal Affairs Committee member. Please give Engineer Marlon a round of applause.
Good afternoon. Hello, moderator.
Hello, sir.
Am I clear?
Yes, sir. Loud and clear.
Klaro na? Okay. I will share my screen now. Share ko na yung screen ko. Klaro na, Mr. Moderator?
Clear na po, sir. Kita.
Klaro na. Okay. Yes. Magandang hapon sa lahat ng mga kasama natin sa...
Good afternoon, sir.
Good afternoon, sir. Sir Marlon. KB po.
Yes, ma'am. Good afternoon.
Sir, change lang po natin yung sa virtual background to BICOL virtual background, sir.
Ay, ngayon lang ako sinabihan na mag-speaker katapos hindi ko alam yung kasi this is the first time na speaker ako na hindi ako binigyan ng link from the start of the seminar. Ever since naman na matanda na tayo dito sa Zoom na ito, first day of the seminar, may link na ako na ngayon, I was just informed 2 minutes ago na matuloy yung itong delivery ko ngayon. So I did not prepare for the background. Hindi nga ako binigyan ng link eh. Supposed to be, kahapon pa lang siguro ng umaga, bigyan ako ng background kung gusto niyo. I could not, do I have to change this now? It will take a few minutes. Wala nga akong link dito. So I think it doesn't matter kung ano yung background. It is on the what is to be delivered. Okay ba? Tuloy na lang tayo. Tuloy na lang tayo kasi ngayon lang ako nasabihan. Okay na?
Okay po sir, siguro po buwan na po.
Yeah, I was not given the background. Kasi ngayon lang ako, this is the first time. Ever since tayo sa lecture circuit tayo. Okay, this is the first time na ngayon lang ako na-inform. A few minutes ago, natuloy yung mag-lecture dito. Tapos, yung background ko was on the last convention. Anyway, ginamit ko man ito sa Central Luzon din na background last month. So,
that's okay, sir. That's okay. Let's go ahead, sir.
Yeah, I think it will not matter. Okay.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Let's go ahead.
So, sa mga kasama natin na mga REE, RMA at sa mga PE, magandang hapon sa lahat. I'm here to give to you the highlights of our proposed may pumapasok, sir. Sino yan? Can I go ahead now, sir? Sino yung moderator? Sorry, sir. Hindi ko alam yung mga pangalan nyo, sir. Kasi ngayon ko lang talaga alam na matuloy ito. Am I coming in clear, Mr. Moderator? Hello?
Yes, sir.
Am I coming in clear? Parang ang daming pumapasok.
You are clear.
Hello?
Loud and clear naman po, sir.
Klaro ba? Okay, okay. Good. So, once again, this is the proposed EE law, the latest version. So, a brief background of our association. Our association began was born in 1975. Nagsimula tayo sa merger ng Philippine Society of Electrical Engineers at saka yung PIEE, Philippine Institute of Electrical Engineers. So sa pagka-latest number natin ngayon, we are around 55,000 active members, and we were conferred already twice as the most outstanding PRC accredited professional organization. Sa mga bago pa dyan, yung hindi pa sinilang during the birth of RA 184, so it was the first electrical engineering law, numbered RA Republic Act 184, and it was enacted in 1947. Bagong-bago pa lang yung gera. So it lasted around 48 years, dalawang kalahating henerasyon na. Then it was replaced by RA 7920 in 1975. Medyo may improvement ito for over RA 184. So hanggang ngayon, until now, this is the one that we are using, and this is the one this is the law. This is our electrical engineering law. So there are strengths that were developed and stipulated in RA 7920, but there are also some weaknesses. So the weaknesses are not already responsive to ano yung kailangan natin as of the modern times. Ito yon. There emerged new demands calling for a culture of quality alongside with accountabilities and practices of responsible character. Itong summary. Number 1, the consciousness on quality standards of electrical materials and resources to fit into new creations. The consciousness to the quality of installation and construction methods. Number 3, the need for quality of electrical plans and designs. Next, the need for real teeth in the enforcement of electrical practice in the pursuit to public safety and preservation of properties. Next is the globalization of professional practice of the Filipino practitioners as demanded by international protocols. Ito yon, no? So these are some of the many that have put pressure to the need to revisit na kailangang i-improve natin or kailangan nasabi natin na outdated because there are so many weaknesses that we have to address to answer the present developments. So given these realities, the proposed new EE law seeks to be responsive, furthermore motivating, and more compelling to achieve growth in our profession. So we need a law that strengthens the value of the profession as a dignified institution by cultivating a professional practice that is honest, honorable, and of high integrity in the service to society and mankind. A law that seeks a profession of continuing growth in proficiency and competence by promoting a culture of quality and global competitiveness amongst electrical practitioners. A law that addresses the wide gap between the academic output with the realities in the industry as well as the pragmatisms inherent in modern practice. A law that advances a profession of high employability that is conducive to growth in work life in any local or international arena. A law that guarantees full respect to human safety and preservation of properties by driving a culture of responsibility, liability, and accountability in the practice of the profession. A law that promotes a profession of value and worth to the practitioners, to their employers, to the country, and internationally. A law that ensures the achievement of the fundamental intent of licensed professionals. So ito yon, House Bill number 6314 or the Senate Bill 1210 seeks to introduce into the EE law several new substances as follows. Ito lang yon. Ito yung mga highlights. Number 1, a declaration of policy. Itong RA 7920 ngayon, wala tayong declaration of property as part of the law. Ngayon, sa bill natin na bago, meron tayong sinasabi doon. The state recognizes the importance of electrical engineering, electrical practitioners in nation building. And towards this end, the state fosters, develops, and nurtures a pool of proficient and quality electrical engineering practitioners whose standards of practice shall be outstanding, honorable, and globally competitive. The state shall provide rational regulatory measures that are responsive to the growing needs of the electrical engineering profession, considering the advances in technology and globalization. Nandito yung mga ano ang dream ng whole country. Ano ang dapat mangyayari at ano ang dapat qualification ng mga practitioner. So that's why we have included this in the proposed law. So we have a wider definition of terms as used as reference in regulating the electrical practice of electrical profession. Ngayon, in RA 7920, we have 15 terms defined. Sa bago natin, we have around 59 sa proposed law natin. And ito yung mga terms na ito. These are specifically defined in the provisions, yung sections na sinasabi dito based on what we have submitted, the latest version. There are 59. So i-run down ko lang ito katapos anyway, I will give you the link later on, the last portion on how to get the full version of the law as filed in Congress. So the next of the highlights is we have more substantive provisions for the practice, for the field of practice of responsible character of electrical practitioners. Then we have this one, consultancy services. Excuse me for a while. Dagdag, baba na ang battery. So we have the scope of practice. Number one is the consultancy services. It's in section B1. Then we have the professional design services, management, supervision, and or taking charge of electrical construction of projects, operation, maintenance of electrical systems and processes, manufacture, fabrication, and repair of electrical equipment, sale, supply, and distribution of electrical equipment and components. Fourth is the teaching of electrical engineering subjects in colleges and universities. Next is employment in government offices as electrical engineers. So when we speak about responsible character, the provisions on the fields of practice are enhanced with civil accountability. Ito ang importante, civil accountability as follows. A professional electrical engineer, PE, who authored the plans and designs as electrical system designer on record. Ito ang isang bago, this electrical system designer on record with the OBO, the Office of the Building Official shall have full civil liability over the plans, designs, specifications, and contract documents bearing his signature and seal for a period of 15 years. A PEE or a registered EE, a registered electrical engineer who is directly responsible in the supervision of an electrical construction in compliance of the plans and designs on record of the Office of the Building Official shall have full civil liability over the quality workmanship of the installation process for a period of 15 years. So, hindi na pwede yung suwa-suwa na trabaho na pwede na. Dapat according to what is designed. Moreover, the proposed law requires the faithful compliance of the electrical code and Philippine recognized international standards for design, so system design and installation methods and processes. Fourth is the clearer mandate on who are authorized to practice electrical technology and electrical engineering profession. A more purposive characterization on who are authorized to practice electrical engineering is better defined. Note that the passing of board examinations, registration in the PRC as professionals, and taking the professional oath are not enough. In the proposed law, the professional is not allowed to practice unless his professional ID is valid. Meaning to say, dapat renewed palagi ang ID natin. So he may have the license for a lifetime, but without this valid identification, his practice would be a violation. Merong specific provision yan, sections 3D. The authorized electrical engineering practitioner refers to a person professionally and academically qualified, registered, and licensed to practice in any grade of electrical engineering as defined in this Act, with a certificate of registration by the Professional Regulatory Board of Electrical Engineering, and a valid professional identification card issued by the Commission as Professional Electrical Engineer, Registered Electrical Engineer, or Registered Master Electrician. Number 5, a clear mandate on who are authorized to teach electrical engineering courses in colleges and universities. Ito yun. Teaching electrical engineering is one scope of practice of electrical engineering since history, since RA 184. So teaching without the authority to practice electrical engineering as defined in this proposed law would be a violation. Meron kasi dyan nagtuturo na ng electrical engineering, walang lisensya. Kung merong lisensya man, expired. Okay? So in this proposed law, the minimum requirements for the field of practice of teaching electrical engineering are as follows. For basic electrical engineering subjects and allied sciences, REE or PEE. For professional electrical engineering subjects, PEE or REE with a masteral or doctorate degree related to electrical engineering. For basic electrical technology subjects, pwede na ang RME. Number 6, the much improved employability amongst licensed electrical practitioners as embodied in the provision for minimum complement of licensed practitioners in power plants, industrial plants, transmission and distribution systems, and commercial complexes. Actually, ito yung pinakamalaking provision natin, pinaka-importanting provision of our new proposed law. A wider and more comprehensive field and coverage of the practice of the profession, introducing the concept of KBA capacities as measurable reference for the minimum requirements of complement of licensed personnel is one of the highlights of this proposed law. Maya we will discuss the specifics of this one. Bakit capacities KBA na? Reference natin KBA. So note that the reference to KBA or MBA capacities vis-a-vis requirements of complement of personnel is not covered by both RA 184 and RA 7920. Also note that in RA 7920, the REE is allowed to practice the full scope of the profession without limits as to voltage and capacity, including designing. Isa lang ang nawala, yung ceiling. This means that regardless of how small or how enormous or complex the power plant or the grid or the industrial or commercial complex is, RA 7920 only requires one REE per shift. So in several instances of reality, this provision is physically and technically illogical or impractical. But sadly, according to the law, according to RA 7920, this is compliant. That's why in this proposed law, the concept of KBA capacities as measurable reference vis-a-vis the field and coverage of resident, manning, complement of electrical practitioners inside the industry, utility, grid, commercial complexes, and other establishments is one of the major features of this proposed law. By capacity of industrial plant, commercial establishment, or process work or project, this refers to the rated capacity in KBA or MBA of electrical works or projects or industrial or commercial establishments for the purpose of this act shall be the total KBA or total MBA rating of all generators and transformers wherein which all are installed to make available the capability to provide certain amount of power for use as electric supply equipment in such works, projects, or plants or establishments, whether in operation or not, and without regard to the connected loads requiring power from power sources. Extensive focus on the minimum personnel requirements has been broadened in more specific terms to include that of the registered master electricians. This complement of authorized electrical practitioners will not only help ensure public safety and preservation of lives and properties inside public or private establishments, but also enhances this and strengthens the employability and dignity of the profession. So dito pa lang makikita mo na compared to the other laws, specific ang ano ang role ni RMA sa mga establishments. Ito na yon for starter. Ito na yung this is the talagang pinaka-importanting section ng proposal natin. At dito makikita ninyo kung yung existing natin ng practitioners kakasya ba once this proposed law will come into law talaga. Once this proposal will be will pass into law. So sa simula, we have industrial and commercial complexes sa maliit na capacities of 150 kVA up to 300 kVA. One resident master electrician as authorized electrical practitioners responsible and civilly liable as to the integrity and safety of the electrical system to include any changes, alteration, addition, subtraction of any parts of the electrical system thereof. Provided that every factory, building, or commercial complex in this category operating in more than one shift in every 24 hours shall have the minimum personnel of 1 RMA per shift. Hindi yung practice natin ngayon buong Pilipinas na si RMA halos wala nang tulog kasi he has to take charge including yung sa gabi. So dito, hindi na pwede. Dapat may ka-shifting. For 300 kVA up to 750 kVA, one resident master electrician as authorized electrical practitioner responsible and civilly liable as to the integrity and safety of the electrical system to include any changes, alteration, addition, subtraction of any parts of the electrical system thereof. Provided that every factory, building, or complex, or commercial complex in this category operating in more than one shift in every 24 hours shall have a minimum personnel herein as required. Ito yon kung talagang magsishifting ka. Meron kang one resident RMA per shift and one resident RMA or one resident REE as head. So ito yung boss, meron siyang head. Then kung example, tatlong shift kayo, so you have tatlong RMA katapos supervising them will be either an RMA na medyo mataas or maraming taon na yung experience or an REE also experience. Next is for the 750 kV up to 5 MVA, industrial and commercial complexes. Ito yon. 2 resident RME and may and kasamang and 1 REE or 1 PE. So katandem na sila. Meron din provision tayo na kung merong shifting in the every 24 hours, meron din ito yung manpower complement. 2 RMA per shift and 1 REE or 1 resident PE as in charge. So ang mangyari dito, meron tayong kung shifting, example, kung tatlong shift sa isang every 24 hours, 8 hours, so you have 6 na RMA, then meron kang isang resident REE or isang PE as the head or the manager. For 5 MVA up to 20 MVA, industrial and commercial complexes. So, tatlong RMA and 1 resident REE and 1 resident PE. So buong buong complement. PE isang REE, then tatlong RME. May provision din tayo for shifting, for a shifting more than 24 hours may shifting. So ito yon. Tatlong RME and 1 REE per shift. And 1 resident REE in charge as managing a resident PEE as in charge of the installation, parang manager. So kung example, meron kang tatlong shift, itong mangyari, times 3 itong RME and times 3 itong REE per shift. For 20 MVA up to 60 MVA, industrial and commercial complexes, 4 RME and 2 REE and 1 PEE. So, dumadami. Provision din tayo na kung may shifting in every 24 hours, ito yung minimum personnel required. Sorry yung 3, pero 4 ito. 4 RME and 2 REE per shift. And 1 resident PE as the head or as the manager kung shifting na. Kung walang shifting, ito lang ang mangyayari dito lang sa taas. So for above 60 MBA for industrial and commercial complexes, ito na yung manpower complement. Dapat 5 RME and 3 REE and 1 PEE. Kung shifting, kung may shifting, ito yon. 5 RME and 3 REE per shift. And 1 resident PE as in charge as managing electrical engineer. For power plants up to 20 MVA, operating more than 1 shift, 1 RME and 1 REE per shift as resident complement. Then add 1 PEE in charge as managing electrical engineer. For power plants operating 20 MVA up to 60 MVA, you have 2 RME and 1 REE per shift and 1 PEE in charge as managing electrical engineer. For power plants operating more than 1 shift from 60 MVA up to 200 MVA, we have 4 RME and 2 REE and 1 PEE as head, as shift head. No? Matapos, meron pang isang 1 resident PEE in charge as head or manager. Whose scope of responsibility includes overall operation and maintenance. For power plants above 20 MVA, ito ang manpower complement required. 6 RME and 3 REE and 1 PEE as shift head and 1 resident PE in charge as managing electrical engineer, whose scope of responsibility includes overall operation and maintenance. For substations, power substations of grid and distribution utilities. For single clusters of man substations of grid or distribution utilities up to 75 MVA in specific inclusive area or location, itong manpower complement. 1 RME and 1 REE per shift as resident complement, and 1 resident PE in charge as managing electrical engineer. For power substations of grid and DO, you have from above 75 up to 200 MVA, 2 RME and 1 REE per shift, and 1 resident PE as in charge as managing electrical engineer. For above 200 MVA, ito ang kailangan. Marami-rami na. 3 RME and 2 REE per shift and 1 PEE as head of the shift. And meron pang isa, yung overall in charge. Bali, kung 3 shifting or 2 shifting, siya yung manager or siya yung head. 1 resident PE in charge as managing electrical engineer. For grid system operation, regardless of the size and complexity of grid system operations, all resident authorized electrical practitioners in this category shall have a minimum requirement of at least registered electrical engineers or professional electrical engineers during shift operations, and 1 professional electrical engineer as head or managing electrical engineer for every department, division, or section as the case may be. Further, that grid system operation shall have operational control over unmanned automated substations of all types and sizes under its control. Furthermore, that additional qualified personnel shall be employed to ensure safe operation and safeguard public welfare commensurate to the size and complexity of operation. For the DUs, regardless of the size and complexity of distribution system operations, all resident electrical practitioners in this category shall have a minimum requirement of at least registered electrical engineers or professional electrical engineers during shift operations, and one professional electrical engineer as head or managing electrical engineer for every department, division, or section as the case may be. Further, that distribution system operation shall have operational control over unmanned automated substations of all types and sizes under its control. Further, that additional qualified personnel shall be employed to ensure safe operation as safeguard safe public welfare commensurate to the size and complexity of operation. For projects, electrical construction works or projects. For electrical works or projects under construction, the installation, erection, wiring in an electric system in residential, institutional, commercial, and industrial buildings, power plants, substations, shipbuilding, and other electrical projects from 150 kVA up to 750 kVA. One RMA as electrician in charge, and one REA as project in charge, and one PE as project manager or consultant. For those projects and electrical construction works, 750 kVA up to 5 MVA, you have 2 RME as electricians in charge, and 1 REE as project in charge, and 1 PE as project manager or consultant. For over 5 MVA capacity for projects and electrical construction works, 3 RME as electricians in charge, and 2 REE, hindi yan 1, RE, and 2 REE as project in charge, and 1 PEE as project manager, at meron pang isang PEE as consultant. For electrical equipment manufacturing plant, the minimum personnel requirement for this type of plant shall be covered under Section 35. Provided, however, that full-time professional electrical engineers shall be mandatory for the designing section. Yung may mga designing section, so overseeing, supervising, and ensuring over the design of special equipment as transformers, motors, switch gears, switchboards, control gears, motor control centers, power panels, and panel boards, and the like. So for watercrafts and electric locomotives, watercrafts or electric locomotives operating with installed generating capacity up to the maximum size and voltage available for this unit shall have the following complement of authorized electrical engineering practitioners. Up to 750 kVA with voltages not exceeding 600 volts, 1 RME or 1 REE. For 750 kVA up to 5 MVA, watercrafts and electric locomotives, 1 RME and 1 REE or isang PEE. For those electric locomotives and watercrafts above 5 MVA, dapat merong 2 RME and 1 REE and 1 PEE as head or the managing engineer. So Section 43, this is minimum personnel required. Other provisions for complement of electrical practitioners. Provided, however, that in all the aforementioned cases, to include the case of clusters of buildings or factories or facilities, grid or DO substations or switching stations, where physical presence and supervision of the minimum personnel required is impossible for reasons of geography, distance, or density of electrical equipment, additional qualified personnel shall be employed to ensure safe operation and maintenance of the electrical system and to safeguard public welfare, lives, and properties. The other provisions for complement of electrical practitioners. In Section 43B, provided further that in the case of operation, maintenance, or construction projects, a registered master electrician can technically supervise the activities of fellow registered master electricians or non-licensed personnel, but assumes the full responsibilities and accountabilities as to the scope and limitations mandated in this act. This will clarify the existing, yung bang practice natin na merong magreklamo na bakit RMA ka lang katapos RMA din yung isa-supervise. So we included this in the provisions specifically para wala ng gulo. So sino yung mahaba ng experience na RMA, pwede siya mag-supervise ng mga RMA at saka yun ng license. Pero siya yung kargado lahat, all full responsibilities and accountabilities. Same is true with the REE. A registered electrical engineer can technically supervise fellow REEs, RMAs, or non-licensed personnel but assumes the full responsibilities. So klarong-klaro na dito na pwede kang mag-supervise ng pareho mong license. Although sa'yo yun ang full responsibility and accountabilities. Also, a PEE can technically supervise fellow PEE, RMAs, and non-licensed personnel but assumes the full responsibilities and accountabilities. Other provisions for complement is specified in Section 43. This section shall not apply to an installation which has a connected capacity of less than 100 kVA and employs voltages not more than 250 volts, and for installations that do not require resident personnel for their safe operation, provided that for every changes, alteration, revision, addition, and as-built plans of any parts of the electrical system, the plans and designs shall bear the signature and seal of an authorized professional electrical engineer. Provided further that a yearly assessment will be conducted and certified to be in safe operating condition by the professional electrical engineer or REE or RME. So meron pa rin tayong pagkakitaan, although hindi ito covered ng may manpower complement, but there is an annual inspection na dapat mag-certify yung mga practitioners, yung registered practitioners. Also, the provision for foreigners, for foreign practitioners authorized to practice in the country. More provisions for the practice of foreign professionals, especially for project consultants and or installers involved in the technology transfer and the mutual internalization accords. New provision for provisions relative to the practice of electrical engineering. There are new provisions for provisions relative to the practice of electrical engineering involving others. More substance in the licensure examinations to ensure a pool of quality licensed electrical professionals. Note that the notes on the role of licensure examinations is supposed to screen candidate professionals for quality output. Thus, the examination shall not only cover theories but also technical applications of the profession. The reality is that whatever is the fabric of the board exams, the preparation of the schools and learning centers follows. In fact, the nature of the board exam will also trigger change in the curriculums of more relevance. Note on the improvements on the qualifications of would-be licensee professionals. This way, it can help bridge the gap between the academe and the industry. This will also make the young engineers worthy of their licenses and be near to the industry to be internationally ready. Note also that the licensure exams in this proposed new law had considered the effects of the K-12 program. Ganon pa rin, meron tayo mga grades, ganon pa rin, meron tayong PEE, may REE at saka RME. Ito pa rin ang grades natin. Then qualifications and scope of exams for each grade, and dito specified in the different sections. The position, ito yung number 15 na highlight, the imposition of penal provisions to violators of this law to include violations by the impostors of the professions. Ito yun, ano yung mga penal provisions na dapat titingnan at dapat i-implement once this law will be passed. Any person, whether private or public, Filipino or foreigner, who shall violate any of the provisions of this act shall be guilty of misdemeanor and shall, upon conviction, be sentenced to a fine of not less than 10,000 pesos nor more than 50,000 pesos or imprisonment for a period not less than 6 months nor more than 5 years, or both, at the discretion of the court. Penalties for violation by persons in the roster of licensed electrical engineers of the Commission who shall violate any of the provisions of this act shall be guilty of misdemeanor and shall, upon conviction, be removed from the registry, his license revoked, and shall be sentenced to a fine of not less than 10,000 pesos nor more than 50,000 pesos, or imprisonment for a period of not less than 6 months nor more than 5 years, or both, at the discretion of the court. Ito yung penalties for provisions of sections 35, 36, 37, 38, 39, 40, 41, 42, and 43. Ito yung sinasabi natin kanina, yung mga manpower complement by heads of government agencies or officers of private entities and institutions. As any head of government agency or officers of a private firm institution who violate section 36, 37, 38, 39, 40, 41, 42, and 43 of this act shall be punished by imprisonment of not less than 6 months and 1 day to not more than 6 years, or a fine of not less than 50,000 pesos to not more than 500,000 pesos, or both, at the discretion of the court. Gross, deliberate, and repetitive violation of this act or its rules and regulations by entities, government offices or agencies, private companies or establishments or operators, the Commission, through the Board of Electrical Engineering, shall impose a maximum fine of not more than 500,000 pesos annually until such time that the act have been complied with. Further, that for purposes of the application of fines, the BEE shall prepare a system of penalties based on the violator's ability to pay, degree of willfulness, degree of negligence, history of non-compliance, and degree of recalcitrance, provided further that in the case of negligence with mitigating circumstances, the first-time offender, to the discretion of the board, may only be imposed a stern warning. So, ano yung benefits na makuha sa proposed new electrical engineering law? It will generate more jobs and more meaningful opportunities amongst electrical practitioners. It will strengthen the assurance of public safety and industry and the preservation of lives and properties. It will enhance the quality of Filipino electrical practitioners to international standards. It will promote the culture of responsible practice, honesty, and accountability. It will address the gap between the academe and the industry and will produce better graduates for licensure examinations. It will create a pool of proficient and quality electrical engineering practitioners whose standards of practice shall be outstanding, honorable, and globally competitive. It will promote the value of the profession that are responsive to continuing growth in competence. So paano na tayo? Saan na tayo? Ito yung medyo konting history sa na-file natin sa Congress. It's B 5826. This was filed by Congressman Ed Masongsong and Peter Onabia and Ray O'Malley during the 16th Congress. Ako po ang nag-file dito at ako ang nag-represent sa IIEE when I faced Congress to file this act, yung HB 58, yung proposed the act, yung proposed bill. This was there was a counterpart bill in the Senate during this time, sponsored by Senator Paulo Benigno Aquino IV. In 2016, yung LELAC, upon direction of the board, filed in the both houses in the 17th Congress. Ito yun. HB 1622. This was sponsored by Congressman Michael De Vera, filed in July 18, 2016. Then we have the counterpart also in the Senate, Senate Bill 1127. Same was sponsored by Senator Paulo Aquino IV. Ngayon, 2020, last year, with the continuing consultation, kasi nga meron tayong, although in the first proposal, as you can remember, we conducted roadshow and consultation during our regional conferences, face-to-face pa tayo, and we got some inputs from different groups. First was with the RME, yung mayroon tayo noon na license line electrician and licensed industrial electrician. Pinalitan natin kasi ayaw nila, at saka there will be effect on the international employment na dapat RME lang. So nandiyon na ibalik. Then we have also consultation. So ngayon, last year we filed on the direction of the board. We have HB 6314. Ito na rin, the same title, and this is sponsored by Congressman Baronda. We filed this last year before the pandemic, February 18, 2020. Ito ngayon, present Congress, 18th Congress. Then, ang counterpart natin na bill in the Senate is Senate Bill 1210, an act strengthening the practice of electrical engineering. Pareho pa rin. And this is sponsored by Senator Ping Lacson. Nauna itong na-file natin. This was filed in September 27, 2019. So, ito yun. We say that we need a law that ensures the achievement of the fundamental intent of licensing professionals. And why do governments impose licensing to individuals in the practice of their trade, skill, or profession? Kasi nga, yung driver, pilots, watercraft officers, nurses, midwives, doctors, lahat meron siyang lisensya. Bakit? When lives, properties, and public safety are at stake resulting from acts of an individual in the performance of his trade, we need a purposive licensing of responsible professionals who are allowed and permitted by law to perform as such. So, sino yung gustong you copy this one? Ito yung link natin. The full version of the proposed law can be found in this link. Mga kasama, kopyahin na ito kasi sa past conferences nga, merong natatanong. So ito yon. Kung gusto niyo talagang basahin buo, kasi nga yung binigay ko are all the highlights, then you can download the full version of our proposal. At saka, Mr. Moderator, I'm now willing to accept questions. Kaya lang yung mag-question dapat full name, at saka anong chapter, at saka anong license. Kasi in the past conferences, marami tayong nag-post ng questions na anonymous dito sa chat group, sa question and answer, question portion. So ayaw ko yung tanggapin yung mga anonymous, hindi natin kilala yan. Kaya nga sa face-to-face natin during our past general conferences sa face-to-face, dapat magsabi sino yung nagtanong, full name, anong chapter, saka anong lisensya. Okay, so that's the end of my presentation, Mr. Moderator, I'm now willing to accept questions kung may oras pa tayo. Thank you, everybody.
So for those who have questions, you can ask Engineer Marlon Parrot directly, or you can type it into chat box. Thank you.
Meron dito Q&A portion. Mga kasama, meron ditong Q&A. So pwede dito or sa chat. We will open. Wala yata, sir. So kung wala, maraming salamat sa lahat. Kung wala ng question.
And so, since there are no questions given, I would like to give this certificate of appreciation to Engineer Marlon F. Parrot in recognition of his valuable contribution as a research speaker on the topic New Electrical Engineering Law during the 21st Virtual BICOL Regional Conference held on July 16 to 17, 2021, bearing the theme IIE at 2021, Transcending the Challenges in the New Normal by Embracing Resiliency and Complementarity, given on the 17th day of July, 2021. Thank you very much, sir. Please give him a round of applause.
Maraming salamat.
And now, good evening, folks. This is Jovenel Cibarra Jr., your Master of Ceremony, and I welcome you all to the closing ceremonies of the 21st IIE BICOL Regional Conference with the team. With the team Transcending the Challenges in the New Normal by Embracing Resiliency and Complementarity. To get the ball rolling, let us welcome our keynote speaker, none other than the first president of the prestigious institution, Sorsogon State University. He is also a registered guidance counselor and has a doctorate degree of education. Heads up for Dr. Helen R. Lara with her virtual message. Please give her a round of applause.
Good afternoon, everyone. Thank you for inviting me to this 21st IIEE BICOL Regional Conference. Let me begin with acknowledging Engineer Joselito S. Orticio, your IIEE Regional Governor, your Chapter President Pedro L. Labayo, Chapter Advisor Engineer Amando D. Lanusa, Board of Directors, chapter officers, and members of the Institute of Integrated Electrical Engineers of the Philippines Incorporated, Sorsogon Chapter. My warm greetings and congratulations for hosting this significant activity. It is both an honor and privilege to be part of this esteemed organization of electrical practitioners in the province of Sorsogon. In this world of advanced technology, you are one of the most important professionals and highly skilled individuals in the world. I commend you all for your wonderful contribution to our society. Without your profession, I can't imagine how these equipment are all working. You are an important link in the advancement of technology. The world is in dilemma because of this pandemic. However, it should not be a reason for us to stop whatever challenges we have in our line of work. While we have this odd experience on the health concern of individuals, it poses great demands on the kind of work that electrical practitioners have in this pandemic. Your profession is very much in demand as we embrace the world of technology. It is definitive that we should be dynamic to be able to survive the changing world. As to how can we transcend the challenges in the new normal poses a question on how resilient are we in our line of profession. I believe Filipino electrical practitioners are more than resilient than any nationalities in the world. Because despite the lack of modern tools and equipment, you can do the job effectively. However deficient, Filipinos are very articulate in their own fields. Thus, given the opportunity to be exposed in first world countries with all the modern and advanced technology, they will excel and will gain recognition internationally. In every field of profession, I suppose, and I know you will agree with me, Filipinos are very resilient individuals. Electrical practitioners do not just perform their jobs for the sake of work. Knowing how dangerous your jobs are, resiliency must be paired with the right attitude, interest, and most importantly, the knowledge of the theory of electricity. Because if not, it's either you live or die. One has to imbibe the challenges of the profession if you want to remain in the field. Technology is ever-changing. Every second, new discoveries are felt by the people. Therefore, every electrical practitioner has to learn how they should complement with the new discoveries at hand. New information has to be learned. This is to give you opportunities and update you of the varied electrical laws you could adapt in your work. Your constant exposure to similar events helps improve your ability to avoid risks in your line of work. With these insights I have shared to you, I hope I was able to shed a little light on your theme as we move forward to this kind of situation. It is no doubt you're a great contributor to our society, especially now that everything is dependent on electricity. Let me congratulate the organizers of this virtual activity for gathering electrical practitioners and update them of the much needed information from your pool of experts. Congratulations and Diyos mabalos.
Thank you very much, Ma'am Lara, for that very inspiring speech. And now to give the certificate of appreciation to Dr. Helen R. Lara in recognition for her valuable contribution as the keynote speaker during the 21st Virtual BICOL Regional Conference held on July 16 to 17, 2021, bearing the theme IIE at 2021 Transcending the Challenges in the New Normal by Embracing Resiliency and Complementarity, given on the 17th day of July 2021. Please give her a round of applause. And to give recognition to the people behind the success of the 21st IIE BICOL Regional Conference, may we call our Sorsogon Chapter President, Pedro L. Abayo, for his recognition address.
Magandang gabi sa inyong lahat. To the national staff and officers, I would like to express my profound gratitude and heartfelt thanks to the following persons. To the IIE Sorsogon Chapter Officers 2021. Hindi ko na babanggitin yung mga pangalan. Baka tumagal pa tayo. And to our Regional Governor, Engineer Joselito S. Orticio. Likewise to our Chapter Advisor, Engineer Amando D. Lanuza, our former Regional Governor. I wish also to mention the IIE BICOL Chapter Presidents and Officers for their financial and moral support. The Legazpi Albay Chapter, Engineer Edgar Aragon. The Camsor Chapter, Engineer Javin Evangelista. Iriga Rinconada Chapter, Engineer April P. Picular. From Norte Chapter, Engineer Norman Pablo. Catanduanes Chapter, Engineer Sami Barba. And of course, from the national officers, committees and stocks who assisted us so much. Miss Alma Larce, si Ma'am Miss Ann Guillen, si Ma'am Yela Miraran, Sir John Oliver Palad, Sir Sylvester John Gregorio, from Miss Jenny Arada, and Engineer Esperanza Chi Cullado, also si Ma'am Kevin Llamas, and of course, the head of the National Secretariat team, Engineer Lyndon Bagi, and many others. Maraming salamat po sa inyo lahat. And also thanks to our honorable guest, Engineer Alan Anthony P. Alvarez, the IIE National President, for his moral support and encouragement. To our guest speaker, keynote speakers, Honorable Escaramor and Dr. Helen R. Laron. Also to all the technical speakers who participated in this event and shared with us their expertise. To all the technical sponsors who supported us morally and financially. And last but not the least, to all the delegates from different IIE chapters in different regions. During this time of pandemic phenomenon, if without you people, maybe we could not imagine what have been right now. Kung wala kayo, wala din kami dito. Kung hindi sa inyo, hindi mangyayari ang lahat ng ito. Maraming salamat po. Pagpalain sa tayong lahat. Mabuhay ang IIEE.
Thank you very much, Mr. Labayo, for recognizing the hard work and efforts of the people behind the success of the regional conference. As said to some quotes, this event is not the end, but the start of the new chapter. A new chapter with fresh knowledge, indeed. Indeed, IIE binded us together in this success. Finally, for the official closing of 21st IIE BICOL Regional Conference, let's call our man of the hour, our very own BICOL Regional Governor, Engineer Joselito S. Orticio. Please give him a round of applause.
Again, okay na, naririnig ako. Good evening. Again, thank you very much sa inyong lahat behind the success of this 21st BICOL Regional Conference. Hindi ko na i-mention ang mga pangalan nyo, but lahat kayo sa part of this endeavor and success of this BRC. Thank you all. And above all, to the also to the president of the Sorsogon State University na in-accommodate kami dito sa Sorsogon State University to be our station. And above all, to Almighty God, who is the source of everything, our power. So, without further ado, by the power vested in me, by the Constitution and bylaws of the Institute of Integrated Electrical Engineer, as the Governor of the BICOL region, I hereby declare, officially declare that the 21st BICOL Regional Conference is officially closed.
Alongside the organizers and officers, key to our teams for making this event a success. This again, Jovenel Sibara Jr., the Master of Ceremony, is hereby signing off. Thank you, everyone.
My idol. Dito pa rin kami sa National Office. Idol. Good. Lahat po kayo, idol. Marvelous Monday. The best behind the success of this 21st Regional Conference. Alam ko po kayo nandyan sa likodan yan, national officers and the secretariat as well as the delegates and sponsors. Sir Diaz, kumusta na health mo?
Ay, okay. Magandang hapon sa inyo. In behalf of the Council of National President, as chairman, binabati ko ang matagumpay niyong konferensya. Magandang
thank
hapon.
you, sir. Sir, thank you very much. Sa susunod na po. Sir Rod, Sir Alan, Sir Herrera, Sir isa. Malabo ng mata ko. Sa lamig
Yes,
ko.
thank you very much for inviting me.
Mahina yata yung mata mo.
Oo nga.
Bye-bye.
Ayan na.
Ayan.
Ayan, malinaw na.
Kita mo na kami.
Si Padre Alwin, nandiyan ba? Si Sir Florigo, Sir Alwin.
Yes, bye-bye,
Sir
bye-bye.
Alvin, lahat po ng mga board of the DOJ and board of governors and sa lahat ng officers, lahat ng bahagi ng ito. Salamat. Hindi sa inyo, this would not be a successful one para sa lahat. Thank you very much.
Congratulations.
Opo,
Congrats.
BICOL.
Congrats.
Sir Flor.
Regional
Yeah,
Conference.
Congrats.
Pwede, Alwin.
Walang Sir Flor dito.
Lecture mo,
Salamat po. Idol, walang Sir Flor dito.
Wala dyan sa... Sorry, hindi ako kasama dyan.
Sarap ng ngiti.
Bye-bye, bye-bye.
Tapos na.
Kaya nga, natapos din sa wakas. Salamat sa mga technical speaker. Lahat naman tayo naging bahagi ng ano na to.
Sir Flor,
Alan, kamusta na?
nandiyan ka na.
Welcome
Nasa
back.
Qatar ka na lang kanina.
Madali lang lumipad from Qatar to
Nasa Qatar
Bicol
ka kayo na, sir.
Ang bilis mo
Ang bilis eh. Ang bilis
Idol
yan,
talaga kita.
Lumilipad na lang
Puro kayo mga idol.
Sige, bye-bye.
Gusto na namin yung yapak nyo. Thank you sa inyo lahat. Sir Joseph Solicar, Sir J. Sir Cyrus, Kat. Okay, thank you very much. God bless.
Salamat po.
Sir, thank you. Maraming po salamat, sir. Salamat sa suporta ninyo lahat. Maraming po salamat sa suporta ninyo lahat, sir. Nasakit, sir, ng ulo ko. Tangdi pa nananagat. Nakaraos din sa wakas. Nakatulog na ako ng mahimbing. Maraming salamat sa inyo, sir. Maraming salamat. Hindi sa inyo. Hindi sa inyo, di ba tayo lahat ito ng ganito. Masaya ako, sir. Baka kahit ano ngayon, kahit liquor ban ngayon, baka makainom ako ngayon. Makaset ako ngayon, sir. Imbitado kayo.
Congrats, Press, Peter. My newfound FB friend.
Sayang, kung walang pandemic, nandito tayo kayo, masaya tayo. Good coffee kayo lahat.
Sir, tayo? Ulo ko. Kain na pa. Luho ng mata ko.